Another rain of arrows fell, bringing with it endless murderous intent. The ambush points on the streets that the UN army had carefully arranged before now became a purgatory. The UN army was mercilessly shot to death by arrows. Some of them fell in a pool of blood, while others twisted their bodies and struggled on the ground. It was tragic. In a moment, a large number of UN soldiers fell in a pool of blood. The bright red blood quickly spread on the ground, staining the stone slabs of the street blood red. General, a deputy general of the UN army, rushed to Egan's side with a look of panic on his face, his voice trembling with nervousness. The Ming army knows the location of our ambush. This is definitely not a coincidence. Egan frowned and stared at the direction where the Ming army's rain of arrows came from. Watching the Ming army fire another round of arrows, he naturally understood that the rain of arrows just now was no accident. But he was full of doubts, but he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Why could the Ming army know his ambush layout so accurately? Traitor, this is impossible, because there was no chance to send the message out. But the current situation did not allow him to think any further. All troops, listen. Egan suddenly drew the long sword from his waist, raised it high, and shouted loudly, "Meet the enemy, attack. Shield troops press forward, archers shoot back." As his order came down, all the generals took action. Men of the Yuan dynasty. Yuan general roared at the top of his lungs, "Fight the Ming army to the bitter end. Kill." The Yuan army that had been hiding in the dark and ambushing rushed out from various hidden corners. For a moment, the streets that were originally quiet and deserted, like a dead city, were instantly filled with the surging Yuan army, and the shouts and footsteps intertwined into one. There is indeed an ambush of Yuan troops ahead. Otis's eyes widened as he looked at the Yuan army that suddenly rushed out from the front. His face was filled with astonishment. He turned to look at Todd and said, "General, you actually accurately estimated the position of the Yuan army. You are truly amazing." In their minds, their general's ability to make such accurate predictions was simply incredible. "Keep shooting, archers. Advance 10 more steps." Arlen looked calm as he watched the battle ahead, giving orders methodically. Shield troops, spearmen follow up. At this moment, the offensive and defensive situation had been reversed, and the Yuan army's ambush circle became their cage. Faced with the dense and rain-like arrow array launched by Arlen's soldiers, the Yuan army had no choice but to show up and fight. Shhhhhhh. Shhhhhh. Thousands of archers advanced steadily forward, taking turns shooting arrows with skillful techniques. For a moment, the entire sky was covered by dense rain of arrows, and even sunlight could hardly penetrate. An overwhelming and indiscriminate rain of arrows poured down on the Yuan army. Yuan soldiers in the front fell down in large numbers. Some were shot in the throat and died instantly, while others were pierced in the chest and blood gushed out. However, under Egan's order to organize the troops, the Yuan army on the front line responded quickly, raising their shields to form a solid line of defense. Countless arrows hit the shields, making crisp sounds, sparks flying, and were bounced away one after another. At this moment, in the Yuan army camp, inside the shield army. "Kill the barbarians from the kingdom of light." "Kill." "Shoot." Many generals blushed and roared at the top of their lungs. In an instant, the Yuan army archers fired arrows indiscriminately, and dense arrowheads whizzed towards the Ming army like locusts. Above the sky, arrows from both sides were flying at each other, and every moment, life was lost in the rain of arrows. The battlefield is brutal and cruel. Arlen reacted the moment the Yuan army archers took action. He quickly pulled out 10 arrows from his quiver, placed them on the precious carved bow, held the bow firmly with both hands, tensed his arm muscles, and easily pulled the bowstring into a full moon shape. Boom! There was a dull thud, and the bowstring vibrated violently, like a sudden thunderclap. The 10 arrows were like 10 black lightning bolts, carrying powerful force and instantly breaking through the air. The air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound, almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! 10 arrows hit the Yuan army's shield formation at the front line heavily. The powerful impact directly caused a violent roar, as if a cannonball exploded in the crowd. The dozens of Yuan soldiers on the front line had no time to react before they were blown away by the powerful force contained in the arrows, and then fell heavily to the ground, their life or death unknown. "Archers, keep shooting. Brothers, follow me and kill." Arlen shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, echoing throughout the battlefield. He casually put the precious carved bow on his back and drew the 7-star sword from his waist. Then, he rushed towards the Yuan army in front of him like lightning. "I will follow the general till death, kill," the guards shouted in unison, their eyes full of fanaticism and loyalty, and followed Arlen without hesitation. They charged forward with all their might like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely at the Yuan army camp. "Follow the general, kill." Generals such as Otis and Todd were also excited and roared. They brandished their long swords, led the troops, and charged towards the Yuan army like a surging tide. Arlen's steps were very fast, and every step he took could allow him to leap several meters away. He swung the seven-star sword in his hand wantonly, and the sword flashed, and the rain of arrows that came were directly cut down by his sharp blade. Actually, this was the result of Arlen suppressing his own speed. He knew very well that he could not be too shocking on the battlefield, otherwise it would bring unnecessary trouble. In just a blink of an eye, Arlen rushed to the front line of the Yuan army's shield army, which had been broken by his sharp arrows, with his amazing speed. "Kill," Arlen shouted, wild sword dance. The sword in his hand suddenly burst out with brilliant light, and the sword shadows filled the sky, dazzling people. As his figure flew past, the surrounding Yuan army was instantly engulfed by the surging sword light. They only had time to let out a scream before being cut to the ground by the sharp blade and falling into a pool of blood. "Kill the northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 1 point of strength, pick up 10 days of life." The familiar panel prompt sound kept ringing in Arlen's mind. Arlen continued to rush forward without any pause. He was alone, like a deadly killing god, and charged into the Yuan army. The sword in his hand flew up and down without stopping for a moment, madly reaping the lives of the enemies. The power of one person is unstoppable. Wherever Arlen passed, the ground was littered with corpses of Yuan soldiers. These corpses were either incomplete or bloody, and the scene was extremely tragic. In just a few breaths, dozens of Yuan soldiers fell under Arlen's sword, and the originally neat and orderly formation of the Yuan army was completely disrupted by him. The Yuan army soldiers were panicked and fled in all directions, their eyes full of fear. "Kill, kill all the Tartars." The morale of the personal guards and numerous Daning infantrymen, led by their respective generals, was greatly boosted. Like surging waves, they charged directly towards the chaotic Yuan army. In every street of garrison Wildmoor City, the Daning border army and the Yuan army were instantly intertwined, launching a crazy and brutal killing. The sounds of shouting, weapons clashing, and painful screams intertwined into one, never-ending. But the outcome of this battle was doomed from the beginning, with the Ming army having an absolute upper hand. This was not only because the Angus Ning border army was originally extremely powerful, but more importantly, Arlen's command doubled the combat power, making the army even more powerful and its strength soaring. It is conceivable how terrifying such an army would be on the battlefield. The battle in the entire city has entered the final, decisive stage, and the balance of victory is gradually tilting towards the Ming army. Arlen seemed to be possessed by the god of war and completely penetrated into the core of the Yuan army. Although the guards tried their best, they could hardly keep up with his violent killing pace. At this moment, Arlen seemed to be shrouded in an invisible blood-red halo, and there seemed to be endless Yuan troops surging around him like a tide, but he was not afraid at all. He waved the sword in his hand wildly, and every wave brought about a bloody storm. He was completely covered in the blood of the enemy. His armor was soaked in blood, becoming heavy and sticky. His face was also splashed with blood. The blood on his body kept dripping like water droplets, gathering into a pool of bright red blood at his feet, but not a single drop of blood belonged to him. "Kill the northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 1 point of spirit, pick up 20 days of life. Kill the northern Yuan captain, gain 10 points in all attributes, and gain 50 days of lifespan." The panel prompt sound kept playing in Arlen's mind. Arlen was immersed in this crazy killing spree. He killed with great pleasure and joy and couldn't stop at all. Behind the Yuan army formation, Egan's face was as gloomy as water. He stared at Arlen, who was fighting frantically in the chaotic army in front of him, and a look of fear involuntarily emerged in his eyes. He witnessed with his own eyes how one soldier after another under his command was easily killed by Arlen like fragile straws. He saw with his own eyes that his carefully trained elite troops were so vulnerable in front of Arlen, like lambs to be slaughtered. "Is he still human?" Mahau muttered to himself, his voice filled with shock and fear. "How can there be such a brave person in this world?" He served in the Northern Yuan dynasty for many years. experienced countless wars, even served as a general in the northern Yuan dynasty when the Ming dynasty was founded. Over the years, many Cornelius generals died at his hands, and he had experienced many brutal battles, but he had never seen a Cornelius general as brave and fearless, with such extraordinary combat power as Arlen. Facing such a terrifying Arlen, Mahao felt a deep fear in his heart for the first time. But at this moment, Arlen was completely immersed in the frenzy of killing. The seven-star sword in his hand was like a nimble, poisonous snake, constantly emitting cold light. Every time he swung it, it was accompanied by the screams of the Yuan army and blood rising into the sky. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill madly. It is not just about killing the enemy for the country and for national justice, but also about fighting for yourself. He knew very well that every kill on the battlefield was a precious opportunity to improve himself. Only by constantly killing enemies and picking up attributes could he become stronger, gain a foothold in this world, and win more possibilities for his future. Monster, he's a monster. He is invulnerable to swords and guns. He can't be killed at all. He's a monster. He's an evil spirit. Run away. Monster. Many Yuan soldiers around Pericles Yingzhu had already been frightened by his terrifying, murderous aura. Arlen only needed to glance at them, and the Yuan soldiers were so frightened that their legs went weak, their faces turned pale, and they staggered backwards, their eyes full of despair and fear. However, Arlen did not show mercy because of this. In this cruel battlefield, mercy and kindness would only put oneself in danger. The blade in his hand flashed with cold light as he swung it down mercilessly, continuing to reap the lives of these cowardly enemies. In addition to the sword, Arlen suddenly drew out the blue rainbow sword with his left hand. For a while, he held a knife in one hand and a sword in the other, and danced with both swords, moving freely and decisively. The blue rainbow sword is also extremely sharp, flashing with cold light, and complements the sword perfectly. Today, Arlen fights not only for military merit, but also to improve his attributes. He couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. The two sharp weapons in his hands were both divine weapons of the highest quality. In this era, they were definitely considered rare treasures. On this battlefield, there is no shield or armor that can withstand the sharpness of the magic weapon in Arlen's hand. Even if a shield occasionally managed to block the attack, the shield holder would be killed by the powerful impact under Arlen's terrifyingly strong power. This is Arlen. With his powerful strength and deep inner energy, he gallops across the battlefield and is unstoppable. Don't mess up the formation. Supervisory troops, advance. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed immediately. The captain of the Yuan army shouted at the top of his lungs with an anxious look on his face. He waved the long sword in his hand, trying his best to maintain the formation that was shattered by Arlen's attack. However, his loud shout not only failed to stabilize the morale of the Yuan army, but instead directly exposed his position. Arlen's eyes were as fast as lightning, and they focused instantly on the roaring Yuan general. This scene was surprisingly similar to the scene before the city was captured, as if time had been replayed. Kill! Arlen shouted coldly. His voice seemed to come from the nine nether hell, full of endless murderous intent. The swords in his hands came out at the same time, bursting out with brilliant light, and the whole person was like a cannonball, rushing towards the Yuan general with all his strength. For a while, swords flashed and broken limbs flew everywhere. A tragic scene of blood and gore spread across the battlefield. Arlen was unstoppable and unstoppable. He rushed towards the Yuan general like an unstoppable torrent. Come on, get them all on me. Looking at Arlen getting closer and closer, General Yuan felt the strong murderous intent emanating from Arlen, and his face turned pale in an instant. In panic, he shouted loudly, but it was already too late. Although the shield soldiers and personal guards in front of him tried their best to resist, they fell one after another like fragile paper under Arlen's crazy and fierce charge. The next moment, a dazzling sword light struck like lightning, with a click sound. The general didn't even have time to react before his head flew high into the air, his body and head separated. Kill the northern Yuan captain, pick up all attributes for 50 days, pick up lifespan for 100 days, and be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 6,000 points in all attributes. You will be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. At the moment of killing the Yuan general, a panel prompt sounded in Arlen's mind. And at this moment, a golden light flashed across Arlen's body. Attribute breakthrough. The feeling of all attributes being upgraded made Arlen feel as if he had been reborn and his whole body was filled with endless power. This was like a major breakthrough in the realm of martial arts. The improvement of his entire body attributes made Arlen feel an unprecedented comfort. The fatigue accumulated from half a day of killing disappeared in an instant and was replaced by an indescribable joy and excitement. All attributes have exceeded 6,000 points. Awesome. Arlen's heart was filled with excitement, and an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. From the time he entered the city until now, this was undoubtedly the thing that made him happiest. Finally, he successfully broke through this all-attribute barrier, and his strength was greatly improved. In this world, he had more capital to survive and dominate. Keep killing. Arlen roared secretly in his heart. His murderous intent remained undiminished. He seized every opportunity, tightly gripped the sword with both hands, and continued to chop with all his might. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by the UN army, but he relied on his own strength to suppress the UN army. His figure galloped across the battlefield as if he was in an empty space, creating a one-sided killing situation. The UN army fell one after another in front of him, without any ability to fight back. One man fell into the midst of my army, and I could do nothing to him. In the distance, Egan witnessed the captain of his own army being beheaded. His face became increasingly ugly. Moreover, Arlen rushed into his army single-handedly. Although there were Ming troops charging frantically in the rear, it was unbelievable that he could do this with the strength of only one person. This is something that ordinary people cannot achieve. The general has completely penetrated the UN army. Otis was extremely anxious and shouted loudly, "Brothers, don't let the general fight alone, kill him." Looking at Arlen, who had completely penetrated the enemy army, generals such as Otis and Marvin were naturally extremely anxious. Although their generals are brave and invincible, they are unstoppable. But at this moment they were blocked by the UN army and could not support the general in time. If the general fails, they will be guilty of a capital crime. Thinking of this, the generals suddenly became anxious and accelerated their charge. They waved their weapons, roared loudly, and led their troops to charge forward madly and recklessly. With the frenzied killing of the Daning border army, most of the outer city area has been successfully recaptured by the Ming army. Now, the battlefield has gradually shifted to the junction of the inner city and the outer city. In the rear, Damon Cornell led his 50,000 Huizhu guards and charged into the city like a surging tide. The addition of these 50,000 fresh troops was like bombshell, instantly causing a more obvious change in the situation on the battlefield. Soldiers of Huizhou, Damon Cornell glanced at his soldiers and shouted, "Today is the first battle of the Huizhu guards. I believe you also understand the significance of this battle. You were originally surrendered soldiers. Thanks to the Emperor's great grace, you were reorganized, received military pay, and were given a new life. Today's battle is the moment for you to show the Emperor and the court whether you are truly committed to serving the Ming dynasty. All soldiers of Huizhu Guard, listen to my order and kill the enemy. Kill one enemy, and you will receive the food and salary of a true soldier of the Ming dynasty. Kill with me." Damon Cornell roared loudly with passionate words. Every word was like a heavy hammer, striking the soldiers' hearts. Kill. The 5 deputy commanders under his command also drew their swords from their waists, raised them high, and roared loudly. Kill, kill, kill. The morale of the 50,000 fresh troops was greatly boosted by the passionate shouts, and they launched a final and fatal attack on the UN army that was stationed in Wildmoor City with a crazy look. Today's battle is crucial for Huizhu Vincent. It is not only their first battle after reorganization, but also concerns their fate. If they are passive and lazy on the battlefield, they will surely face Evander's iron-blooded punishment. However, if they perform well and shine in this battle, the 3 reorganized guards of Liaodong will continue to be used by the Ming dynasty, and they will also usher in a stable future. With the joining of Huizhu Vincent, there is no doubt that the outcome of this battle has been decided. The Daning border troops were like sharp spearheads, charging in the front, and the Huizhu guards were like solid backing, following closely behind. All the soldiers charged towards the UN army with crazy morale. On the battlefield, the shouts of killing shook the earth. The air was filled with smoke and flames shot up into the sky. It was a tragic scene. Kill the northern UN soldiers, pick up 1 point of strength, pick up 15 days of life. Kill the northern UN soldiers. The panel prompt sound continues. Arlen continued to kill, I don't know how long the killing took. Finally, a notification appeared that made Arlen even more excited. Congratulations to Russell for killing over 8,000 enemies. You will be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. This means that in today's battle, nearly 2,000 UN soldiers died at the hands of Arlen. The smoke of war is still billowing, and the situation is far from settled. You can continue to kill enemies, far away. Mahao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the battlefield. Arlen was seen cutting through thorns and brambles all the way, getting closer and closer to him, while the Ming army kept surging in like a tide, unstoppable. Even though the supervising troops held sharp swords, shouted loudly, and used military law to force the UN army, the UN army's formation was still in chaos. The signs of defeat were like a flood that broke through a dam and could not be contained at all. Ugh! Garrison Wildmoor City can no longer be defended. Mahao sighed deeply, and that sigh was full of helplessness and unwillingness, which seemed particularly lonely in the noisy battlefield. He knew in his heart that this battle was doomed to failure. He had finally gathered nearly 30,000 soldiers and reorganized them. He had thought that he could hold Garrison Wildmoor City for a few days to buy time for the cities in the rear. But now, he couldn't even hold on for a day. Angus Ewan men. Egan drew the sword from his waist and said with a determined look, "Today's battle is for the Yuan dynasty and for the emperor. Even if I die, I will not regret it." "Kill," Mahao shouted with a desperate momentum. Say it, he rushed directly into the battlefield, and his target was Arlen, who was in high spirits killing in the enemy camp. When Arlen heard the loud shout, a cold light flashed and fell directly on Egan. "Welcome, the chief general of the Yuan army in this city," Arlen thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he gripped the sword tightly in both hands and ran towards Mahao without stopping. Wherever he passed, any Yuan army that blocked his way was killed cleanly and quickly with a single sword or a single knife. His figure shuttled through the chaotic army, like the god of death, killing enemies madly and reaping madly. Soon, Arlen broke through layers of obstacles and killed his way to a place not far in front of. "Egan, protect the general. Kill this Ming general." Upon seeing this, dozens of Egan's personal guards suddenly became furious, roared loudly, and rushed towards Arlen first. As personal guards, they were death squads. They tried to surround and kill Arlen to protect their general. But in front of Arlen, their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Arlen walked steadily and charged towards Egan step by step. With every step he took, the sword in his hand swung out sharp arcs, flashing cold light and raising clouds of blood mist. Those personal guards who rushed over were killed one by one in just a moment and were unable to stop Arlen at all. Next moment, Arlen finally faced Mahao. Egan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, staring at Arlen intently, his eyes filled with complex expressions, including anger, unwillingness, and even awe of the opponent in front of him. "Ming Dynasty General Arlen?" Mahao asked, his voice low and hoarse, with a hint of unwillingness and even more of unyielding spirit. "Good." Arlen's expression remained unchanged as he replied in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it reached Mahao's ears clearly, revealing an invincible confidence. "It is good." Egan stared at Arlen, took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Shouted loudly, "I am the commander of the Yuan dynasty guarding Garrison Wildmoor City, Egan. Today I will fight you to the death." The voice just fell. Mahao's eyes instantly burst with murderous intent, and his gaze seemed to be real, as if he wanted to cut Arlen into pieces. "Say it." He kicked the ground with both feet, like a mad beast, waving his sword and rushing straight towards Arlen. The blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and slashed directly towards Arlen's head, intending to kill Arlen with one blow. Egan's sword was sharp and fierce. With the skill of a veteran in the battlefield, the sword was whistling and he slashed Arlen with it. It seemed that in his mind, if he could die together with Arlen, this would be the greatest achievement of the battle. For the sake of his Yuan dynasty, get rid of Arlen. Facing Arlen, his seemingly fatal knife seemed to be nothing. Arlen's face was calm. When Mahao's knife was about to touch him, he slightly turned his body, and the fierce knife just passed by his side but did not hurt him at all. Almost at the moment of dodging the knife, Arlen suddenly moved the sword in his hand, directly slash in the air, with a click sound. The bones broke and the flesh sank, blood splattered. Mahao's movements paused for a moment, and his body stiffened instantly. He seemed to have not yet reacted to what had happened, and his body slowly fell to the ground, His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain, quickly spreading to the ground. Kill the Northern UN Commander Malcolm Scott Deu, gain 100 points in all attributes, gain 200 days of lifespan, and be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. At the moment of killing Egan, the panel in Arlen's mind gave a timely prompt. Egan, Egan. Arlen thought to himself, is this the father of Mahamu from history? When he heard this name, he still had some impression of it. This name had left traces in the vast historical records. However, Arlen did not have time to think about it at this moment, as the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. He held Mahau's head high in one hand, and the blood flowed down his arm, dripping onto the ground and merging with the bloodstains on the battlefield. Arlen shouted loudly, echoing throughout the battlefield, Ming soldiers, the UN Army's commander Egan has been killed by me. The voice carried endless momentum, penetrating the shouts and cries of killing on the battlefield with infinite power. Any UN soldier in the city who refuses to surrender will be killed without mercy. Arlen added another sentence, his tone cold and resolute. Kill. This sound was like igniting a fire in the hearts of the Ming dynasty soldiers. Countless Ming soldiers suddenly became excited, with excitement flashing in their eyes, and responded with roars. General Kamui. The general is invincible. The general is the reincarnation of the overlord of Western Harding. Kill all the Tartars. Kill, kill. The shouts of countless Ming soldiers rose one after another, each wave louder than the last. They swung their weapons more vigorously and with greater murderous intent, launching more fierce attacks on the UN army. On the other hand, the morale of the UN army, which had been struggling to hold on, quickly dissipated like the remaining clouds swept by a strong wind the moment the commander was killed. Fear and despair were reflected on the faces of the soldiers. Without the command of their commander, they were like headless flies, their formation was in disarray, and they suffered a crushing defeat. Now, the battle situation has been settled. Nearly 100,000 Ming troops rushed into the city like a surging tide. Every Ming soldier was immersed in the excitement of impending victory. They only had the enemy in their eyes, and the weapons in their hands kept falling, reaping the lives of the enemy. Outside the city, only several thousand central troops remained here to guard it. Daniel and Frederick stood on the chariot in the center of the army, waiting quietly. The flags on the chariots fluttered in the wind as if cheering for the impending victory. At this time, a swift horse rushed out of the city like an arrow. The horse's hooves raised clouds of dust and headed straight for the center of the army. Your Highness, Daniel, Your Highness, General Amos. A knight came close, dismounted with a clean, sharp movement, then bowed and announced loudly, We've just received news that the UN Army Commander Egan has been killed by General Arlen. Garrison Wildmoor City is about to be captured. The knight's voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his face was flushed with excitement of the battle. Hear the words. Daniel and Frederick looked at each other. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Even though they had long expected that this battle was a sure win, they were still surprised to kill the enemy general so quickly and capture the fortified city in less than a day. General Pericles. Frederick spoke first, his voice filled with excitement and admiration. He is truly an unparalleled warrior. Even the former overlord of Western Harding could not compare to him. In just one day, he broke through the fortified city guarded by a large number of elite UN troops and even killed the main general. I don't know how to describe this bravery, Frederick said excitedly. Daniel was shocked and slowly raised his head to look at the sky. At this time, although the sun was not high in the sky was still very bright, and it would take at least another hour for the sun to set. The sunlight shone on his face, reflecting his complicated expression. There are not 100,000 soldiers stationed in Garrison Wildmoor City, but there are at least 50 or 60,000 soldiers, and if you include the young and strong civilians, there are even more. The city walls are high and thick, and with such a large number of troops, there are also many defensive weapons. It was conquered in one day, Daniel said with emotion. Now I finally understand why my father and elder brother value Arlen so much. Daniel shook his head slightly, his eyes showing both admiration and a hint of indescribable complex emotions. Indeed, Frederick nodded in agreement, an excited smile on his face. He did not see the complexity in Daniel's expression. What he was thinking about at the moment was the first achievement of the Northern Expedition. Arlen had won it, which also meant that he, as the main commanding general, would be proud of it. This was a real achievement, like a layer of gold on his resume. At this moment, Daniel's heart was even more complicated. He clenched his fist unconsciously, thinking to himself, "If you can't be used by me, then you can't be my enemy either. Sydney family, you have caused me to lose an unrivaled warrior, and you have also made me a formidable enemy." The more outstanding Arlen was and the more domineering he behaved, the more angry he became towards the Sydney family. Originally, Arlen was from his Baping prefecture, but now everything has come to nothing. King Willowbrook. Frederick turned his head and looked at Daniel, smiling, and said, "After the battle is over, we must go and praise General Pericles in person. Such a great achievement, such a great gain, should be the first merit." Frederick smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits, as if he had already seen the glory he would gain from this battle. Praising Arlen was an encouragement, allowing Arlen to work harder to kill the enemy in the future. This way he will gain greater military merits. Nature. Although Daniel was extremely unhappy in his heart, he still smiled and nodded on the surface, but the smile on his face was a little stiff. In the city, with Egan being killed by Arlen, the war gradually came to an end. Many Yuan soldiers had already been frightened by Arlen's killing and had lost all morale. Now that a large number of Ming troops were coming like a tide and their main general was dead, they completely lost their will to fight. Many Yuan soldiers simply dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender, their faces full of fatigue and fear. Many others, hoping for a lucky break, turned around and fled in panic. Arlen seized the opportunity and led his troops in pursuit. He still rushed to the front, waving his sword in his hand, and the enemies fell wherever he went. His figure on the battlefield was like a black lightning, leaving a trail of blood wherever he passed. Before sunset, the Ming army had completely taken control of garrison Wildmoor City. At this time, the city was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the streets and houses were littered with corpses and blood. Occasionally, there would be an unextinguished flame swaying in the evening breeze, illuminating the tragic battlefield. Of course, there may still be many Yuan soldiers hiding in civilian houses in the city and some hiding in the dark and disguised. But there is no need to worry about these things. The city has been tightly blocked by the Ming army, and there are Ming army soldiers patrolling everywhere in the city. Afterwards, these remaining enemies will naturally be found and dealt with one by one. Inside the city, the general's residence is located. Compared to the outer city where corpses were scattered everywhere and blood flowed like a river, the inner city had fewer signs of killing, but the air was still filled with a tense and bloody atmosphere. Arlen sat on the steps in front of the government office, leaning against the beam to rest. His personal guards were like him, sitting or lying scattered around. After the battle, the excitement and strength brought by the battle dissipated instantly, and fatigue came like a tide, drowning them. At this moment, none of the soldiers around Arlen could be seen clearly. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their clothes had been soaked in blood and stuck tightly to their bodies. If you wring their clothes, blood will flow out. Even though the outcome of the battle was already decided, the soldiers were extremely exhausted and did not even have the energy to talk. They lay on the ground one after another, not caring about the bloodstains on the ground or the corpses around them. Their faces were filled with fatigue and relaxation, as if they had survived a great war. In this moment of tranquility, they were enjoying the hard-earned rest. Logistics Army Assistant Commander Carmichael Warren has been ordered to deliver food. At this time, a burst of footsteps came. A general in armor ran quickly to Arlen with a look of awe on his face and bowed. "Let the brothers in charge of logistics bring in some bread and snacks. The soldiers have been fighting all day and are exhausted." Arlen raised his head and said gently to the logistics officer in front of him, "Thank you, brothers in the logistics army, for mobilizing and cleaning up the battlefield quickly and sending the wounded on the chariots to the wounded camp." "I obey your command." Carmichael Warren responded immediately in a loud voice. And he waved his hand, and a group of logistics soldiers came quickly carrying boxes. The box was filled with food, and on this battlefield filled with the smell of blood, bursts of fragrant food wafted through the air. They began to distribute food to the surrounding soldiers in an orderly manner, their movements quick and skillful. After a day of fighting, the attacking army was exhausted to the extreme, tired and hungry. So after the war was basically decided, Arlen immediately ordered the logistics troops to prepare food and deliver it into the city as quickly as possible. At the same time, he also ordered Damon Cornell's Huiju Guard to clear the battlefield within the city. Carefully search for wounded soldiers and provide them with medical care, and find and kill any enemy soldiers feigning death, while the Daning guard rested and recovered their strength. Brothers, Arlen stood up. Although his voice was low, it reached every soldier clearly. Eat the bread first and rest after you're full. After we finish eating, we'll go back to the barracks and get some sleep. Arlen showed an encouraging smile on his face, his eyes full of concern for the soldiers. Hearing Arlen's voice, the soldiers came back to their senses and responded loudly with unspeakable enthusiasm and awe. We will obey your orders. They looked at Arlen with eyes full of trust and respect. In their hearts, Arlen is their backbone. As long as Arlen is there, they have nothing to fear. As the logistics troops distributed the food, the soldiers couldn't help but reach out to take it and started eating it with big mouthfuls. They ate voraciously, as if they had not eaten in ages. In order to avoid choking, the logistics troops also brought water jars. Soldiers took turns walking to the water jars and drinking water in big gulps to relieve the dryness in their mouths. General, Otis came over at some point and sat directly next to Arlen. His face still showed the excitement after the battle. He said excitedly, "In today's battle, I killed a lot of Tartars. I killed at least 20 Tartars." As he spoke, he gestured, and his whole face was full of boasting. However, when Arlen's personal guards heard his boasting, they all laughed. There was a hint of ridicule in their smiles, but also a hint of pride in their own achievements. General Somerset. While eating his cake, Marvin asked with a smile, "Do you know how many Tartars the general has killed?" He kept it a secret on purpose, with a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Given your bravery and your ability to charge into battle, I'm afraid you've killed several hundred Tartars this day." Otis thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Although he knew Arlen was brave, he could only guess at the exact number of enemies he had killed. Marvin laughed inscrutably, then said, "I followed the general all the way into the battle. Although I couldn't catch up with his pace later, I still saw the general's killing spree. This time, at least 1,000 Tartars died under his sword, maybe even more." Marvin raised a finger with a serious expression and admiration in his eyes. "Wah, what?" Otis was completely stunned. He stared at Marvin with wide eyes as if he had heard a fairy tale. 1,000 people? This just sounds incredible. In the battlefield, anyone who kills more than 100 enemies a day, even in a head-on charge, is a well-deserved warrior. It's just like when Pericles Yingchu went to the battlefield and killed more than 100 enemies by himself, and his name was eventually reported to Yingshan because the result was so outstanding. Now, Arlen has achieved even greater results, the significance of which is self-evident. Perhaps no one would believe this number if it were told to others, but Otis was different. He knew Marvin very well and was even more aware of Arlen's powerful fighting ability. He knew that Marvin would not lie and Arlen was fully capable of doing so. 1,000 people, no less. Cornelius also smiled and said, with a relaxed smile on his face, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, "The Pacification Committee will be very busy this time to count the results of the battle." Cornelius added, with a smile in his eyes, "General, you are truly awe-inspiring." Otis said with admiration. While killing so many enemies might sound like a fairy tale, Otis couldn't help but believe it when he thought of Arlen's heroic feat of single-handedly breaking through the goal. At this moment, his admiration for Arlen increased a little more. "General Somerset," Marvin suddenly said with a smile, "do you know how many enemy soldiers I killed this time?" There was excitement in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to share his achievements. "How much?" Todd asked from the side. He was also attracted by Marvin's words. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Marvin. "A total of 70. Marvin said excitedly, his voice rising a few degrees due to excitement. As he spoke, he patted his chest proudly, his face full of pride. "You killed 70 people." Todd and Otis both opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of surprise. 70, this is not a small number. Being able to kill so many enemy troops in such a fierce battlefield is enough to prove Marvin's bravery. "It's not just me." Marvin continued, with a smug look on his face. "Each of my personal guards has killed at least 20 people, and Cornelius has killed more than 30. Since we are the general's personal guards, we must not bring shame to the general." As he spoke, Marvin glanced at the guards around him. His eyes filled with pride. Otis and Todd had complicated expressions. When they broke into the city, they naturally witnessed the bravery of the guards. Each of the personal guards was like a strongman, relying on brute force and fierce swordsmanship to kill the enemy. Every time they swung their swords, they did so with great force that frightened the enemy. Perhaps Otis served under Arlen for a shorter time, After all, he was Arlen's superior in the past. But Todd actually followed Arlen. He was very clear about the criteria used in the past to select personal guards. Although they were all elite soldiers in the army, they were not so brave. All these qualities were only possessed after they became Arlen's personal guards. Even that terrifying strength is like this. It seems the general has bestowed something upon them, otherwise it would be impossible for every guard to be so brave. Todd thought secretly in his heart, and even an idea came to his mind. However, the northern expedition had just begun, and everything would have to be discussed later. He temporarily suppressed this idea in his heart and continued to listen to the conversation of the crowd. "All right." Seeing the generals still discussing, Arlen said seriously, his voice regaining some seriousness. "Now that the city has been initially secured, let the ordinary soldiers have a good rest. All officers above the rank of Marquis will work with the pacification department to calculate the casualties. Also, actively cooperate with the logistics troops to treat the wounded." As he spoke, Arlen glanced at the generals around him, giving an unquestionable order. "I obey your command." All the generals responded in unison. They did not dare to delay and quickened the pace of eating the cakes and prepared to clean up. They know that now is not the time to relax, and there are still many important things waiting for them to do. Have the casualties of the personal guards been clearly counted? Arlen looked at Marvin and asked, showing concern. His personal guards were all his confidants, having followed him through thick and thin, so naturally he cared very much about their safety. And then, in order to train them, Arlen also invested a lot of resources. Losing even one is a big loss. Reporting to the general, Marvin immediately replied, 700 personal guards, 7 centurions, and my subordinates. A total of 708 people. No one died in the battle, but most of the brothers were injured. And only about 20 of them were seriously injured. The injured have now been sent to the wounded camp. Upon hearing this victory result, Arlen nodded and said no more. The personal guards under his command were all Arlen's confidants who had been taught by him for more than a year. Each of them practiced the Hinglian gong, and with the help of the Lion Renfield powder, they not only had extraordinary strength, but their physical fitness had also improved a lot. They were not invulnerable to swords and guns, but the name Hinglian was naturally very easy to understand, which meant body training. Moreover, each of the personal guards was wearing armor to protect their vital points. Their general was the first to charge forward. They cooperated with each other tacitly, so naturally they did not die in battle. None of the 700 guards were killed. Todd and Otis, who were just about to leave, were shocked when they heard the battle report. They stopped and stared, unable to believe their ears. They were the first to charge into the city, the first to attack. Under the city gates, it was a completely life or death situation, but none of the 700 personal guards died in the battle. This was truly astonishing. "General, you must have given something to the guards." Even the dumbest people can figure out that the reason why Marvin and his personal guards have such combat power is all because of Arlen. There's no other possibility. They looked at each other, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in their eyes. After the generals left, Arlen continued to lean against the beam, preparing to count the gains from killing the enemies this time. Not to mention the attribute enhancements, there are also treasure chest rewards. After Arlen's attributes exceeded 1 point, he had undergone a transformation. He could only pick up 10 points of random attributes by killing ordinary soldiers, but the lifespan picked up remained unchanged. Killing one enemy could pick up at least days of life, which accumulated to be a lot. Of course, killing enemies with official positions will naturally gain more, and above the military marquisate, all attributes will be picked up. You can get a treasure chest by killing generals above the Arlen level. This time, Arlen naturally targeted the officers of the UN army and rushed over when he saw them. Many officers died at Arlen's hands, definitely no less than 10. Arlen was a little excited, but he calmed down and looked at the number of treasure chests he had. There are 7 first-level treasure chests. Some are obtained by killing generals, and some are related to increasing all attributes and the total number of enemies killed. In addition, by killing those UN generals below the rank of 10,000 generals, you will also get 8 ordinary treasure chests. Seeing the number of treasure chests, Arlen showed a happy smile on his face. Oh my goodness, a full 15 treasure chests. For an instant, Pericles Yingdu felt that many treasures were about to fall towards him. 15 treasure chests. You know, the value of a treasure chest is more precious than 10,000 gold. There are countless rare treasures in the universe, from technology that is ahead of the times, to skills that can transform people, astonishingly powerful martial arts, to elixirs that prolong life, and magic weapons that can cut through iron like mud. As long as you are lucky enough, you can get them from the treasure chest. As long as you're a little luckier, you can definitely make a lot of money. Arlen was very excited. This time it really feels great. Coming back to his senses from the fantasy, Arlen no longer hesitated. He immediately recited in his mind and summoned his attribute panel. There was a flash of light before my eyes. The panel emitting faint light appeared. Host Arlen age, 15 years old interest rate, 6,138 points strength, 6,235 points speed, 6,052 points constitution, 6,042 points stamina, 6,023 points spirit, 6,014 points lifespan. 328 years and 29,562 days storage space. 69 cubic meters Gongfa, postnatal mystical skill. Horizontal refining Gong martial arts. Charged sword slash late stage, wild dance sword technique late stage, collapsing mountain fist early stage, continuous divine arrows late stage, tiger roar early stage, golden bell cover mid stage, Bajiquin middle stage, berserk entry stage. Skill points. 3 points can improve proficiency in any martial arts. Arlen's eyes quickly scanned the panel. When he saw the lifespan column, he couldn't help but gasp, excitedly thinking, "Oh my goodness. After this battle, I actually gained 80 years of life." Rufus was shocked. Samson, let the Emperor see it immediately. 80 years of life. This is almost equivalent to a person's entire life. If you add the 320 years he already had, that's a full 400 years. This long span is simply beyond imagination. Arlen raised his head slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate time and space. He thought to himself, 400 years have passed, so it should be the modern era, right? Of course, my existence in this modern era is definitely different from my previous life. By then, I will be able to create a brand new Chinese nation, a Chinese nation capable of unifying the world. Aircraft, cannons, technological rockets. These things that seem like fantasy now will inevitably appear one by one as time goes by. 400 years, long and long, and in the future I may be able to gain another 400 years. When he thought of this, Arlen's eyes couldn't help but flash with a fiery light, and his heart was filled with infinite expectations for the future. The future is indeed promising. At least Arlen has gradually acquired the ability to change the future. When Arlen thought of the future, when foreign races would wantonly trample on the Chinese land and brutally slaughter the Chinese people, as well as the distant future when the Japanese would invade China and create scenes of countless killings, his eyes were instantly filled with coldness. These ones, he, Arlen, would never allow such tragedies to happen again. Kill, then only the Chinese can massacre foreigners. General Pericles. At this time, Frederick's excited voice came from afar. Hear the words. Arlen came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked up, only to see Daniel and Frederick walking towards the general's mansion under the strict protection of a group of personal guards. Frederick's face flushed red, his excitement was beyond words, and his steps were so light that he seemed to be flying. Daniel had a smile on his face, a calm expression, and walked leisurely. His every move showed the demeanor of a king. See this situation. Arlen stood up calmly, his face calm, and clasped his hands together, saying, "Greetings to the Daniel and to General Amos." "Ha ha." Frederick laughed loudly. "General Pericles, there is no need to be so polite. You are the greatest contributor to our army's capture of the city. You achieved the first victory in the northern expedition on the first day." Talking. Frederick stepped forward quickly, grabbed Arlen's arm, and shook it vigorously a few times, his eyes full of enthusiasm. "General Amos, you are too kind." Arlen smiled calmly. "As a general of the Ming dynasty, it is my unshirkable responsibility to fight the enemy and defend my country." "Ha!" Frederick laughed again. "General Pericles is too modest. One horse breaks the city, one day captures it. In the entire Ming dynasty, perhaps only General Pericles has such ability. Our army has achieved the first victory in the northern expedition. I'm afraid it will take the Rufus and his men quite some time to capture the city." Speaking of which, everyone could understand the pride in Frederick's words. Of course, for Frederick, his attitude towards Arlen at this moment is enough to show how much he values Arlen. Putting aside other things, The fact that Arlen was the first to break the city made his army surpass Rufus in military merit. Once this news reached Yingshan, Frederick could even imagine the scene. Many people would sincerely admire that a tiger father has a dog son, and the disciple is better than the father. Although Frederick did not directly participate in the siege, as the commander-in-chief of the military, he naturally had a share of the military achievement. Given the northern Yuan's defensive posture on the border, it would take Rufus at least half a month to capture garrison Cornelius City. Daniel said slowly, however, since our army has broken through the city, will inevitably trigger the northern Yuan to mobilize troops, which will also speed up Rufus's progress in breaking through the city. On the battlefield, a single move can affect the entire body. That's just how it is. Arlen said with certainty. However, more than half of the Yuan army in the city have withdrawn to defend the city. From now on, the defense of the city will definitely be tighter. Besides, the northern Yuan emperor will definitely send more troops, and the next war will be even more difficult. With General Pericles here, I firmly believe that the northern Yuan dynasty will not be able to withstand General Pericles' edge. Frederick said with a smile on his face and full of confidence. Such trust. It is also hard to imagine that Frederick had only known Arlen for a few days. Daniel stared at Arlen quietly, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry and a bit of complexity. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Someone come here. Frederick suddenly shouted loudly, General. The commander of the personal guards heard the call and quickly came to Frederick, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. Hurry and send a message back to Yingshan, reporting to the emperor the news that our army has broken through the important city on the border of the northern Yuan dynasty. Frederick's expression was serious and somewhat anxious. Also, focus on General Pericles' achievements in battle. Must describe them in detail so that the emperor knows how brave General Pericles is. General, what is the emphasis? The commander of the personal guards looked bewildered, scratched his head, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, see this situation. A hint of displeasure flashed in Frederick's eyes. After a moment's thought, he said, all right, I'll write it myself. Done. Frederick turned to face Arlen, a gentle smile on his face, and said, General Pericles, the city has been captured. General Pericles and the soldiers of the Daning border army should rest well. I will personally handle these finishing matters. This time, I will write a detailed military report and submit it to the emperor. Seeing this, Arlen smiled slightly and said, General Amos, please go and do your work. Reporting the first achievement of the northern expedition to Yingshan was undoubtedly a great thing. Arlen knew clearly that the first one to achieve military merit and present it to Evander would be the well-deserved first meritorious person, and he naturally would not refuse. Your Highness Daniel. Frederick respectfully clasped his fists towards Daniel and said, then I will go and take care of the business first. Subsequently, Frederick turned around and walked away in a hurry. He looked so anxious, as if there was something extremely urgent waiting for him to solve. At this moment, Daniel's gaze fell on Arlen, and he said with a smile, I have guarded Beiping Prefecture for many years, but this is my first time stepping into the Beiyuan city in the northern border. General Pericles, are you willing to accompany me into the general's mansion to take a look? Of course I would. Arlen nodded, and he keenly noticed that Daniel seemed a little strange at the moment, as if he had something worried deep in his heart, and the occasional hint of worry in his eyes could not be hidden. Subsequently, Daniel took the lead and walked towards the general's mansion. Pericles Yings followed behind him slowly, his expression calm, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Unlike in Liradong, after defeating the Yuan army and capturing the city, we were able to gain a lot of spoils. The treasures of Brant and Nahatchu made Arlen a fortune. But the real territory of the northern Yuan dynasty, such as the general's mansion in front of him, Arlen had already carefully investigated it and found that there was no profit to be made here. The construction of these border cities has already consumed a large amount of financial resources of the northern Yuan dynasty. Step into the main hall of the general's mansion. Daniel walked steadily towards the innermost main seat, staring at the chair that symbolized power, as if lost in thought. General Pericles. Daniel slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on Arlen, and suddenly asked, what are your thoughts on this campaign against the northern Yuan? The emperor's holy will is to completely quell the northern Yuan crisis and defeat it. Arlen's expression was solemn and his tone was firm. As a subject, I shall obey the imperial edict. Arlen knew that Daniel's sudden question must have a hidden Meaning, so he just answered accordingly without saying much. He always remained vigilant towards Daniel. Daniel nodded slightly, then asked with a smile, "Then, General Pericles, do you think that the Ming dynasty can completely defeat the Northern Yuan dynasty this time?" Talking. Daniel paced slowly while staring into Arlen's eyes, as if he wanted to find some important information from Arlen's eyes. Bei Yuan, Arlen's expression remained unchanged. In the final analysis, the Northern Yuan dynasty is like a dying candle. While the Ming dynasty cannot completely eradicate it, it can at least eliminate the Northern Yuan dynasty and add fuel to the fire of its collapse. Perhaps the greatest achievement of this battle will be the destruction of the Northern Yuan dynasty. But the major tribes under the Northern Yuan dynasty will still exist. In this way, the threat from the northern border of the Ming dynasty will continue. Since Daniel asked the question, Arlen spoke frankly about his judgment of the situation. He believed that with Daniel's wisdom, he would be able to understand the deep meaning of it. Daniel heard Arlen's words. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Arlen could see the situation so clearly. This time, many generals in the northern expedition were thinking about completely destroying the Northern Yuan dynasty and making the northern border of the Ming dynasty free from threats forever. However, this is actually a short-sighted idea. General Pericles, you are truly a brave general who can defeat 10,000 men. A wise general who can see through the situation. Daniel's eyes were filled with admiration. There are not many people who can see through the key to this. In this battle, our Ming dynasty may be able to overthrow the Northern Yuan dynasty, but we cannot completely eradicate the hidden dangers of the Northern Yuan dynasty. It's nothing more than causing the Northern Yuan dynasty to fall apart and forcing its tribes to govern themselves. Ever since the Northern Yuan dynasty was driven out of the central plains of China, the Northern Yuan dynasty's control over its tribes has been declining. Now that we have defeated the Northern Yuan dynasty, this will be the fatal blow that Emperor Father has dealt to the Northern Yuan dynasty. Hear this? The current emperor was able to rise from humble beginnings to create this vast empire and rebuild China. His vision is undoubtedly far-sighted. Arlen's eyes were filled with respect. Your Majesty must have long been aware of the chaos within the Northern Yuan dynasty, so he first recovered Liaodong and then launched an expedition to the northern border. Its purpose is to ensure long-term peace and prosperity in the northern border of the Ming dynasty. After this battle, putting aside other matters, at least the northern frontier will be safe and secure for the next few years. Arlen said with a smile and certainty, the future peace of the northern border will depend on our Beiping army and the Angus Ning border army under General Arlen. Daniel looked at Arlen with a smile with some temptation. Shouldering such an important responsibility, I should do my best. Arlen smiled at this time. Daniel suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with meaning, and asked, I wonder what General Pericles thinks of my eldest brother. When asked this question, Daniel's eyes instantly became cautious, and he stared at Arlen closely, as if waiting for an answer. Daniel, is he testing my loyalty to Zachary? Arlen thought to himself. However, outwardly, Arlen still displayed great respect, and said solemnly, the Crown Prince is the heir apparent to the throne, and has been carefully nurtured by the Emperor for many years. With the Crown Prince at the helm of the country in the future, the Ming dynasty will surely prosper even more. It seems that General Pericles also has great respect for my elder brother. Daniel said with a smile. The smile's deep meaning was hard to grasp. The Crown Prince has been extremely kind to me. The reason I was able to receive the title of champion was also bestowed by the Crown Prince. Arlen showed a grateful expression. After this northern expedition, if I am fortunate enough to have an audience with the Emperor in Yingshan, it would be a great blessing for me. Arlen responded with a smile, and his words were flawless, showing the loyalty and duty of a subject. No matter how carefully Daniel thought about it, he could not find any fault. Hear the words. Daniel didn't say anything more. If the northern expedition is successful this time, General Pericles will definitely be able to enter Yingshan to meet the Emperor as he wishes. Daniel said with a smile. Then, I'll take advantage of the Daniel's good words. Arlen responded politely. After the two of them had a conversation, they were extremely cautious in their words and did not reveal any flaws. After Arlen left, Daniel's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness and a little worry. Brother, Arlen, Daniel murmured in a low voice with an indescribable complexity in his eyes, as if he had many entanglements and thoughts in his heart. After Arlen left the general's palace, he thought to himself, Daniel, he's obviously testing me. Does he think I'm a threat to him? But Arlen did not take this matter to heart. Daniel, if you have ambitions, that's your business. Now I still rely on the great tree of the Ming dynasty. As long as you and I are at peace, that's all that matters. If you dare to make any small moves, don't blame me for being rude. Arlen thought coldly in his heart. Arlen was a reborn being. It was impossible for him to serve others without reservation. Furthermore, he now possessed immense strength and a long lifespan. In the future, Arlen firmly believed he would be able to establish his own kingdom. Arlen was aware of Daniel's intentions, but he simply didn't bother to pay attention. If Daniel wanted to rebel, then let him do so, as long as he didn't provoke him. Garrison Wildmoor City, the Ming army camp. Inside the main camp of the Central Army. What did you say? Rufus suddenly stood up from his seat, his face filled with disbelief. Arlen has already led the Daning border troops to capture Garrison Wildmoor City, and half of the Yuan army in the city was annihilated, and the commander Egan was even killed by Arlen. His voice trembled slightly due to extreme shock and excitement. Not only Rufus, but many generals in the tent had the same expression. They looked at each other, their faces full of shock and confusion, as if they had heard something like a fairy tale. How on earth did he do it? Tristan couldn't help but stand up, frowning, and asked loudly, Is it still the same as when he was in Liaodong, leading the cavalry and forcibly breaking into the city? General, the soldier inside the tent replied respectfully, I don't know the specific situation, but news has come in that Garrison Wildmoor City has indeed been breached, and it was indeed General Arlen who led the vanguard and was the first to break through. After receiving this affirmative answer, Rufus's expression became extremely complicated, with a solemn look covering his face. He slowly sat back in his seat. You can leave now. Rufus waved his hand at the soldiers in the tent with a low voice. After the soldiers retreated, Uncle, Tristan looked anxious as he paced back and forth in the tent. Is this Arlen really a natural-born warrior skilled at breaking through cities? The cities built by the northern Yuan dynasty along this border are all high and thickly walled. We've been attacking them all day and still haven't been able to take them. The gates are as solid as a rock, and there's no way we can break them down. How did Arlen do it? Normally, it would take at least half a month to conquer it. As Tristan spoke, he kept shaking his head, his face full of worry. The success of this northern expedition is crucial to the future status of our Huexi group in the imperial court. Rufus clenched his fists, his expression solemn. If Arlen steals all the credit again, the future of our Huexi group will be completely suppressed by him. Although he brought up the status of the entire Huexi group, in fact, Rufus was most concerned about his own interests. This northern expedition is directly related to whether he can be promoted to Duke. So what should we do now? Tristan stopped and looked at Rufus, asking helplessly, Garrison Wildmoor City has been captured by Arlen. He has taken the credit for the northern expedition, and even Frederick has taken a big part of it. This is not good news for us. In the first battle, we were severely suppressed. It seems, a look of determination flashed across Rufus's face. We can no longer launch tentative attacks. Starting tomorrow, our army will launch an all-out attack, mobilize all the artillery and all the musketeers. We must use all our strength to break the city at all costs. Since we're already behind, we must make every effort to catch up. Tomorrow I will personally supervise the battle, Rufus said in a deep voice full of a sense of urgency. This really was due to Arlen forcing him into a corner. Okay, Tristan nodded immediately. The military camp where Arlen was located was also the headquarters of the Second Army. General, Frederick held the battle report in both hands, bowed slightly, and handed it to Samson respectfully, saying, This is the battle report written by me. Please review it, General. Samson took the battle report, opened it slowly, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. Single-handedly broke through the city gate and killed over 1,000 enemies. Including Garrison Wildmoor City's commander, Egan, more than a dozen Yuan generals were killed by Arlen. Samson looked at the battle report with an extremely shocked expression, his eyes full of disbelief. General Amos. Samson raised his head and looked at Frederick doubtfully. Are you sure the content of this battle report is true? The content of this battle report sounds too exaggerated. Reporting to the general, Frederick said with a firm expression, It is absolutely true. This is a careful calculation directly obtained by this general through the Carter. Moreover, General Arlen was the first to charge into the city, leading the troops and charging bravely all the way. The number of Yuan soldiers who died at his hands was definitely far more than 1,000. Although this does sound a bit out of the ordinary, it is the truth. At first, Frederick himself felt that this number was too outrageous and simply unbelievable. But after detailed statistics, he could only marvel at Arlen's bravery and brilliant military achievements. Since this is true, Sampson closed the battle report, his expression serious, and said immediately, "Then submit it to the Emperor. The Emperor has been planning the northern expedition for a long time. Now that we have achieved such success in the first battle, the Emperor should be informed." "General." Frederick bowed slightly, a delighted smile on his face, and said respectfully, "In order to more quickly present this inspiring battle report to His Majesty, I have a suggestion. Why don't we send a pigeon to deliver the good news of the city's capture? As for the detailed military report, it will be submitted as an urgent report. Without a doubt, this is the fastest way." Hearing this, Sampson raised his head slightly, looked at Frederick with a hint of teasing and insight, and said with a smile, "You kid, you are quite clever. You are eager to let the Emperor know the results of your great victory in the northern expedition as soon as possible." Sampson said this with a hint of smile on his face. Ha ha. When Frederick heard what Sampson said, he couldn't help laughing any longer and laughed heartily, but he felt a little embarrassed. "Okay." Sampson waved his hand. "In that case, then let's do as you say." He sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "Send a pigeon to report the news of our victory to the Emperor so that he can be informed of our victory immediately. As for the detailed military report, it must be rigorous and thorough, and then submitted as an urgent report. There must be no mistakes. I obey your command." Frederick's expression immediately became serious when he heard it. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Sampson. After obtaining Sampson's permission, Frederick withdrew. As he walked, he thought excitedly in his heart, Arlen, you have made such a great contribution this time. You have really helped me a lot. I must repay you well. I can't write too much in this pigeon letter, but I will definitely include a lot of praise for you. It will be much more prominent than the commendation in the detailed military report." Thinking of this, Frederick couldn't help but grin again. Thinking to himself, we can be said to have accomplished something great for each other. Thinking of this, Frederick felt full of energy. Even his steps became particularly brisk, and he couldn't stop smiling, as if he had already seen the glorious scene of himself and Arlen being rewarded by the Emperor after returning to Yingshan. In Yingshan Prefecture, inside the Imperial Palace, the Hall of Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall is solemn and majestic. Since the clarion call for the northern expedition was sounded, court meetings, which used to be held every 3 days, are now held almost every day. After all, there is a war going on, and everything is complicated and confusing. Moreover, the war was a huge drain on the national treasury and the internal finances of the Ming Empire. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the northern expedition and keep everything stable and orderly, Evander set an example by being extremely cautious in his court discussions. "Your Majesty," Lester said, stepping out of the train. His voice was clear and confident. "General Shadowvale, Arlen, Rufus, and Frederick have all arrived in the northern border a few days ago. I guess they have already launched an offensive against the northern Yuan dynasty at this moment. For this battle, the Ming dynasty has made sufficient preparations. We have ample reserves of food, supplies, artillery, and ammunition. We will surely destroy the northern Yuan dynasty in one fell swoop." As he spoke, Lester raised his head and secretly watched Evander's expression out of the corner of his eye. On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly. Sitting on the dragon throne, Evander's face was solemn, and he said in a steady tone, "We must handle this with caution and not be careless in the slightest." Starting from humble beginnings, Evander treated everything with caution. This war concerned the foundation of the Ming dynasty, so he naturally showed caution and concern about the situation on the battlefield. Even though the Ming dynasty was fully prepared, the real victory would be decided on the battlefield. Things change rapidly and cannot be determined by common sense. "Your Majesty, please rest assured." Lester immediately straightened up, his expression serious, and his tone firm. "The Ministry of War is always paying attention to the situation in the northern border. If there is any sign of trouble, I will report it immediately." After saying that, Lester clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Evander. Evander nodded slightly, a look of relief on his face. Then he turned his gaze to a minister and said, "Elderwood Brooks." The voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. "The minister is here." When the Minister of Works Lucius Elderwood heard the call, he hurriedly stood out from the queue, took a few steps forward, bowed with an extremely respectful attitude. "Your Majesty, now that war has broken out, the Ministry of Works dares not slack off. At this moment, the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works are working day and night to produce artillery shells. However, compared to the solid shells of the past, the Ministry of Industry has now adopted a new technology, adding iron spikes to the shells. The production process of iron spikes and other killing tools is more complicated, so the production speed is slower than that of solid shells." Lucius raised his head slightly as he spoke, observing Evander's expression. Seeing that the Emperor showed no displeasure, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "But please rest assured, Your Majesty, all the staff of the Ministry of Works will go all out and will not dare to delay the needs of the war. As soon as a batch of artillery shells are produced, the Ministry of Industry will immediately hand them over to the Ministry of War for rapid transport to the northern border battlefield." Lucius spoke sincerely, his tone full of determination. Evander listened to Lucius's statement and nodded with satisfaction. A smile appeared on his face. He then said, "Elderwood Brooks, you have made an indelible contribution to the increase in the power of the artillery shells. Once we get feedback from the battlefield, and it proves that this new shell can indeed kill more enemies, I will definitely reward you greatly." Upon hearing this, Lucius's face immediately showed surprise and gratitude, and he immediately bowed again. "I thank the Emperor for his great grace." There was excitement in his voice. "Father," Zachary said with a smile, taking a step forward and speaking gently, "for this northern expedition, all the ministers have fulfilled their duties conscientiously. In this northern expedition, our Ming army is highly motivated and well prepared, and will surely achieve great success. Once the northern Yuan dynasty is destroyed, the borders of the Ming dynasty will usher in lasting peace." While speaking, Zachary also revealed his confidence in the victory of the northern expedition. "The prince is right." Evander looked at Zachary, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he nodded in agreement. No matter what Zachary said, it was naturally right. At this moment, "Report!" A loud shout came from outside the hall. The voice was urgent and loud. Immediately afterwards, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Amos, dressed in a Feiyu suit, walked into the hall in a hurry. The flying fish suit is particularly eye-catching in this magnificent hall. Seeing his figure, many ministers in the court couldn't help but feel nervous. For the court ministers, and even the military generals, in Huexi, there may be many contradictions and incompatibility among them. But they have only one thing in common, that is, they are full of fear and dread of the Jinyue who are directly ordered by the current Emperor Evander. As for the Jinyue leader Amos, they hated him with gnashing teeth. However, Amos was like the sharpest knife in Evander's hand, with the power to execute first and report later. Although the ministers were full of resentment, no one dared to offend him easily. However, there were often people in the court who openly or secretly submitted memorials requesting the abolition of the Jinyue, but Evander suppressed these memorials without hesitation and ignored them completely. In Evander's view, without the supervision of the embroidered uniform guard, officials all over the world would not know what reverence is. What is Amos doing here? Could it be that they have caught someone else's handle again? Amos, the executioner. Looking at Amos's figure, many court officials showed disgust and hatred in their eyes without any concealment. However, Amos came this time not because he had found any evidence against the court ministers, but because he received a letter via carrier pigeon from the northern border. In this era, although carrier pigeons have been used to send messages, they are not very reliable for transmitting information over long distances, so carrier pigeons are generally only used as a backup method. Truly urgent matters should be reported through urgent reports. Within the imperial city, the Jinyue were directly responsible for receiving messages from carrier pigeons from various prefectures. "What's the matter?" Evander looked at Amos, who rushed into the hall with a calm expression and asked in a steady tone. After Amos entered the palace, he immediately bowed and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the northern border via carrier pigeon." At this point, he raised his head slightly, his expression filled with excitement, and his voice became a little louder. "Good news. If it were any other matter, such as investigating corrupt officials in various prefectures, Amos would never be so reckless as to go directly into the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall to meet the emperor. After all, this is a critical period for the Ming dynasty's northern expedition, and it is a time when all ministers need to unite. This kind of thing cannot be done casually. But since it was good news, Amos would naturally not miss this great opportunity. He would come to report such exciting news immediately. Victory news. Evander was slightly startled, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He stared at Amos and asked, "Are you sure it's victory news from northern Xinjiang?" Not only Evander was shocked, but Zachary and all the civil and military officials in the court also showed expressions of disbelief. The Northern Expedition Army had only been underway for a few days. Even if the Yuan court was so vulnerable, it was impossible for the victory news to come so soon, right? "I dare not deceive the emperor." Amos straightened his back, his face serious, and said firmly, "This report was written by General Frederick, the deputy commander of the 2nd Northern Expedition Army. It is absolutely true and well-deserved victory news." As he spoke, Amos's eyes sparkled with excitement. Present it quickly. Evander suddenly became interested and showed a curious look. He immediately waved and said, "We want to see what kind of victory report it is." Seeing this, Gawain, who was standing by, quickly walked into the hall and swiftly took the victory report from Amos. He then quickly ran to Evander, raised his hands high, and presented the victory report. Evander immediately reached out to take it, his eyes quickly scanning the content of the victory report. As he watched, the look of surprise on his weathered old face became more and more intense. After scanning the victory report, Evander read it over and over again, as if carefully confirming its authenticity. But after seeing the victory report in which Frederick guaranteed the victory with his life, Evander finally chose to believe it. "Isn't this battle report too shocking?" Evander thought to himself. "Even in all our battles, we've never had such brilliant results, have we? In the past, Malachi Farrell defended Hondu City and killed countless enemies, but he never achieved such an astonishing number of kills. Killed over 1,000 enemies, and killed dozens of Yuan generals. People in the northern border say Pericles Yingru is as brave as the overlord of Western Harding, but now it seems that the overlord of Western Harding is far inferior to him, right?" Thinking of this, Evander's heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. "Father." Zachary looked at Evander, his eyes full of confusion. Couldn't help but ask, "Is this the victory report from Frederick? The attack on the northern Yuan dynasty has just begun. How could there be victory news so soon?" Especially looking at the complicated expression on Evander's face, Zachary was vaguely worried that Frederick would lie about military intelligence. After all, it was Frederick's first time to go to the battlefield, and Zachary always valued this cousin very much. After all, this is the legitimate son of Zachary's cousin. He's also his cousin. "Zachariah," Evander raised his head, his eyes full of meaning as he spoke slowly, "don't you know Pericles Yingzhai's bravery?" Upon hearing this, Zachary was surprised and couldn't help but blurt out, "Could it really be a victory report, or was it Arlen's doing?" For a moment, Arlen's name was heard again in the court, and it was a year later. After all, there has been no war in the Ming dynasty for more than a year. Yunqi. Evander did not hesitate any longer and directly handed over the victory report in his hand. But after seeing Gawain take it, Evander seemed to suddenly think of something and added, "Be brief and just read out the results of the battle." Obviously, Evander saw that Frederick added a lot of embellishments to the victory report. Most of them were praises for Arlen's bravery, and there were endless praises. "I obey your order," Gawain replied respectfully. He then walked to the side of the stairs, cleared his throat, and read aloud, "Your Highness, I, Frederick, submit this memorial to the Emperor. Your Highness the Daniel and I, following the Emperor's orders, are leading a northern expedition against the northern Yuan dynasty to eradicate the scourge in the northern borders for our Ming dynasty. Now our army is approaching the so-called garrison Wildmoor city of the northern Yuan dynasty. General Arlen, the commander of the Daning army, will lead the troops as the vanguard to attack this city." After a day of fierce fighting, General Arlen successfully broke through garrison Wildmoor city and led his troops into the city, killing over 1,000 enemies and over 15 generals. He also killed the Yuan general, Egan, and successfully captured garrison Wildmoor city. On the first day of the northern expedition, we captured the Bayun stronghold and won the first victory. General Arlen's bravery is unmatched in the world. I, your humble servant, deeply respect you. I am sending this letter by carrier pigeon to report this good news to the Emperor. I and all the soldiers of the northern expedition will surely defeat the northern Yuan dynasty and restore peace to the northern borders of the Ming dynasty. Gawain's voice echoed in the court. Although it was not loud, it was extremely clear. Every word seemed to strike heavily on the hearts of the ministers. After the battle report was read out, the officials in the court looked at each other with surprise in their eyes when they heard the results achieved by Arlen. Kill 1,000 enemies. Are you kidding me? Even if his knife was bent, it's impossible for him to kill so many people, right? That number seems exaggerated. Frederick is new to the battlefield. Could he be lying about military intelligence? He killed 1,000 enemies and almost all the generals of the northern Yuan border town. How is this possible? I also think this number of kills is absolutely false. However, there shouldn't be any reason. Duke Winslow is new to the battlefield and doesn't have any previous friendship with Arlen. Moreover, this battle report is directly before the Emperor, so he shouldn't dare to lie. Could it be that Arlen really killed so many Yuan soldiers? At this moment, the ministers in the court could not help but talk about it, just like when Arlen's name first appeared in the court. On that occasion, Arlen killed 100 enemies and was hailed as the brave warrior of Daning. When his reputation spread to the court, many people found it hard to believe. This time, the number of enemies killed was even greater, exceeding 1,000. This was simply like a fairy tale. Even the king of Western Harding, who was once invincible on the battlefield, couldn't have done this, right, father? Zachary looked at Evander again with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is this number really true? Killing thousands of enemies, this is too unbelievable." Zachary, who had always valued Arlen, could not help but doubt the authenticity of the military report. This military report was drafted temporarily by Frederick, but the contents have already been approved by the governor. Evander looked calm and said slowly, "This military report is true." And Frederick said that the actual military report contains more figures than those reported this time. After saying this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Upon hearing this, even Zachary's expression was extremely complicated. Obviously, the content of this military newspaper was beyond his expectations and shocked him. Kill 1,000 enemies. This is beyond human capability. Arlen, how did you do it? Zachary couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. I congratulate the Emperor. On the first day of our great Ming's northern expedition, we conquered the northern Yuan border town. This is the joy of our great Ming. Lester immediately stood up and congratulated loudly. I second the proposal. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The northern Yuan dynasty spent a lot of effort and money to build this border town, only to resist the attack of our Ming army. This time, it was conquered by our Ming dynasty. It's the joy of the Ming dynasty and the Emperor. With Lester's introduction, all the civil and military officials in the court came to their senses. Everyone had different expressions. Some were amazed, some were moved, and then they all bowed in unison to congratulate Evander. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall was warm, and the ministers' congratulations were heard one after another. In any case, although Arlen's achievements in killing the enemy were shocking and unbelievable, the fact that he captured the city in the first battle of the northern expedition is indisputable. As a general, Frederick would never lie to the Emperor about such a significant victory. After all, deceiving the Emperor is a serious crime in the laws of the Ming dynasty. Even if Frederick had great courage, he would never dare to commit fraud in such a major matter that concerns the country's war, the morale of the army and the people, even if he is a relative of the current Emperor. As the topic was brought back on track, Zachary came back to his senses from the depths of his thoughts. He bowed slightly, his expression solemn, and said in a clear voice, "Father, the first battle of the northern expedition has been victorious. This is a great joy for our great Ming." After a brief pause, Zachary looked at Evander with a determined gaze and continued, "I believe that since Arlen has made such a great contribution in the first battle, he should be rewarded. This will inspire the entire army and let them know the merits of our Ming dynasty's reward." Zachary spoke earnestly, and after that, he bowed to Evander again with an extremely sincere attitude. Hear the words, a gentle smile appeared on Evander's face. He nodded slightly and said, "What Zachary said makes sense." Then his tone changed, his expression becoming more thoughtful. "However, the war has only just begun. All rewards will have to wait until the northern expedition is completely concluded. Haven't you always wanted to summon Arlen to Yingshan for an audience? After the northern expedition is over, I will issue an order for Arlen and his family to come to the capital to meet the Emperor." At this point, Evander's eyes flashed with affirmation. Of course, he has made great contributions this time. He must be rewarded and praised. We should draft an imperial edict to praise him and record this military achievement in detail. When the northern expedition is over, we can reward him together based on his merits. Obviously, Evander had his own profound considerations regarding the matter of rewards. Today, Arlen is no longer the unknown soldier who fought and won meritorious service in the Liaodong battlefield. Instead, he is the commander of Arlen in the Ming dynasty who holds military power. His status is already quite high. In the past, in order to boost morale and inspire the fighting spirit of the soldiers, the commander could give rewards on the battlefield to motivate the entire army. But now, Arlen has already held the high position of commander. If he is rewarded generously in the first battle, then if he makes great military achievements in the future, he will really face the embarrassing situation of not being able to receive any more rewards. For an emperor, if he really reaches the point where he can no longer be given more titles, it is definitely not a good thing. Instead, it may lead to a series of unpredictable problems. Father Arlen has already married and has a child. According to the emperor's wishes, Arlen's wife cannot be directly rewarded for her contribution to the northern expedition. Perhaps she can be granted an imperial edict. When Liaodong was pacified, I had this intention in mind, but I was busy with other things and forgot about it. This time Pericles should make another great achievement. It is as it should be. Zachary said with a smile neither humble nor arrogant. Ha ha. Evander laughed heartily, and his laughter echoed in the hall of Chinese letter / heaven-serving hall, full of kindness and infinite trust in Zachary. Subsequently, Evander said, Zachariah really thinks highly of Arlen. Then, he changed his tone and said without any hesitation, okay. Since you've asked, I'll definitely grant you this imperial decree. Evander glanced around and shouted, draft an imperial decree. Arlen, expand the country's territory and destroy the powerful enemy in the northern border. The merit of breaking the city in the first battle of the northern expedition will be recorded for now. When the northern expedition is over, we will reward you all together. Arlen's wife was granted the title of imperial consort title, enjoying a 5th-rank salary and the privilege of not kneeling when meeting the emperor. Next to the hall of Chinese letter / heaven-serving hall, the official in charge of drafting the imperial edict immediately wrote it down with full concentration. He quickly picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote furiously on the paper, recording Evander's order word for word. He would wait until the court meeting was over before presenting it to the emperor, affixing the imperial seal on it, and sending it to the northern border. Zachariah, is this okay? Evander smiled and looked at Zachary with loving eyes. Isn't the 5th-rank imperial edict a bit low? Zachary thought for a moment and offered his opinion with a smile. After all, this is the first time I've been conferred an imperial title, so that's enough. If Arlen makes further contributions to the country, we will not only promote him, but also continue to confer a higher title on his wife. Evander immediately responded with a smile, his eyes revealing his expectation for Arlen's future achievements. Your Majesty is wise. Zachary immediately bowed and expressed his approval of Evander's decision. Evander was very pleased that Zachary valued Arlen so much that he personally asked for the title. In this way, all the civil and military officials in the court knew that Arlen was someone Zachary valued. Over time, Arlen will definitely be grateful to Zachary and will swear to serve Zachary until his death in the future. The emperor treats his subjects with kindness and grace. And this is the subtlety of the art. Evander could bestow rewards, but the favor had to be reaped by Zachary. In other words, this was a tacit double act between father and son, which not only demonstrated the royal grace, but also consolidated Zachary's prestige. The first battle of the northern expedition has broken the city. This is indeed worth celebrating. Evander's expression straightened up, and he looked at Lester and said in a calm tone, Mr. Farnsworth, keep a close eye on the war in the northern border. Any news related to the northern frontier must be reported to the Crown Prince immediately. This northern expedition was also personally planned and commanded by the Crown Prince. Obviously, Evander intended to give the credit for Liaodong to Zachary, so that Zachary would be recorded in great detail in history. In this northern expedition, Evander undoubtedly wanted to give the credit to Zachary in order to establish Zachary's prestige and provide additional support for Zachary's smooth succession to the throne in the future. The court meeting proceeded in an orderly manner, time passed quietly, and after an hour the court meeting ended. In the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall, only Zachary and his son were left. Zachariah, what do you think? Evander picked up the report sent by Frederick again, with a meaningful smile on his face. Asked softly. When Arlen first appeared in the court, he was already a warrior of the time if he killed 100 enemies. Now he has broken through garrison Wildmoor City and killed more than 1,000 enemies by himself. Zachary's expression was serious, his eyes revealing an unusual solemnity. Then, he has already surpassed the power of ordinary people. Talking. Zachary's expression also changed slightly, as if he was still amazed by Arlen's bravery. My son is somewhat relieved now. Fortunately, he is a general of the Ming dynasty, not the northern Yuan dynasty, and certainly not a foreign race. Otherwise, our Ming dynasty will really encounter a strong enemy. Zachary said seriously again. Upon hearing this, Evander nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, You are right. Fortunately, this Arlen is from the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, he would be a formidable enemy. After saying this, Evander seemed to have thought of something important. He slowly raised his head, stared at Zachary, and said earnestly, Zachariah, I must remind you of something about Arlen. You must keep it in mind. Dad, go ahead. Zachary's expression instantly became serious. He listened attentively, realizing that his father had something extremely important to tell him. This man so brave and powerful that using him to fight against the enemy is truly a blessing for the Ming dynasty. But this is also a good thing that it's under control. As for Arlen, neither my father nor I have ever met him. We only know of his extraordinary abilities from reports, and we don't know his true nature. If you can subdue Arlen in the future, that would be great. If he is truly loyal to you, then you can use him. Speaking of which. Vander's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his tone turned icy. But, if we can't truly gain his loyalty, if we can't truly suppress and control him, then this man must be killed. Such a brave and powerful man is too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Zachary's face changed instantly, and a chill surged in his heart. However, feeling Evander's extremely serious expression, Zachary knew very well that what his father said was by no means alarmist. Based on the content described in Frederick's battle report, one can fully imagine how brave and powerful Arlen is. Kill 1,000 enemies. This is simply unimaginable. Is it possible for human beings to do this? You have to know that it was a fortified city heavily guarded by the northern Yuan army. The soldiers and generals in the city were strong, and the defense was extremely tight. If Arlen is out of control one day, the situation will be unimaginable, and the consequences will be immeasurable. I'll remember what you said, Dad. Zachary took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner turmoil. Although I've never met Arlen, I'm confident that I can make him serve the Ming dynasty loyally. What Dad thinks will never happen. Zachary raised his head, looked at Evander firmly, and replied very solemnly, with confidence in himself in his eyes. Seeing this, Evander smiled slightly, his eyes filled with relief. He nodded and said, I also believe that you can subdue Arlen. What I just said is to prepare you mentally. In the final analysis, judging from Arlen's performance, he leads by example and is quite friendly. As long as you treat him well, he will definitely be a sharp sword in your hands. Furthermore, after this battle, his family can be brought to Yingshan. When a general leads troops outside, it is best to have checks and balances. Before, Arlen was alone and difficult to control, but now he has a family and children, which is naturally a good thing for you. To control subordinates and maintain checks and balances, you naturally have to target the weak spots of your ministers. Only by instilling fear, respect, and desire in them can you truly control them. Vander smiled and taught Zachary earnestly the ways of being an emperor. For Evander, Zachary was the greatest masterpiece of his life. He regarded Zachary as his hope to achieve the same great achievements as Emperor Malachi of the Cornelius dynasty. Father, I will learn from your words. Zachary replied respectfully, with a humble and serious attitude. All right. Evander patted Zachary on the shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, There's no need to be so restrained between you and me, father and son. Today, you were in the court to ask for merit for Arlen and an imperial decree for Arlen's wife. This was correct. For people who value friendship like this, showing kindness is the way to win them over. You can handle the matter of this imperial edict and other rewards on your own. We won't interfere. Evander smiled again, his eyes full of trust and support for Zachary. I understand, son. Zachary nodded with a smile, understanding his father's deep meaning. Northern frontier, outside garrison Wildmoor City. As soon as the daybreak broke and the morning light was dim, all the logistics troops were dispatched. They were busy shuttling in and out of the city, cleaning up the battlefield in a tense and orderly manner. Outside the city, the scene was in a mess, with corpses lying all over the ground. The logistics soldiers worked in groups of 2, laboriously carrying the corpses onto the carriages. Some people held ropes in their hands and carefully tied up the bodies to prevent them from falling during the transportation process, while others were directing from the side to ensure the cleaning was carried out. Inside the city, there was also a busy scene. Corpses were pulled out from time to time by carriages, but the armor on the corpses had been removed. This is naturally the rule for cleaning the battlefield. Even if the armor is broken, it can be resmelted and recast. On the battlefield where supplies are relatively scarce, every usable item is particularly precious. Meet General Pericles. When Arlen walked towards the city gate under the protection of his personal guards, the surrounding logistics troops and the Angus Ning border troops guarding the city gate instantly had fanaticism and awe in their eyes. They saluted in unison, their voices loud and uniform. No need to be so polite. Arlen nodded with a smile, and there was a hint of gentleness in his smile. After reaching the city gate, Arlen finally had time to carefully examine the damage he had caused to the city gate. The city gate was already broken into pieces. On the city wall where the gate was originally embedded, cracks appeared like hideous scars, which was shocking to the eye. These cracks vary in width, and in some places you can even put a hand in. It seems I need to be more restrained in the future, Arlen said in his heart. If the city gates and city gates in front of us are not repaired in the future, the cracks will inevitably continue to spread and may eventually lead to the collapse of the city gates. Break the plaque on the city gate. Arlen raised his head and looked at the 3 words, Garrison Wildmoor City, hanging on the city gate. His brows frowned slightly, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and he gave the order directly. In order to humiliate the Ming dynasty, the Northern Yuan dynasty built cities on the border, most of whose names were directed at the Chinese ethnic group. To suppress Cornelius, to suppress Farnsworth, to suppress Wildmoor in the eyes of the Northern Yuan dynasty, perhaps they still wanted to enslave China forever as they did before. This highly insulting behavior filled Arlen with anger. Yes, Marvin immediately accepted the order. There were many ladders at the city gate, and the guards acted quickly, working in groups of several to carry the ladders directly. With deft movements, they quickly positioned the ladder against the city gate and climbed up. After reaching the plaque, they worked together to lift it from the gate. It arced through the air before falling heavily to the ground, shattering instantly. Looking at the broken plaque of Garrison Wildmoor City, Arlen nodded. He strode forward, stepped directly on the broken plaque, and walked towards the city. Inside the city, the logistics troops were busy coming and going, dealing with the corpses. Although the bodies were being gradually moved, blood still seeped out from all over the city, gathering into pools of dark red blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood which was nauseating. Arlen glanced at him calmly and quickened his pace. When they arrived at the gate of the general's residence, Damon Cornell had been waiting there for a long time, his eyes looking into the distance. When he saw Arlen coming, he immediately clasped his fists and greeted him, saying loudly, General Pericles. What's the important matter that the general summoned you for? Arlen asked directly. Originally, Arlen was resting in the military camp, but Sampson suddenly sent someone to wake him up and summon him urgently. The next step should be to mobilize troops. Damon Cornell replied with a smile, a hint of speculation on his face. Let's go. Arlen nodded and immediately walked into the general's mansion. Damon Cornell followed Arlen closely, step by step, and even deliberately lagged behind Arlen half a step while walking. Obviously, Damon Cornell's actions also show his conviction in Arlen. Although they were both commanders, Damon Cornell knew that he was not as brave and strategic as Arlen, and in this battle, he also obeyed Arlen's command. In the main hall, Sampson sat upright in the main seat, looking dignified and imposing without even getting angry. Daniel and Frederick sat on the left and right sides, respectively. When Arlen came in, he immediately bowed to Sampson and said loudly, I pay my respects to the great general. General Pericles, have you had a good rest? Sampson asked gently with a concerned smile on his face. Thank you for your concern, General. I have had a good rest now, Arlen replied with a smile. General Pericles led his troops to capture the city in one day yesterday and killed countless enemies. It really surprised me. Sampson stared at Arlen and praised loudly. "This is my duty," Arlen replied calmly and steadily. Arlen was naturally used to this kind of thing. "The results of this battle are out. General Pericles, do you know how many UN troops our army annihilated in this battle?" Samson smiled and asked tentatively, "In this battle, according to my estimation, there are no less than 40,000 UN troops fighting against our army. They should be half of the troops guarding this city." Arlen frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and slowly replied. Upon hearing this, Samson's eyes flashed with admiration, and he immediately smiled and said, "General Pericles is indeed worthy of being my great general, both wise and brave. I didn't expect that he could even estimate the troops' strength so clearly." Yes, according to statistics, there were originally more than 80,000 UN troops stationed in the city, including 50,000 young and strong men. But after the outer city was breached by General Pericles, the Keegan of the UN Emperor, who had been stationed there, led most of the troops to evacuate. In this battle, according to statistics from the logistics troops, nearly 30,000 enemies were killed and over 20,000 captured, including young and strong men, who were the cannon fodder of the UN army. Samson spoke slowly, describing the results of the battle in detail. "This will make future battles more difficult. Although we captured the city this time, many UN soldiers also escaped," Arlen said with a serious expression. "With such a result in the first battle, Yuan Ting is nothing to worry about. However, General Pericles, you killed enemies all day yesterday. Do you know how many Yuan soldiers you killed?" Samson narrowed his eyes slightly and asked tentatively. "Of course I can't remember this number," Arlen replied calmly. However, deep down in his heart, Arlen knew clearly that more than 2,000 Yuan soldiers died at his hands in the day's battle yesterday. Not only did it bring him 80 years of lifespan, but it also allowed all his attributes to successfully break through to 6,000. According to statistics from the logistics troops and the pacification forces, General Pericles has killed over 1,500 enemies. "General Pericles, are you a human being?" Samson widened his eyes, staring at Arlen with an indescribable shock, as if he could not calm the waves in his heart. After seeing the battle results jointly counted by the Carter and the logistics troops, Samson almost popped his eyes out. There are more than 1,500 people, and there are only more, no fewer. After all, it can be confirmed that these were killed by Arlen, because the bodies of those dead Yuan soldiers were covered with knife and sword marks that penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and there were also broken arms and debris. Those who died at the hands of Arlen hardly had a good death. When they heard this number, Daniel and Frederick on the side instantly focused their attention on Arlen. "I was born with supernatural powers because of my good parents, so it is easier for me to kill the enemies." Arlen smiled and answered lightly with a bit of nonchalance. After all, he didn't know how to answer. Even though he was on the bloody battlefield of siege and fighting, Arlen was still reserved in showing his strength. If all their strength were revealed, the scene would be too horrifying. In terms of speed alone, he took one step, and ordinary people could hardly catch up with him. It was beyond human power and beyond imagination. After all, Arlen still needs to rely on the big tree of Ming Dynasty to absorb nutrients and grow stronger. Therefore, some edges should be hidden. In this complex situation, accurately obtaining what you need is the key to survival and development. Then General Pericles might be truly gifted. Samson's face was full of emotion, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is indeed the case. Arlen is so brave and courageous that the word gifted is not enough to describe him, and there seems to be no other more appropriate word to describe him. On the side, Daniel stared at Arlen with deep and meaningful eyes. Deep in his eyes, his fear of Arlen grew and had reached an indescribable level. In one day, he killed over 1,500 armored Yuan soldiers and even charged at the front of the team, facing the most fierce attacks of the Yuan army. Daniel pondered in his heart, "If I really want to deal with him, what means must I use to have a chance of killing him?" At this moment, Daniel's heart was filled with shock and fear. In his eyes, Arlen had already transcended the scope of ordinary people. Fear, worry, this is exactly what Daniel felt at the moment. "Ha ha." Frederick laughed out loud and said loudly, "General Pericles is indeed a god." Xiang Blake, the former overlord of Western Harding, was a man of unrivaled bravery, leaving a lasting mark in history. In my opinion, General Arlen will surely be remembered in history for his bravery and will be remembered by future generations. As he spoke, his eyes looking at Arlen were filled with undisguised admiration. Although Frederick was much older than Arlen and had a more respected status, this did not in the least hinder his heartfelt respect for Arlen. After all, he was influenced by his father Amos Wenjang since he was a child. He admired the military and the brave generals in the army. Then I'll take advantage of General Amos's good wishes. Arlen smiled and responded calmly, General Pericles. Samson gathered his thoughts and, coming to his senses, looked at Arlen and said, the results of yesterday's battle have been basically tallied. We can send an urgent report to Yingshan as soon as possible today. In this northern expedition, the first credit will definitely go to you. However, garrison Wildmoor City has been pacified. General Pericles, do you have any ideas for the next step of the march? Although Samson was the general who held military power and was in charge of the overall situation, Arlen shined in the first battle and performed extremely well. It was reasonable for Samson to ask Arlen what he thought, even though he had already formulated a strategy for the advance in his mind. Of course, we must pursue this victory, seize this hard-earned victory, and continue to advance. Arlen offered his advice without hesitation, adding, while the northern Yuan are still struggling to defend the city, we should quickly divide our forces and attack them, catching them off guard. We shouldn't give them a chance to catch their breath or regroup. Daniel. Samson turned to look at Daniel and asked, the Beiping army must be arriving soon, right? Reporting to the general, Daniel immediately came to his senses and replied, tomorrow, the Beiping army will arrive at garrison Cornelia City and lay at the gates. Okay. Samson nodded slightly and said seriously, tomorrow, General Farley Blake will lead his troops to launch an attack. This will definitely tie down some of the Yuan army's strength. The remaining 100,000 troops can take advantage of the situation and continue their advance, heading straight for Dustin Farnsworth City, where the Yuan army hastily retreated after their defeat. After a day of fierce fighting, the Daning border troops are exhausted. Seeing this, Damon Cornell immediately stepped forward and volunteered, I am willing to take command of the provincial guards and take on the important task of attacking this city. Over at Dustin Farnsworth City, the Yuan army gathered a lot of troops when they retreated, and they have troops stationed there. Arlen frowned slightly upon hearing this and began to analyze. With the current strength of the Huzhu guards, it would be extremely difficult to capture this city, almost impossible. What does General Pericles think? Samson asked immediately after hearing this. This city will be attacked by our Daning guards. Arlen's expression remained unchanged as he said, as for the Huzhu guards, they will turn and attack the neighboring city, which has relatively weaker defenses. This time, we can divide our forces into 3 groups and capture the remaining 4 border towns of the northern Yuan dynasty as quickly as possible. In this way, our Ming army will be able to march straight into the heartland of the northern Yuan dynasty without any hindrance. On the battlefield, speed is of the essence. There is no doubt that the Yuan army originally stationed in garrison Wildmoor City was the strongest among the many border cities of the northern Yuan dynasty. The reason why Arlen opposed Damon Cornell's order to attack garrison Cornelia City was, on the one hand, that he took into account the military strength and power of Huzhu Guard, which made it difficult for them to win in this siege. On the other hand, he naturally had his own considerations and wanted to gain more opportunities for Daning Guard to kill enemies and accumulate military merits. Of course, Arlen also has the opportunity to kill enemies and pick up attributes. General, Damon Cornell was unwilling to accept the result and argued, in today's battle, the soldiers of Huzhu Guards performed extremely well. Although they were once surrendered soldiers, after this period of adjustment, they have now sincerely pledged their allegiance to the Ming dynasty. I have full confidence that I can lead them to capture the enemy city. General Cornell, Arlen patiently explained, the integration and coordination of the surrendered soldiers is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Winning a single battle doesn't guarantee complete integration. In yesterday's battle, the soldiers of Huzhu Guard fought bravely, and their performance was truly remarkable. But they haven't experienced the real brutality of a siege. If a well-trained elite army suffers casualties of up to 30%, its morale will likely decline, and it will be routed. For an army composed of surrendered soldiers, the situation is even more severe. Even a mere 10% or 20% casualties could instantly cause their morale to collapse and their will to fight to perish. So, letting the Huzhu Guards fight head-on might be a good idea, but if they were to fight a siege, especially against a defending enemy with greater strength than their own. Not only would they struggle to break through the city, they would likely collapse at the first blow. A Ming army will also suffer the consequences of their northern expedition. Although Arlen had trained the Huizhou Guard army for nearly a year, he was very clear about the temperament and characteristics of the surrendered soldiers. Although he could not be familiar with the specific situation of each person, his insight into human nature made him fully aware of the interests involved. After hearing this analysis, Damon Cornell, who had originally been resolute, couldn't help but hesitate. He raised his head, a hint of worry in his eyes, and looked at Arlen and said, "But after yesterday's battle, the Daning border troops suffered no less than 5,000 casualties, and they are also exhausted from the battle. If we launch a siege right after that, will the soldiers' physical strength and morale still be able to hold up? Don't worry." Arlen smiled slightly, revealing a hint of confidence, and comforted. "The Daning border army will definitely be able to break the city." Hearing this, Samson looked at Frederick and asked, "General Amos, what are your thoughts on the deployment and arrangement of troops for this offensive?" Frederick said without hesitation, "I think General Pericles' proposal is very appropriate. We will follow General Pericles' advice. After all, General Pericles has fought countless battles in Liaodong, most of which involved sieges, and has accumulated a wealth of experience in offensive warfare. I believe General Pericles must have a comprehensive response plan in mind." Upon hearing Frederick's statement, Samson made a decisive decision. "Then, let's do as General Pericles says. The Second Army will split into 3 groups and attack 3 cities respectively. However, the number of Yuan troops stationed in Farnsworth City is quite large. To prevent any accidents and to be on the safe side, we still need to dispatch 20,000 troops from Huizhou Guard to join the Daning border army to strengthen the siege force." Damon Cornell thought about this proposal for a moment and nodded in agreement. "General, what you said is absolutely right." After the military meeting was concluded, everyone took quick action. According to the established plan, they divided into 3 groups and headed towards their respective targets. Arlen also got the order as he wished and attacked Garrison Cornelius City, where the Yuan army had the largest Arlen. Inside Daniel's tent, Daniel returned to the tent with a solemn expression on his face. He muttered to himself to Doran, "In yesterday's battle, he actually killed over 1,500 enemies and beheaded more than a dozen enemy generals. Is such terrifying combat power really still within the reach of human beings?" At this moment, the expression on his face revealed the strong fear in his heart. "Are you afraid, Your Highness?" Doran's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he revealed what Daniel was thinking in one sentence, staring at him closely. "Indeed." Daniel did not deny it, but nodded seriously and said frankly, "For this Arlen, I actually feel a little bit of fear in my heart. With such extraordinary courage and strength, if I were to meet him in battle in the future, how would I be able to defeat him and kill him on the battlefield? The more I think about this, the more worried I become." It's hard to dissipate. Seeing Daniel so worried, Doran shook his head and said, "Your Highness is obsessed. This Arlen is indeed extremely brave and strong, rarely seen in the world, but his bravery also requires the support of his troops. Without the support of the army, Arlen would be trapped alone in a siege. No matter how brave he is, he will only die. In this vast world, who can remain unscathed amidst a barrage of arrows? Even though he possesses extraordinary powers and unparalleled bravery, he is ultimately just flesh and blood, not a true god." Xiang Blake, the former overlord of Western Harding, was a leader in bravery and awe-inspiring. But in the end, he was gradually worn down by Emperor Geazu of Cornelius Carmichael Bang through his strategy and protracted warfare, and ended up with a tragic end, where he committed suicide by slashing his throat at the Wujiang River. Besides, the situation hasn't reached the point where swords are drawn and life and death is at stake. Your Highness's worries are merely fantasies that haven't yet occurred. The future is unpredictable and full of variables. Your Highness really doesn't need to worry about this matter and overthink it. Perhaps one day in the future, this Arlen will be used by the prince." The words fell. Daniel fell silent in response to Doran's words of consolation and did not respond for a long time. He knew in his heart that everything Doran said made sense, but facing Arlen's terrifying strength, how could his inner fear be easily eliminated with just a few words? If it can really be used by him, that would be great. But what if not? If Arlen becomes a general one day, how will he resist? This moment, Arlen in his tent looked relaxed, with a smile on his face, as if he was expecting something. 15 treasure chests. Arlen's eyes flashed with excitement, and he thought to himself, 7 first-level treasure chests and 8 ordinary treasure chests. As long as my luck isn't too bad, I'm sure I'll get a lot of good stuff this time. 3 pure ones, please bless me. Open all the treasure chests. Arlen took a deep breath and gave the order. Next moment, the panel in my mind immediately prompted. Host's instructions have been received and all treasure chests have begun to open. Open 8 ordinary treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill point. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 fine steel knives. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 taels of silver. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of fine hemostatic powder. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the blueprints for the assault boat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fine iron casting method catalog. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bottles of steel era Dan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 fine steel armor-piercing arrows. Open the first-level treasure chest. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained skill points too. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the steelmaking method catalog. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the concrete manufacturing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lower-grade Elmer-level golden scale inner armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hot air balloon manufacturing catalog. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the telegraph catalog and principles. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavy armor casting catalog. The panel kept prompting, and in just a blink of an eye, all 15 treasure chests were opened. Seeing the items that came out of these treasure chests, Arlen's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. It's been a long time since I've seen any martial arts manuals, and it's also been a long time since I've found any magical weapons. This time, the only item that can be called an entry-level item is actually a low-grade Elmer-level inner armor. Alas, although I already have a set of inner armor, this Elmer Level 1 must have stronger protection capabilities. It will be safer on the battlefield in the future. I gained 3 more skill points, which is not bad. With these skill points, I can improve my proficiency in martial arts. They might even be effective at critical moments. A fine steel knife is also a practical item, perfect for giving to my personal guards. During this battle, the weapons in the hands of the guards played a significant role. It's time to give some to the guards who don't have fine steel swords. As for the others, Arlen glanced at the items that came out of the treasure chest, and for a moment he didn't know how to comment. Assault boat. This thing might come in handy in a water battle. However, similar assault boats actually already exist in this era, but they are opened from treasure chests, so they must be superior in speed and performance. Refined iron casting method. It sounds good. If I have the chance in the future, I can try to use it to smelt iron and make more sophisticated weapons. Armor-piercing arrows are also good, but Arlen doesn't need them urgently at the moment. After all, he had fired many fine steel armor-piercing arrows before. In his opinion, the person he was willing to use such armor-piercing arrows to deal with had not yet appeared. Then there are the key items that attract attention. Steelmaking. In this era, the development of steelmaking technology is far from mature, and this is undoubtedly an extremely advanced technology. There is also concrete, which is even more unexpected. The most outrageous thing is the hot air balloon. There is even a manufacturing catalog for this thing. The most incredible thing is the telegraph. You have to know that in this era when electricity had not yet been discovered and utilized, and the Industrial Revolution had not yet begun, the telegraph was simply a fantasy. Arlen held the diagram and principle of the telegraph machine, and for a moment he felt both amused and helpless. This thing was completely useless at the moment. After pondering for a moment, Arlen soon felt relieved. Forget it. Arlen shook his head helplessly, secretly comforting himself in his heart. It's still the same as before, just think of it as accumulating wealth for the future. When I establish my own kingdom in the future, with the help of these precious atlases from the treasure chest, I will be able to quickly transform my kingdom into a world-leading technological power. We've previously discovered flintlock rifles, methods for refining fine gunpowder, and red-coated cannons. Tusk. If these things could be created in reality, it would be truly amazing. Thinking of this, Arlen couldn't help laughing out loud, his eyes full of longing and expectation for the future. A technological powerhouse, a modern powerful country, these don't seem to be dreams. Although these high-tech items, opened from the treasure chest, cannot be materialized due to the limitations of the times, Arlen firmly believes that one day in the future, these things will become powerful weapons in his hands and help him create a technological power that is truly ahead of the world. In the era of Arlen's previous life, foreign powers used their powerful ships and cannons to blast open China's national gates, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities, bringing heavy disasters and humiliation to the land of China. Now Arlen secretly swore in his heart that in the future he would use the cannons in his hands to blast open the gates of those foreign races, give them a taste of being invaded, and let them also taste the power of China and wipe out the shame of the previous life. Of course, Arlen was also very confident that he would be able to witness with his own eyes the transformation of modern technology from the agricultural age to the industrial age and even the electrical age, and all of this would happen under the leadership of him and China. Northern Yuan Dynasty, new capital. Report. A panicked Northern Yuan soldier rushed into the hall, tumbling to his knees. He reported urgently, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Emergency news just arrived. Garrison Wildmoor City has been lost. General Egan fought hard but was defeated and unfortunately died on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of his men were also slaughtered by the Ming army." The second prince had no choice but to lead his troops to retreat into Dustin Farnsworth City. Now that the Ming army is advancing aggressively, the second prince implores the emperor to send reinforcements immediately. Otherwise, many cities along the border of the Yuan dynasty will be in imminent danger. The words fell. The atmosphere in the court changed. What? Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan's face turned pale instantly. His eyes widened, and he stared at the soldiers in the hall, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Say it again." "Garrison Wildmoor City has fallen. How is this possible?" Not only Emperor Yuan, but also many Northern Yuan ministers in the court were stunned by this sudden news. Garrison Wildmoor City is an impregnable city. Even if the Ming army was prepared, it is reasonable to say that it was breached after holding out for more than 10 days. But now, it has fallen in one day. This is really hard to accept and beyond everyone's imagination. How did the Ming army do it? Even if 1,000 cannons were fired simultaneously, they wouldn't be able to capture the city in one day, right? Emperor. The soldier kneeling on the ground trembled slightly and said in a trembling voice, "Garrison Wildmoor City has indeed fallen. Egan also died in battle. I heard it was Ming General Arlen who led his army to capture the city, and General Egan also died at his hands." After receiving the definite answer, Emperor Yuan felt a black screen before his eyes, and he seemed to lose all his strength in an instant, and he collapsed directly on the dragon throne. How could this be? How is this possible? Emperor Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with panic and despair. It's only been one day. I've expended countless resources and manpower to build border towns and dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops to Arlen them. Why can't I even hold them for a day? Why? After struggling for a moment, "Come back to your senses." Emperor Yuan was extremely worried. He looked towards Perseus in the court and asked, "Prime Minister, where have all the general's troops been deployed now?" "Your Majesty." Perseus's expression was solemn, and he immediately replied, "The imperial decree to mobilize troops has been issued. However, if we want to quickly gather troops from all over the place to the new capital, it will take at least half a month. Moreover, the emperor has not yet decided on a general to lead the troops. These key matters still require the emperor's judgment." General in command of the troops. The Yuan emperor was slightly startled when he heard this. But then he immediately came to his senses. He glanced around and looked directly at Felix standing in the ranks of military officials. He said, "My dear minister, I appoint you as the general. All the troops I have summoned will be under your command. This includes the 100,000 cavalry urgently transferred back from the northern border, and they will also be under your command. I ask for nothing else, only that you lead the army, defeat the Ming army, drive them back south, and drive them out of the territory of our Yuan dynasty. As long as you can do this, I. Emperor Yuan pondered for a moment, his eyes instantly becoming resolute, and he shouted, "I will crown you king." Hearing the emperor's personal promise to confer him the title of king, Felix, who had been calm, instantly flushed with excitement. He immediately stood up, clasped his fists, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will do my best to live up to your trust. I will completely slaughter all the Ming troops that invade our Yuan dynasty to repay the emperor's great grace. Under the current national conditions of the northern Yuan dynasty, Felix naturally had his own plans. Same, for many generals who were still under the rule of the northern Yuan dynasty, the interests of the northern Yuan court had long since nothing to do with them. Their eyes are focused only on themselves, thinking about how to expand their tribe and how to gain greater power and status. At this time, the Ming army invaded. On the surface, this was a huge crisis facing the entire northern Yuan dynasty. However, in the hearts of many people within the northern Yuan dynasty, they believed that this was a rare opportunity. They even thought that, if the Ming dynasty could severely damage the northern Yuan dynasty, it could take advantage of the situation to break away from the northern Yuan dynasty and establish their own army. Inside the palace, the Yuan emperor sat restlessly on the dragon throne, his eyes fixed on Felix below. He asked, "My dear minister, I have entrusted the army to you. Facing the Ming army's offensive, how do you plan to respond?" This time, garrison Wildmoor City was captured by Arlan's army in just one day. When Emperor Yuan heard the news, he was really uneasy and panicked. "Your Majesty," Felix stood straight, his face brimming with confidence, and responded loudly, "If I were to command the troops, I would fully utilize the strengths of the Yuan army to counter the Ming army. In the past, our Yuan dynasty was able to conquer the Central Plains not by relying on infantry, but by relying on its invincible cavalry. My great Yuan cavalry roams the battlefields, and no army in the world can withstand them. The Ming army is definitely no match for my cavalry." While talking, Fletcher Lichai clenched his fists, looking confident. Hearing these words and looking at Felix's confident expression, Emperor Yuan's originally tense face gradually showed a smile. He nodded and said, "My dear minister, you are absolutely right. Our Yuan dynasty relies on cavalry to establish itself. The reason we were able to sweep across the Central Plains in the past was because of the power of our cavalry. This is our Yuan dynasty's greatest advantage." "Your Majesty is wise," Felix continued, a smile on his face. "In my opinion, even if the Ming army captures the 10 border cities, there is no need to worry. No matter how strong the Ming army is, once they enter a siege, they will inevitably be at a disadvantage and suffer heavy losses. As for the Yuan dynasty, there is no need to overly defend the city. Our main goal is to deplete the Ming army's manpower. In a true decisive battle, victory or defeat still depends on cavalry." As Felix spoke, he appeared extremely confident, as if victory was just around the corner. Seeing Felix speaking so confidently, as if he was certain of victory, Emperor Yuan was very pleased and said, "My dear minister, what you said is very true. From now on, I will hand over all the power to command the Ming army to you. I don't care what method you use, as long as you can repel the Ming army, I will not interfere. The future of the Yuan dynasty depends on you, my dear." At this moment, Emperor Yuan already regarded Felix as the life-saving straw to save the northern Yuan dynasty. "Your Majesty, I will definitely not let you down." Upon hearing this, Felix knelt on the ground with a plop, pressed his right hand tightly against his chest, and responded loudly. However, at this time, "Your Majesty," a minister stood out from the queue. It was Morgan, the new Tewei of the northern Yuan dynasty after Nahachu's death. Like Nahachu, Morgan was born a military general, but his ability was far inferior to Nahachu's. He looked solemn and said in a serious tone, "What General Felix said may have some truth. The strongest force of our Yuan dynasty is indeed its cavalry. A cavalry battle, it is enough to make the Ming army pay a heavy price. But in the final analysis, the border cities must also be defended." As soon as the words fell, "The Ming army is best at attacking cities. How can we defend them? If we want to defeat the Ming army, we can only rely on cavalry warfare and destroy their manpower." Felix turned around, frowned, and said with a serious face, "General Felix." The barbarian stared at Felix with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "Perhaps you have a point. But have you ever considered that the 10 border cities were built by our Yuan dynasty at the cost of a huge amount of financial and human resources? If captured by the Ming army, these cities will become the Ming army's garrisons and will in turn be used to defend our Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, what if our Yuan cavalry cannot defeat the Ming army?" "Grand Marshal," Felix shouted back, his voice rising, a hint of irritation on his face. "Although the power of the Yuan dynasty is not as great as it once was, our cavalry is still the strongest in the world. As long as I am allowed to lead the troops and confront the Ming cavalry, I will definitely annihilate the Ming army. If you can't do that, your majesty can just execute me. You are too kind, my dear minister, Emperor Yuan said hastily, a soothing look on his face. Of course, I believe you, my dear minister. Then he turned to Morgan and said, General, you don't need to say more. This time, the Yuan dynasty will defend the city and annihilate the enemy with cavalry. The Yuan dynasty will never retreat. Once the invading Ming army is defeated and annihilated, our Yuan dynasty will be able to invade the Ming kingdom, retake the central plains, and rule the world. See this. The barbarian shook his head helplessly, nodded and said, I understand. Time flies and a few days pass in a flash. At the gate of garrison Cornelia City, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Before the battle even began, a Yuan general looked at the Ming army in front of the city, his face filled with panic. He said in a trembling voice, Second Prince, the Ming army is attacking, and they are carrying the banners of the Daning border army. The leader is still Arlen. Can we really hold on? Hear the words. Are the city gates completely sealed? Lloyd turned around, stared at General Yuan and asked anxiously. It's completely sealed off, Your Majesty, General Yuan replied hastily, his expression tense. And it's not just one wall, it's 7. Not only human effort, but even a barrage of artillery would be impossible to breach. The city gates were also welded tightly with kerosene, making them indestructible. That's good. Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief, his expression somewhat relaxed. We are so well prepared. As long as we reinforce the city walls, I don't believe the Ming army can easily break through. Previously, garrison Wildmoor City was easily breached by the Ming army, which made Lloyd believe that there was a loophole in the procedure of sealing the city gate. So after retreating to the city, he immediately ordered the city gates to be sealed to prevent any possibility of external force breaking into the city. Report. At this time, a general quickly ran to Lloyd, knelt on one knee and reported, Your Highness, the people from Garrison Cornelia City and Garrison Cornelia City have sent people to ask for help. Please send reinforcements immediately. The Ming army is already at the gates of the city. Let them hold on first, Lloyd said without hesitation, with a hint of helplessness on his face. The main force of the Ming army is here with me now. Once I defeat these Ming troops, I will send reinforcements. At this moment, he himself was under attack from the Daning border army. How could he have extra troops to reinforce other cities? Whether this city can be defended is still unknown. Yes, General Yuan responded and stood up to leave. At this moment, the Ming army in front of the city had already begun to move. Artillery battalion, fire. Arlen stood in front of the formation with a stern expression and shouted orders. 300 cannons lined up in a row, looking majestic. As Arlen's order came down, 300 Ming army soldiers holding torches quickly ignited the cannons. In an instant, boom, 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 the sound of cannons roared continuously, and the shells were like arrows shot from a bow, whistling towards the city ahead in a parabolic trajectory. The shell hit the ground and shattered instantly, and the iron needles and spikes inside flew in all directions like a rainstorm. Ah, ah. The screams of the Yuan army in the city came one after another and never stopped. As usual, the Ming army used artillery to clear the way, killing as many Yuan troops as possible and weakening their morale. Faced with this overwhelming artillery fire, with shells whistling down from overhead, the fear that penetrated deep into their bones made the Yuan army soldiers terrified. Many of them turned pale and trembled. Arlen did not ride a horse today, and the more than 600 guards behind him also abandoned their horses and walked. Nearly 50,000 infantrymen were lined up neatly behind Arlen. At the forefront were 10,000 shield soldiers holding shields, the metallic luster on the shields gleaming. Following them was spearmen, long sword soldiers and archers, their eyes determined and ready for battle. In the past, when Arlen attacked a city, he usually used cavalry to charge in the front, but this time, cavalry was arranged in the last row. Obviously, Arlen did not intend to rely on cavalry to attack the city this time. After all, many of the Yuan troops in the city were retreating from garrison Wildmoor City. They already knew Arlen's tactics and would definitely place many objects in the city to hinder the charging of war horses in order to stop the cavalry. After a round of artillery fire, the barrel was already burning red with the scorching flames. Seeing this, Arlen decisively drew the 7-star sword from his waist. The blade flashed with cold light. He raised the sword high and shouted in a powerful voice, "Where are the soldiers of the Ming dynasty? Kill, kill, kill." Nearly 70,000 soldiers shouted in unison behind Arlen. The sound was deafening and resounded through the sky, as if it was going to shatter the entire world. The military might and morale of the Ming dynasty were fully demonstrated at this moment. I, Arlen, command the troops and the old rules apply. Arlen roared loudly, his voice firm and powerful. The generals are in front and the soldiers are behind. All soldiers, listen to my order. After I charge 50 steps, you will follow me and charge with all your strength. The voice just fell. Arlen held a shield in his left hand and tightly grasped the 7-star sword in his right hand and rushed towards the city ahead like a black lightning. Of course, although Arlen's steps were vigorous and his speed was extremely fast, he was also deliberately controlling his speed. Under the cover of artillery, Pericles Yingru entered the empty area and quickly approached the city gate. Marvin and Otis stood in the army, staring at Arlen's figure with their eyes full of admiration and determination. After Arlen rushed out 50 steps, they shouted almost simultaneously, "We will follow the general to the death." Kill moment. The Ming army, which had seemed to be still, suddenly exploded like a lit powder keg. 30,000 Daning infantrymen followed Arlen's footsteps and rushed forward like a surging tide. The sound of their footsteps shook the earth. Immediately afterwards, 20,000 archers transferred from Huizhou Guard also rushed towards the city with shouts. With 50,000 troops moving together, the earth seemed to be unable to bear the weight and began to tremble violently. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed color, and the heaven and earth seemed to have lost their luster. General Mengwu. Seeing the Ming army launch an attack, Lloyd's face turned pale instantly. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He hurriedly said to the general defending the city, "The outer city defense is in your hands." After saying this, he hurriedly retreated towards the city. Fire! Fire arrows! As soon as Lloyd left, the Yuan generals on the city wall immediately roared at the top of their lungs. The cannons on the city wall quickly adjusted their direction and fired fiercely at the charging Ming army. However, their artillery still fired solid shells. Although there was a constant roar, the damage they caused was very limited. General, that Arlen. A Yuan soldier pointed in fear at Arlen, who was rapidly approaching the city gate. Said in a trembling voice, "He's coming." Now, I wonder how many Yuan soldiers have recognized Arlen, this tough guy who always charges to the front in siege battles. Fire arrows. When the Yuan general saw this, he was extremely anxious and shouted, "Shoot him to death." The Yuan army archers on the city wall immediately aimed their bows at Arlen and fired arrows in volley. Dense arrows shot towards Arlen like locusts, and the entire void was instantly filled with rain of arrows. Internal breath protects the body. Arlen silently chanted in his heart, quietly mobilizing the internal energy in his body to protect his skin and flesh. At the same time, he raised the shield high in his left hand, injected his internal energy into it, and a faint light appeared on the surface of the shield. Ding ding, ding ding. Arrows rained down, hitting the shield, splashing sparks, and then were easily bounced away by the shield, leaving fallen arrows all over the ground. Arlen, holding a shield, was not affected at all by the rain of arrows. He continued to move quickly towards the city gate without slowing down. Fire the arrow quickly. Shoot him. Seeing Arlen getting closer and closer to the city gate, Yuan general on the city wall became extremely anxious and roared at the top of his lungs. Although the city gate had been completely sealed and several walls had been added, making it impossible for human power to break it open, but when he thought of Arlen's strength, an inexplicable panic still surged in his heart. Under the constant urging of the Yuan general, the rain of arrows from the city wall became more and more dense, but still could not hurt Arlen at all. Most of the arrows were blocked by the shield, and the rest were shot everywhere, unable to stop Arlen's advance. Charge your strength and slash with one blow. When Arlen approached the city gate, he held the knife in one hand. All the strength of his body instantly gathered on his right arm, and his internal energy flowed rapidly through his meridians. He stared at the city gate in front of him with a determined light in his eyes, and then he slashed it down with a sudden blow. Swish! The blade cut through the sky, making a sharp sonic boom, and instantly slashed the city gate like a flash of lightning. Powerful strength and internal energy burst out the moment they touched the city gate, and the blade light flashed, dazzling and brilliant. Boom! Even though the city gate was made of thick, fine iron and was extremely strong, it was as weak as paper in front of the first-grade divine weapon in Arlen's hand. What's more, Arlen also contained such powerful strength that the entire city gate trembled violently and then shattered into countless iron blocks, flying everywhere, making a dull sound. However, when the city gate was blown apart, what came into Arlen's sight was a wall made of blue bricks. Playing this trick with me, Arlen sneered when he saw the wall. He quickly held the shield in his hand across his body and injected his internal energy into the shield again, making the shield shine even brighter. Then he took a few steps back, then suddenly exerted force and rushed towards the wall in front of him with all his strength. Speed, boom, a powerful force erupted instantly and the wall in front of him was instantly covered with dense cracks. Just the next moment, the wall could not withstand Arlen's impact and collapsed. There's more than one wall, but behind the wall there was still not an open city gate but another wall. Trying to stop me? You are really too naive. Arlen didn't hesitate at all and used the same trick again. He continued to hold the shield, exerting all his strength and rushing forward at full speed. This time, full speed, no concealment. Can be imagined, this powerful speed will allow Arlen to reach a certain level. Boom! There was another loud noise. With his powerful strength and speed, plus the blessing of his internal energy, he broke through the walls in front of him almost instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collapsing walls continued. When Arlen rushed out from the dusty blue brick ruins, all the UN soldiers stationed inside were stunned. They opened their eyes wide and their mouths slightly open, as if they had seen something incredible. How is this possible? Is he really a human? He actually knocked down so many walls. The surrounding UN army looked at Arlen's figure in horror, their eyes full of fear, as if Arlen was an evil ghost crawling out of hell. There were 7 walls. Even if the battering ram was used at full force, it would be difficult to break through one wall. However, Arlen broke through the city gate and all the walls in a flash. Quick, use the bed crossbow. The UN general on duty was the first to come to his senses. He gripped the knife tightly, his knuckles turning white. He pointed at Arlen and roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill him." This time, the surrounding UN troops finally woke up from their dream. 3 crossbows were quickly pushed out, all aimed at Arlen. The arrows on the crossbows were longer and heavier than spears, and they gleamed with an icy cold light in the sunlight. Obviously, this time the UN army came prepared and made the most adequate preparations to deal with Arlen. Even if the city gate could not be defended, they were confident that they could shoot Arlen to death with these 3 crossbows. In their opinion, human power could not withstand the power of these crossbows. Even Xiang Blake, the king of Western Harding who was once strong enough to lift a tripod, could not survive the shooting of 3 crossbows. As long as Arlen is shot dead, the morale of the Ming army will be greatly damaged. Kill! The surrounding UN soldiers roared in unison and quickly activated their crossbows. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, more than a dozen giant crossbow arrows shot towards Arlen at the same time like arrows from a bow. The power contained in this giant crossbow is extremely powerful. Not to mention a human, even a tiger can be easily shot to death. Seeing this situation, Arlen remained calm without any panic. The bed crossbow does pose a certain threat, but to him, it is not a big threat. The speed at which these giant crossbow arrows were shot seemed extremely fast in the eyes of others, but in Arlen's eyes, they appeared extremely slow. Arlen took a step forward without any hesitation. At that moment, the place where he was originally located was instantly engulfed by the crossbow bolts from more than a dozen crossbows. A huge explosion, accompanied by a series of sharp whooshing sounds, more than a dozen giant crossbow bolts, carrying the force of thunder, flew towards Arlen's location. Each crossbow bolt could easily kill a tiger. However, next moment, all of the dozen or so giant crossbows missed their targets. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous crossbow bolts pierced the city wall with a dull thud, then fell to the ground one after another due to uneven force, raising a cloud of dust. The idea that danger lurked everywhere became a joke. What about people? Where did he go? The UN soldiers cried out in alarm, filled with doubt and fear. Just moments before, they had witnessed a ballista about to kill Arlen. But in the blink of an eye, Arlen, who had been standing in front of them, vanished without a trace like a ghost, while they were in a panic. The next second, Arlen appeared like a black lightning bolt, almost instantly at the location of the ballistae. Die! With a swing of the 7-star treasure blade in Arlen's hand, a dazzling blade of light slashed through the sky. Wherever the blade of light passed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, accompanied by splattering blood. The dozen or so UN soldiers around the ballista didn't even have time to blink before their throats were instantly slashed by the blade. Blood gushed out like a raging fountain. splashing onto the surrounding ground and instantly forming horrifying pools of blood. In an instant, their bodies lost all strength, and they collapsed into the pools of blood, their heads severed from their bodies. "He's here, kill him." The general stared wide-eyed in horror, his face filled with disbelief. His hand trembled as he pointed in the direction of the ballista, roaring hoarsely, his voice echoing across the battlefield with a hint of despair at the end. But when the eyes of many UN soldiers converged on it, all they saw was a blur of superhuman speed. The afterimage was like a ghost, vanishing in an instant, followed by another series of shrill screams rang out, and another group of UN soldiers were decapitated and fell heavily into pools of blood. But when the surrounding UN soldiers came to their senses and tried to surround Arlen, his figure vanished without a trace. As if he had never appeared at all, he was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace, moving through the UN army's ranks and impossible to locate. How come? Is he a human or a ghost? How can anyone be so fast? The UN general in command was completely stunned, the color drained from his face instantly, turning him deathly pale. Faced with Arlen, who seemed like a ghost, fear overwhelmed him completely, filling him with despair. Perhaps this must be some kind of supernatural or bizarre phenomenon. Arlen's speed at this moment was indeed terrifying. Completely like a ghost. The UN army could only catch a blurry afterimage with their naked eyes, but by the time the afterimage appeared, Arlen had already moved to the other side. Besides ghosts and demons, who else could do this? Shield raised. Release the arrows. UN Walton suppressed his inner fear, but his voice trembled as he roared loudly. But before he could finish speaking, a sharp blade flashed through the Shield army's defenses like lightning. The Shield soldiers in front of him didn't even have time to react before their heads were severed, their heads flying high into the air, their bodies splattering blood. Next moment, the blade, imbued with a chilling killing intent, instantly struck the UN general. With a click sound, blood gushed out, the general's head rolled to the ground, and he fell straight down in the pool of blood. Kill the Northern UN commander, collect 50 points of all attributes, collect 100 days of lifespan, and receive a Tier 1 treasure chest as a reward. The panel notification sounded in Arlen's mind, unleashing full power. With divine weapons in hand, for these ordinary armored soldiers, this is undoubtedly a dimensional reduction attack. Unless they can exhaust my strength, I can kill even thousands of people. Now, Arlen was also extremely excited. This was the first time he had truly unleashed his full potential. He possesses speed dozens of times faster than ordinary people, and his strength is also far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, the internal energy flowing within his body makes him unmatched even by martial artists who also possess internal energy. Because Arlen's strength is not solely due to internal energy cultivation, but rather to the comprehensive strength of all attributes. Even if an ordinary martial artist cultivates their body to perfection, their strength will only be 1,000 jin at most. But Arlen had long transcended this realm. Every swing of his sword seemed to contain immense power, making his enemies tremble with fear. Kill! Arlen let out a cold shout, his voice like thunder, echoing for a long time in the sky above the battlefield, filled with killing intent. Simply, Arlen resorted to the same old trick. He casually tossed aside the shield in his left hand, and the moment it hit the ground, the azure rainbow sword instantly appeared in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as if it couldn't wait to drink the blood of its enemy. As he went at full speed, he moved like a black lightning bolt, weaving through the UN army guarding the city walls. One afterimage after another flashed rapidly through the UN army's ranks, each flash accompanied by the demise of a group of UN soldiers. Where the blade passed, the sword light flashed. Each slash and each sword strike precisely aimed at the vital points of the UN soldier. Under his attack, the UN soldiers fell one after another like leaves in the autumn wind, unable to withstand his fierce offensive. Kill the Northern UN soldiers, pick up 1 point of internal energy, pick up 10 days of life. Kill a Northern UN soldier, gain 1 point of strength, gain 15 days of lifespan. With Arlen unleashing his full power, in just a few dozen breaths, the UN army at the city gate was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. The blood on the ground gathered into streams, flowing towards the low-lying areas. Arlen's strength was undoubtedly a game-changer on the battlefield of cold weapons, striking fear into the hearts of the UN soldiers. Ghost, he is a demon. We can't see him at all. A demon. This Ming general is a demon. Even before Arlen demonstrated his extraordinary speed, he had already instilled great fear in the Yuan army. Now that he had unleashed his full power, the Yuan army regarded him as a demon. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, and they all fled in terror under Arlen's attack, just now. Waves of footsteps swept over. Marvin led more than 600 personal guards, all armed with shields and steel swords, and charged into the city through the breach Pericles Yinchang had made. Seeing the Yuan soldiers' corpses scattered all over the city, the guards were not surprised at all, as they had long had confidence in Arlen's strength. "Bros, follow the general, kill all the Tartars." Marvin roared, gripped his steel sword tightly, his eyes burning with murderous intent, and charged towards the Yuan army in front of him. "I swear to follow you to the death. Kill!" The guards shouted in unison, their voices shaking the air, and charged bravely towards the Yuan army in the city. Their figures swept towards the Yuan army like a black torrent, and wherever they went, the Yuan army collapsed. After his personal guards entered the city, Otis also led the Angus Ning infantry to attack. "Bros, the border troops of Angus Ning are invincible. Kill!" Otis raised his sword high, pointing it directly at the city gate, and shouted loudly, "Follow the general. Kill!" Tens of thousands of soldiers from Daning roared and charged into the city like a tidal wave. Their shouts of battle mingled together, forming a powerful sound wave that seemed to overturn the entire city. Outside the city, the siege ladders were now in place. Archers knocked their arrows and unleashed a barrage of arrows into the city, a dense rain of arrows covering a large area like locusts. Arrows whistled through the air, continuously striking the Yuan army within the city, causing heavy casualties. With Arlen's attack into the city, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Just like the siege of garrison Wildmoor City, in the rear 20,000 Daning cavalrymen stood ready under the personal command of Todd. "General Farley, the general has already entered the city. Isn't it time for us to take action?" Percy rode up to Todd, his face full of anticipation, and asked. Seeing Percy's expression, a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to get into battle. The general said before attacking the city that an hour after he entered the city, we would circle around to the north gate of the city and cut off the Yuan army's escape route. This battle, the general, is to annihilate all the Yuan troops in the city. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. Todd's expression was serious as he spoke in a deep voice, his resolve unwavering and filled with trust in Arlen. This subordinate understands. Percy nodded, then remained silent and waited quietly. Inside the military camp, the general's camp. "Your Highness, General. General Pericles has already breached the city gates, and now the Angus Ning border troops have stormed into the city." Sampson, the commander of the personal guards, strode into the tent to report, his voice trembling with excitement. "So fast?" Sampson stared at the guards, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. "Reply to the general. General Arlen is incredibly brave. Just like in garrison Wildmoor City, he broke through the city gate with only one man and one sword," the guard commander replied excitedly. Daniel and Frederick, standing nearby, did not appear overly surprised upon hearing this. After all, they had personally experienced the battle of garrison Wildmoor City and had already witnessed Arlen's ferocity. "Ha ha! General Pericles' breach of the city gate was not unexpected. With General Pericles in our two armies, it is truly a blessing for our army." Frederick laughed excitedly, secretly pleased with himself. In his view, he and Arlen had a mutually beneficial relationship. The greater Pericles Yingli's military achievements, the more credit Frederick would receive. Therefore, he was eager for Arlen to kill more enemies and make more contributions. General Pericles, a divine being. Sampson couldn't help but sigh, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "How are General Farley Blake and General Cornell Tobin doing?" Sampson asked again. "Reply to the general. They have already begun their siege. However, since we are 100 miles apart, the news cannot be transmitted quickly. However, the Yuan army has not stationed many troops in the cities that the two generals are attacking. So the key results still depend on General Pericles' side," Frederick replied immediately. "The border cities of the northern Yuan are merely the fruits of the first battle. This time, we are not facing the main force and elite troops of the northern Yuan. Let's fight and see," Sampson nodded. Frederick then spoke up. "We are so fortunate to have achieved such results in just a few days. It is said that the Rufus has not yet captured the first border city." As he said this, Frederick made no attempt to hide the smugness on his face, his lips curving upwards as if he were showing off his achievements to everyone. Although the Huexi forces held a dominant position in the court, Frederick, being of high status, did not take Huexi seriously at all. Others may fear Huexi, but Frederick is not. Who told him to be born so handsome, over there with Rufus? We've done our best. After all, not everyone can be like General Arlen. Moreover, throughout history, there are very few people as brave and fierce as General Arlen. No, as for the feat of single-handedly breaching a city, apart from General Pericles, I have never heard of such an act, Samson said in a deep voice, his admiration undisguised. Indeed. Frederick nodded in agreement. Next, now we await the results of Arlen's conquest of the city. Daniel, who was standing to the side, said with a smile. Perhaps we can take it down tonight. Frederick said with a smile. Not necessarily. Daniel shook his head. This time, Arlen intends to annihilate all the UN troops in the city, which is much more difficult than the Battle of Garrison Wildmoor City. Upon hearing Daniel's words, Frederick's face also showed worry. The UN army in the city may be no less than 60,000 or 70,000. I wonder if Arlen can take it down. Let's fight and see. Since General Pericles has made this plan, he must be confident, Samson said in a deep voice. Time flies and it's almost evening. The setting sun was like blood. It was almost setting and the horizon was dyed orange-red, as if it had been soaked in blood. But the fighting in the city continued fiercely, with shouts of battle and the clanging of weapons mingling together, creating a deafening roar. Under Arlen's leadership, countless Ming soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, charging madly towards the UN army in the city. At this moment, the UN army in the city had lost all power to resist and was being driven back in defeat. Their bodies piled up like mountains, and their blood stained the entire street. Inside the inner city's general's mansion, shouts of battle like rolling thunder came from all directions, shrouding the entire city in a dark cloud of carnage. Second Prince. A general came running up in a panic, his face pale and his forehead covered in beads of sweat from nervousness. How is the battle going? Debayanu asked with a furrowed brow and a grave expression. But a hint of unease appeared on his face, as if he had already sensed something was wrong. Reporting to the Second Prince, the situation is not good. These Ming soldiers are too powerful. I personally supervised the battle and sent all the elite troops in the city, but I was unable to stop the Ming army's advance. Yun Walton said in a panic, his voice trembling slightly, his body shaking slightly, and he dared not look directly into Daniel Baonu's eyes. There are 50,000 elite troops in the city, as well as tens of thousands of able-bodied men. They couldn't even stop it. Debayanu's face instantly turned gloomy, filled with resentment. The Second Prince, the general beside him, hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Speak your mind, Debayanu said in a deep voice. Since we can't hold on, we should retreat. The Ming army is skilled at attacking cities. Our army is no match for them in the city and will only suffer more casualties. The UN general said in a low voice, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. Hear the sound. The local magistrate pretended to ponder and struggle for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, withdraw. But, gradual withdrawal. We cannot retreat at the same time, otherwise we will be relentlessly pursued by the Ming army. Lloyd said, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Obviously, he was prepared to sacrifice his troops who were already fighting Arlen in exchange for his chance to escape. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I have left behind 10,000 men, which is more than enough to protect Your Highness's safe retreat, the general said immediately, making his assurance. It is good. Lloyd finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, survival was the most important thing now. Hearing that he was protected by 10,000 elite troops, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. In her city, the killing continued. Arlen still held a knife and a sword, charging wildly like a god of death. Killing UN soldiers was as easy for him as cutting melons and vegetables. His body was covered in blood, like a demon or monster emerging from a pool of blood. Kill the northern UN soldiers, pick up 1 point of strength, pick up 10 days of life. Kill the northern UN soldiers, pick up 1 point of internal energy, pick up 15 days of life. Total kill count reached 9,000 reward, 1 tier 1 treasure chest. The panel notification sounded in Arlen's mind. A battle today. It has a longer lifespan than the last one we found. Arlen was extremely excited, and he continued to fight bravely without stopping his knife and sword. Now, Arlen's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he were enjoying this feast of slaughter. Seeing the Yuan army scattering and fleeing ahead, Arlen led his army to relentlessly pursue them, like a pack of hungry wolves chasing their prey. Follow the general. Kill, kill. Behind Arlen, the shouts of the Ming soldiers were deafening. Every one of them was fighting with all their might. Their morale was high, and every Ming soldier was seizing every opportunity to kill the enemy and make meritorious contributions. The Yuan army is probably about to retreat. Although we have killed many Yuan generals, we have not yet captured the Yuan emperor's son. Todd, you should have already blocked the back gate of the city. The son of Emperor Yuan, a legitimate member of the northern Yuan royal family, killing him would be a great achievement. Arlen thought to himself, his mind resolute. He was determined to win this victory. At this moment, a golden eagle soars and circles high in the sky, its sharp eyes taking in the entire scene of the city. It was precisely because of this that the enemy's actions were fully revealed to Arlen. The city gate was wide open. Large numbers of Yuan soldiers fled outwards like a tidal wave. Their figures were hurried and flustered, like a flock of startled birds. None of this escaped Arlen's eyes. Imperial Guard Battalion, listen to my command. Vanguard Battalion, listen to my command. Follow me as we charge through the city walls and stop the Yuan army from escaping. Arlen roared, his voice booming like thunder, and charged forward with his sword drawn. Have a goal. Knowing that Dibayanu wanted to escape, Arlen quickened his pace and led his army toward the back gate of the city. The fighting continues. The scene changes. At the back gate of Dustin Farnsworth City, a cold wind carrying the stench of blood rushed in. Under the heavy protection of the Yuan army, Dibayanu sat astride his warhorse, looking panicked, and kept whipping his horse, fleeing in a sorry state towards the outside of the city. They were surrounded by Yuan soldiers, supposedly for protection, but in reality they were fleeing. The army was defeated like a mountain. That's probably what they mean. This time we can no longer defend the city. We must retreat to the new capital and await Father Emperor's decision. The local magistrate gritted his teeth, secretly making plans in his mind. The thought of Arlen's ferocious appearance on the battlefield and the devastating defeat of their own army filled them with fear. Not an opponent at all. Even though he had made all the necessary preparations beforehand, but they still couldn't hold on for even a day. Just as the Lloyd rushed out of the city gate, secretly rejoicing at his impending escape, a deafening shout of "Kill!" suddenly rang out from afar outside the city. The roar was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the deathly silence at the back gate of the city. It was Todd's loud shout. Immediately afterwards, the battle cries of countless Ming soldiers swept in from all directions like rolling thunder, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. Kill, kill, kill. With shouts, 20,000 Daning cavalrymen, like a black tide, had already surrounded the entire garrison Cornelius city. The pale rays of the setting sun illuminated all the Angus Ning cavalry outside the city, and an intense killing intent quickly spread through the air. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down on the Yuan army swarming out of the city gates. Arrows rained down, whistling sharply as they pierced the air. Each one was deadly, capable of stealing souls. SHHHHHH. SHHHHH. Those Yuan soldiers who thought they could escape were instantly riddled with arrows under the dense rain of arrows. They let out piercing screams and fell one after another into pools of blood. The blood quickly spread across the ground, mixing with the dust to form a muddy swamp of blood. Not good, the Ming army has surrounded the city. Second Prince, we are surrounded. Protect the Second Prince. The Yuan generals surrounding Dibayanu were terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. Their voices trembled with fear, sounding particularly jarring on the chaotic battlefield. The guards beside the local lord reacted quickly, immediately raising their shields to protect him tightly. The shields collided with a dull thud, deflecting many of the stray arrows. How could this be? Aren't the Ming army afraid of their retreat being cut off? How dare they do this? Dibayanu's eyes widened. His face filled with disbelief. His body trembled involuntarily. His voice became high-pitched and panicked. It seems there's no escaping it. If the slaves were afraid of dying, how could they not be afraid? Second Prince, this humble general will fight to the death to protect you and break through the encirclement. The Yuan general beside him gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Dibayanu's eyes darted around in a panic. Suddenly he saw the Angus Ning flag fluttering among the Ming army ranks. His face changed drastically and his voice trembled. These are Angus Ning cavalry under Arlen's command. We can't fight our way out. The border cavalry of Angus Ning are invincible. Kill Todd, clad in black armor, stood imposingly on his horse. With a low shout, he swung his long sword sharply. The cavalry, who had been heavily surrounding the city, charged towards the city like an unstoppable black torrent upon hearing the order. The sound of their hooves thundered and the earth trembled. Retreat! Retreat immediately! The Lloyd cried out in terror, his face turning ashen, and hurriedly turned his horse around. Surrounded by his guards, he retreated into the city without regard for anything else, nearly falling off his horse in the chaos. However, it's already too late. Sounds of shouts and clashing weapons mingled together within the city, rising and falling, lingering for a long time. Many fleeing Yuan soldiers huddled together in a chaotic mess, pushing and trampling each other, creating an extremely disorderly scene. Kill with me! Arlen's battle cries were like thunder, piercing through the clamor and resounding throughout the city. At this moment, he exuded a chilling, murderous aura, like a war god descended to earth. Holding a sharp blade, he led the charge, his personal guards like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into the Yuan army's rear gate. The Yuan troops at the back gate of the city collapsed in front of him, unable to stop his fierce offensive. Arlen, it's him again. He has already arrived. We can't enter the city anymore. Fight your way out, protect this prince and fight your way out. A great reward awaits. Upon seeing Arlen in the distance, Lloyd was filled with fear and shouted at the top of his lungs. Now, he panicked completely and once again whipped his horse and fled forward recklessly. Protect the second prince and break through the encirclement. Many Yuan generals shouted themselves hoarse, trying to organize a resistance, but their voices sounded so weak and helpless under the fierce attack of the Ming army. Arlen's eyes were sharp, and he instantly locked onto Lloyd's figure. Son of Emperor Yuan, killing you would be a great achievement. Perhaps there is still great potential. Arlen thought to himself, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Immediately, Arlen quietly returned the azure rainbow sword to his storage space, and a long spear instantly appeared in his right hand. Next moment, Arlen tensed up, his gaze sharpened, and the power within his body rapidly gathered in his right arm, enhanced by his internal energy. Call out! The spear shot out like lightning, whistling sharply as it swept over the heads of many Yuan soldiers. Next moment, a muffled thud. The spear pierced through the body of the slave with the force of a thunderbolt. The immense impact sent him flying, like a kite with a broken string, hurled violently into the chaotic battlefield. Kill the second prince of Northern Yuan Daniel Bao Nu, collect 200 points of all attributes, collect 500 days of lifespan, and receive 2 Tier 1 treasure chests as a reward. The panel notification sounded in Arlen's mind at the right time. Conferring titles. Sydney Jemima is stunned. Kill the second prince of Northern Yuan Daniel Bao Nu, collect 200 points of all attributes, collect 500 days of lifespan, and receive 2 Tier 1 treasure chests as a reward. The panel notification sounded at the right time. It's done. The son of Emperor Yuan. Arlen was secretly delighted. Battle achievements, battle spoils, and treasure chests. I've got them all. The surrounding Yuan soldiers, who had been putting up a stubborn resistance, watched helplessly as their second prince was thrown from his horse and crashed heavily into the dust and blood. Despair and terror filled the faces of the Yuan soldiers, and they instantly lost all color, turning deathly pale. The second prince is dead, a Yuan army officer shouted in a trembling voice, filled with endless fear and despair, his voice echoing across the chaotic battlefield. This sound, it was as if the death knell for the Yuan army had been tolled. Next moment, the morale and fighting spirit of the Yuan army inside and outside the city collapsed in an instant. It's over, we're all finished. The second prince is dead. We're fucked. Surrender or you're doomed. I surrender. The cries of agony and shouts of surrender mingled together, heralding the end of this Yuan army. We are surrounded by the Ming army, and there is no way to escape. I surrender, please spare my life. As the shouts of surrender grew louder, more and more Yuan soldiers threw down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. The death of the Lloyd, the death of the second prince of the Northern Yuan, was also the death of the commander of this army. This completely crushed the Yuan army's last will to resist. Even their courage to break out was swallowed up by fear, and swaths of Yuan soldiers surrendered like fallen wheat fields. Pericles Yingchong continued his relentless attack, fighting his way step by step to the city gate. Seeing the countless Yuan soldiers inside and outside, the city abandoning their weapons and surrendering, Arlen took a deep breath, bolstering his strength with his powerful inner energy, and then shouted loudly, Those who surrender will be spared. Those who do not surrender will be killed. This loud shout, carrying boundless majesty and murderous intent, echoed like rolling thunder across the battlefield for a long time. This sentence also determined the life and death of countless Yuan soldiers. Hearing their general's loud shout, the Ming soldiers charging inside and outside the city raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "The general has given the order. Those who surrender to the Yuan army will be spared. Those who refuse to surrender will be killed without mercy." The shouts of tens of thousands of Ming soldiers shook the heavens and the earth. It completely enveloped the entire city gate, carrying with it endless shouts and murderous intent. "It's gone down. I surrender. My lord, please spare my life. General, spare my life." Countless Yuan soldiers were terrified, trembling all over, and dropped their weapons. One person can inspire 10 people, and 10 people can influence 100 people. For a while, more and more Yuan soldiers dared not even think of resisting, and they threw down their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. How can our great Yuan soldiers surrender to barbarians? Let's fight these Cornelius people. Kill. However, a few Yuan soldiers stubbornly resisted, making a final, desperate struggle. Their eyes gleamed with madness as they futilely brandished their weapons and charged towards the Ming soldiers. However, their struggles were merely a helpless act before their death. With the death of the Lloyd, this fierce battle is nearing its end. All that remains is to eliminate the remaining enemies in the city, and the battle will be over. The main gate of Dustin Farnsworth City. The city gates had long been firmly controlled by the Ming army, while outside the city, the logistics soldiers were busy shuttling back and forth. They worked in groups of several, carrying stretchers and carefully transporting the wounded soldiers. Some were also carefully collecting the bodies. The heavy footsteps and the painful groans of the wounded mingled together, creating a tragic scene. Surrounded by numerous guards, Samson, Daniel, and Frederick arrived at the main gate. What greeted the three of them was a scene of utter devastation. Corpses are everywhere. Blood flows into a river. Only. They held high positions, so they were naturally quite calm about it. In this moment, all three of them focused their attention on the city gate in front of them. Broken city gate fragments were scattered haphazardly on the ground, and blood and scorch marks remained on the bricks and stones. The bricks and stones of several city walls are scattered in disarray. The 7 city walls, which were originally tall and sturdy, are now reduced to jagged edges and are on the verge of collapse. But seeing this, you can also see the thrilling battle when Arlen breached the city. Samson's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Pointed to the city gate and asked his guards in a trembling voice, "Did General Pericles break through it all by himself with a single sword?" Reporting to the general, the commander of the personal guard spoke solemnly, leaning slightly forward, his tone filled with awe. Tens of thousands of soldiers witnessed General Pericles' valiant breach of the city gates. All of this was done by General Pericles alone. The soldiers all call General Pericles a god, saying that he has superhuman strength and is like a reincarnation of the Overlord. General Pericles' bravery and strength are unmatched by 10,000 men. Hear the words. Such strength is truly divine. Samson stared at the ruins before her, her face filled with disbelief, and murmured to herself, "General Pericles is exceptionally talented. Perhaps it really is so. But this is truly beyond human capability." It wasn't just Samson. Daniel was also deeply shocked. His eyes were fixed on the broken city gate, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. There was both amazement at Pericles' yin-yang strength and a hint of unease. Such a brave general, if he were to serve me, could be a match for 1,000 troops. Daniel thought to himself with resentment. He knew that the Yuan army's defenses in the city were more stringent than before, but even so, Arlen was still able to force his way through. This incredible strength amazed him and also made him feel a greater sense of threat. It's almost nightfall. The fighting in the city should be coming to an end soon. "Let's enter the city first and let the logistics troops continue to clear the battlefield," Frederick suggested at the opportune moment, breaking the silence. Samson nodded slightly in agreement. Of course. At this time, a general from Huizhou Guard came running quickly. Upon reaching Samson, he immediately bowed deeply, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and respectfully reported to Samson. Reporting to the great general, General Arlen has led his army to completely conquer this city, and the commander of the northern Yuan who was guarding this city, the Keegan of the Yuan Emperor Lloyd, has been personally killed by General Arlen. Our army has achieved a great victory. As soon as these words fell, the Keegan of Emperor Yuan, The second prince of northern Yuan, he actually died just like that. Samson exclaimed in surprise, her expression freezing instantly, filled with disbelief. Daniel was deeply shocked. His brows furrowed and he murmured, "The imperial family and nobility just like that were beheaded by Arlen." As a member of the royal family, he knew that the royal family and nobility had a special status and should have the right to surrender. But Arlen directly killed Lloyd, which made him think of his own identity, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes. This is inevitable. Can we just stand by and watch this local sergeant escape? Hearing Daniel's murmur, Frederick spoke up, his expression calm, and waved his hand gently, not finding anything wrong with Arlen's actions. Samson smiled and echoed, a hint of disdain on his face. That's true. As long as we can capture the city and defeat the enemy, let alone General Pericles killing this prince, we'd even kill the Emperor of Northern Yuan. Upon hearing their words, Daniel fell silent. He subconsciously clenched his fist, then slowly relaxed it. He understood that such things were perfectly acceptable on the battlefield. Swords and blades are silent. They have no place for status or identity. Perhaps Daniel was thinking about the identity of the Lloyd, as well as his own identity. Even though Dibayanu was a member of the royal family, he was killed by Arlen just like an ordinary Yuan soldier. If I were to commit such a heinous crime in the future, would Arlen treat me the same way? Perhaps this is what they call a guilty conscience. There is something wrong. General, in this battle our army has killed countless enemies and captured many prisoners. General Arlen had already planned to annihilate the Yuan army in the city when he attacked it. First, the infantry attacked and broke into the city. Then the Angus Ning cavalry circled around to the rear of the city, cut off the Yuan army's retreat, and formed an encirclement. The victory has been achieved, a resounding triumph. The results of this battle have not yet been tallied, but they must have been very fruitful, with countless Yuan soldiers captured. The commander of Huizhou Guard reported excitedly, his face beaming with joy. He was originally in the Angus Ning army, but now he serves as the deputy commander of Huizhou Guard. However, he has also made contributions in this great victory. So he is naturally very excited. Of course, this battle, although they weren't the vanguard and didn't get to eat meat, they still got a taste of the spoils by following the Angus Ning border army in their campaigns. They were credited with capturing cities and killing enemies. Great success. Samson snapped out of her daze and immediately called out, "General Amos." Frederick bowed respectfully, his movements crisp and efficient. "Your subordinate is here. Now that the battle in the city has been decided, the follow-up matters cannot be delayed. You personally mobilize the logistics troops to enter the city to clear the battlefield and treat the surrendered soldiers. Furthermore, this city is a grain storage place for border cities of the northern Yuan. Immediately send people to check the granary. If we can seize the grain of the northern Yuan army, it will be a great thing for our army." Samson made the arrangements methodically, her face dignified. This subordinate obeys. Frederick gladly accepted the order, a confident smile on his face. Although he was only mediocre at warfare and commanding troops on the battlefield, he was always adept at handling logistical matters. "Your Highness, there are many surrendered soldiers in the city. They need to be moved out of the city and kept under guard, and then escorted to the territory of the Ming dynasty for safekeeping. Beiping Prefecture can be used as a place to keep the surrendered soldiers under guard. This matter still needs your arrangement," Samson said, turning to Daniel. This subordinate obeys the order. Daniel also obeyed the order, a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was considering how to properly arrange for these surrendered soldiers. The battle here is over. The two armies will face little resistance in their attack on the 5 northern border cities. Next, we will launch a full-scale attack and head straight for Baiyun new capital. Samson's eyes shone with anticipation. This northern expedition has already achieved considerable success, killing countless enemies, and the wish for a great victory in the northern expedition seems to be just around the corner. "General, the results of the battle here need to be tallied quickly and reported to Yingshan immediately." Frederick reminded him with a smile, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes, his hands unconsciously rubbing together. Samson laughed and said, "You rascal, you're afraid of being late in reporting your war achievements." The words fell. "Have The two looked at each other and laughed, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. "I will personally submit this battle report after the results are tallied," Samson said, his tone tinged with pride. "The general is wise." Frederick immediately echoed, his face beaming with smiles and his eyes narrowing into slits. Angus Ning Prefecture, Pericles' residence. More than half a month has passed since Arlen set out on his northern expedition. Today, the area in front of the Pericles' residence was bustling with activity. The streets were packed with people who were whispering and discussing among themselves, their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. Some stood on tiptoe, trying to peek into the mansion, while others whispered, wondering what big event might happen today. The county soldiers of the prefecture stood in neat rows. Around the perimeter, their long spears gleaming coldly in the sunlight as they maintained order. Abner, the prefect of Daning Prefecture, also arrived at the gate of the Pericles' residence today. He was dressed in official robes with a solemn expression. His gaze kept drifting forward, his hands were behind his back, and he paced back and forth, revealing a hint of tension and anticipation. The matriarch of the Pericles family, Sydney Jemima, dressed in a plain long dress, held her several-month-old son, Regis Frostborn, in her arms and stood in front of the mansion gate with a hint of nervousness and anticipation on her face. The little one looked around curiously in his mother's arms, waving his little hands from time to time and making babbling sounds. Butler Elijah and the servants of the manor stood neatly. To one side, each with a respectful expression on their face and their eyes fixed on the front. At this time, a sound of footsteps followed. After a while, hundreds of Jinwu guards clad in red cloaks stood in neat rows in front of the Pericles' residence. They stood tall and straight like statues, their red capes fluttering in the breeze, displaying royal majesty. A centurion of the Imperial Guard, holding a golden imperial edict, stepped forward with steady steps. His eyes were focused and serious, and every step he took was firm and powerful, symbolizing the majesty of the crown prince of the Ming dynasty. Sydney Jemima, wife of Arlen, the Marquis of Champion. Hear the imperial decree. The commander of the Imperial Guard spoke in a loud, booming voice, like a great bell breaking the noise of the scene. Sydney Jemima's heart tightened, and she subconsciously hugged her son tightly. Sensing his mother's tension, Regis also stopped playing, staring wide-eyed with a bewildered expression. Your subject obeys the decree. Then, Sydney Jemima slowly knelt down. The servants behind him and the common people gathered in the street all knelt down. Even Abner, the prefect, dared not be negligent in the slightest. He immediately knelt down, his head slightly lowered, his face full of respect. In the Ming dynasty, seeing an imperial edict was as if the emperor himself were present. Even those without official rank were required to pay homage upon receiving an imperial edict. The crown prince, by the order of heaven and the mandate of heaven, declares, Commander of Angus Ning, Earl of Champion Arlen, was ordered to lead troops on a northern expedition. In the first battle of the northern expedition, he was brave and invincible, and in one day he broke through the border city of the northern Yuan. He made great contributions to the country and deserves a reward. Now, remember that Champion Earl Arlen made the first contribution to the northern expedition. Once the northern expedition is successful, he will be rewarded in the capital based on his military achievements. Arlen's wife was virtuous and kind. Now, by imperial decree, Arlen's wife, Sydney Jemima, was granted the title of imperial consort title, enjoying the corresponding imperial lady's salary and the privilege of not having to kneel before the emperor. In addition, he was granted 500 taels of gold, 500 bolts of brocade, a box of tribute fruit, and 100 servants. Appreciate this, the commander of the Golden Guard loudly proclaimed, and the sound spread. Sydney Jemima was stunned when she heard the imperial edict. Her eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief, and her lips were slightly parted, but she couldn't utter a sound. At that moment, she seemed frozen in time. Although Sydney Jemima came from a merchant family and had not received much formal education, she was well aware of the weight of being a lady of imperial decree. In the Ming dynasty, for women, the title of imperial noblewoman was just as precious as the noble title for men. Back in the Sydney family, she had heard the wives of her so-called elder brothers talk about how glorious it would be to obtain the title of Lady of the Imperial Decree. However, the current emperor despises merchants, so it's simply a pipe dream for a merchant's wife to obtain an imperial title. Of course, to her utter surprise, the title of imperial noblewoman, which countless women dream of, actually fell into her lap. Madam Pericles, please accept the decree. The commander of the Imperial Guard smiled and gently reminded her, his smile carrying a hint of respect. This was clearly a sign of respect for Arlen, but Sydney Jemima was still in shock and couldn't come to her senses for a moment. Seeing this, Abner, who was kneeling beside her, gently nudged her and hurriedly reminded her, "Jemima, why don't you accept the imperial decree and express your gratitude?" Sydney Jemima then came to her senses, quickly kowtowed, and loudly replied, "This humble woman thanks your majesty for your great kindness, and thanks his highness the crown prince for your great kindness." The commander of the imperial guard, holding the imperial edict, slowly walked to Sydney Jemima and said respectfully, "Madam Pericles, please rise." After all, Arlen was now a renowned figure in the Ming army and had become a model soldier, so his wife was naturally highly respected as well. Sydney Jemima slowly stood up, and the maid behind her immediately stepped forward to help her. Sydney Jemima handed Regis, whom she was holding, to Elijah. Elijah took the child with both hands, his movements gentle. "Your subject accepts the imperial decree and expresses gratitude." Sydney Jemima respectfully accepted the imperial edict with both hands, her hands trembling slightly. This was the first time she had ever received an imperial edict. "Guards, bring the emperor and the crown prince's rewards into the mansion." After handing over the imperial edict, the commander of the Golden Guard immediately gave orders to his subordinates. Yes, the imperial guards responded in unison, carrying the boxes in single file. The boxes made a dull thud as they scraped against the ground. Simultaneously, 100 servants were also brought into the mansion. They lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound, and moved their feet lightly, as if afraid of disturbing the solemn atmosphere. As slaves, their lives and deaths were entirely at the mercy of their masters. "Madam, these are the slave contracts for 100 servants. Please keep them safe." The commander of the Imperial Guard took out a box and handed it to Sydney Jemima. "Thank you very much." Sydney Jemima thanked them, took the box with both hands, and carefully put it away. Prefect Percival, the commander of the Imperial Guard, turned his gaze to Abner. "Exist." Abner immediately bowed deeply, feeling both uneasy and secretly expectant. By order of the Crown Prince, the prefect is requested to make preparations, as His Highness Ellis will be entering Daning to assume his fiefdom in the next few months. At that time, I would like to ask the prefect to cooperate well with Ellis in managing the affairs of Daning. Prefecture, after the assistance is completed, you may return to Yingshan to report on your duties. His Highness, the Crown Prince, said that the prefect has governed Daning Prefecture well over the years, bringing peace and prosperity to the people and making great contributions. The court will not overlook the prefect's merits. After you return to the capital, His Highness the Crown Prince will personally receive you. Upon hearing this, Abner's face flushed red with excitement, his eyes instantly welled up with tears, and his body trembled slightly. For a subject, gaining the approval of his lord is a great honor. The Crown Prince himself dispatched the Imperial Guards to deliver this message. What an extraordinary honor. Please convey to your Highness the Crown Prince that I, Abner, swear to serve the Ming dynasty to the death, and will never fail the expectations of the Emperor and the Crown Prince. As long as I serve in the prefecture of Daning, I will faithfully perform my duties every day and live up to the Emperor's grace. Abner calmed himself down, bowed deeply to the commander of the Imperial Guard, his movements solemn and devout, as if declaring his loyalty to heaven and earth. "Lord Percival, there's no need for such formalities. I will relay your words to the Crown Prince as they are." The commander of the Imperial Guard replied with a smile. "Yes." Abner nodded emphatically. "P.S. Please follow me. Thank you so much, moi." This time, even Abner, who is usually calm and composed, was in turmoil at this moment and found it difficult to regain his composure for a long time. However, in front of outsiders, Abner remained composed and forcefully suppressed his inner excitement. Judging from the words of the Jinwuwei centurion, Crown Prince Zachary had already taken a different view of him and favored him greatly. Once the day of returning to the capital arrives, a meteoric rise to prominence and a meteoric increase in one's career will be just around the corner. After all, those who have gained Zachary's favor are the future pillars of the nation. Of course, Abner knew perfectly well that his achievements in governing the Angus Ning prefecture alone were far from enough to truly catch the eye of the current crown prince. After all, the Ming Empire had a vast territory and countless prefects. Although they held great power, it was extremely rare for a prefect to stand out among so many officials and receive a personal imperial edict from the crown prince. This time, the reason he was able to receive such a great honor can be traced back to only one person, Arlen. There is no other possibility. Unconsciously, I owe that kid a huge favor. If it weren't for his outstanding performance on the Liaodong battlefield and his remarkable achievements, how could I, mere prefect in a remote border region, have had the honor of catching the eye of His Highness the Crown Prince? Ebner thought to himself, filled with gratitude for Arlen. Befriending Arlen was definitely the right thing to do. Just now, footsteps came from inside the Pericles' residence. A group of Imperial guards quickly emerged from the Pericles' residence. One of the Imperial guards quickly ran to the Imperial Guard commander outside the mansion, bowed, and said, "Reporting to the commander, all the items bestowed by His Highness the Crown Prince have been moved into the Pericles' residence and properly settled. All the servants were also handed over to the Pericles family." Hear the words? The commander of the Imperial Guard nodded slightly, then walked up to Sydney Jemima with a smile, bowed, and said with a smile, "Madam Pericles, His Highness the Crown Prince has a personal letter that he specifically ordered me to deliver to you in person." "Say it." The commander of the Imperial Guard slowly took out a letter from his bosom, solemnly presented it to Sydney Jemima with both hands. Even though it wasn't an imperial edict, it was still a letter from the current Crown Prince, and it couldn't be treated lightly. "Your subject has received the Crown Prince's letter." Upon seeing this, Sydney Jemima also showed respect and accepted the letter with both hands. After receiving the letter, Sydney Jemima subconsciously looked at Abner beside her, her gaze questioning, as she herself was unsure whether she should open it now. He sensed Sydney Jemima's pleading gaze. Abner smiled slightly and nodded, indicating that she could open the letter to view it directly. After receiving Abner's nod, Sydney Jemima reached out and opened the letter. After all, before her husband went to war, he specifically instructed her that when dealing with matters related to the government and the court, she could follow Abner's advice and just ask him for help. As for the business in the mansion, she could leave it entirely to Elijah to manage. After opening the letter, Sydney Jemima carefully read the letter in her hand, and her expression changed slightly. Subsequently, Sydney Jemima walked to Abner's side, her face showing some trepidation, and said softly, "Uncle Percival, His Highness the Crown Prince invited me to Yingshan in his letter." Upon hearing this, Abner was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face, and he immediately said with a smile, "Jemima, this is a wonderful thing. To be personally invited to Yingshan by His Highness the Crown Prince is an honor that not everyone can receive." Hearing Abner's words, Sydney Jemima's worries lessened slightly. She turned her gaze to the Jinwu Guard commander standing to the side. Upon seeing this, the commander of the Imperial Guard immediately understood and stepped forward, respectfully saying, "Madam, His Highness the Crown Prince has specifically instructed that we, the Imperial Guard, will accompany you on your journey back to Yingshan and do everything in our power to protect your safety. Then, I wonder if we could postpone our departure for a few days. My husband is currently on a northern expedition, and there are still many things to do in the household that I need to arrange properly." Sydney Jemima asked tentatively, "I wonder if His Highness, the Crown Prince, specified a departure date in his letter?" The commander of the Imperial Guard asked tentatively. "It wasn't mentioned." Sydney Jemima shook her head, then slowly said, "His Highness the Crown Prince only said in his letter that I could set off immediately after I had properly arranged the affairs of the manor." Upon hearing this, the commander of the Imperial Guard immediately laughed and said, "In that case, we Imperial Guards will wait for you in Daning City for a few more days. His Highness, the Crown Prince, specifically instructed that the safety of the lady and her family must be ensured, and that they be returned to Yingshan without any mishap." "Thank you all for your help," Sydney Jemima said softly. "Somebody come," Abner suddenly shouted loudly. Upon hearing the shouts, an official in robes quickly ran over and bowed respectfully to Abner. "What are your orders, sir?" "Immediately prepare the post station and properly entertain the soldiers of the Imperial Guard." Abner looked at his subordinates and immediately gave instructions. "Yes, your lord," the official responded, turned around and strode towards the commander of the Imperial Guards, leading them to the post station with a warm smile and great courtesy. "Wait for everyone to leave." Inside Pericles' mansion, Sydney Jemima and Abner arrived at pavilion. Sydney Jemima looked around to make sure no one was there, and with a worried expression asked softly, "Uncle Percival, why did His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly summon me to Yingshan? There were too many people talking outside just now, so I couldn't ask too directly." "Jemima, there were indeed too many people outside just now, so I didn't dare to say it too clearly. But now we can talk about it. Regarding this summons from the Crown Prince, you must understand this point. When a general is stationed in the field, he holds significant military power and authority, and the court will inevitably take measures to check and balance him. Abner looked at Sidney Jemima with a serious expression and said, "Hear the words." Sidney Jemima was slightly taken aback at first, then suddenly realized and said softly, "So that's how it is, I understand now." Military power in any dynasty is the most taboo key issue for the imperial court. Generally speaking, to ensure the stability of military power and loyalty of generals who command large armies in battle, the court will leave their families in the capital as a means of checks and balances. Only in this way can the court feel at ease to give them important positions. According to past practice, although Arlen had made many outstanding military achievements when he was promoted to commander, he was still young and had no family in the capital. Normally, he would not have had the opportunity to obtain such a high position. But fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince values him highly and appreciates him greatly, which is why he was able to be promoted smoothly. The reason I summon you to Yingshan is twofold. Firstly, to check Arlen's military power, and secondly, to make thorough preparations for Arlen's triumphant return from his northern expedition and his audience with His Majesty in Yingshan. Abner patiently analyzed the situation, his words revealing a profound understanding and precise grasp of the political landscape. After all, Abner was a seasoned veteran of the officialdom. "Uncle Percival, I understand. In order to put the court at ease about my husband, and for my husband's better future, I must go to Yingshan. I must stay there with peace of mind. Only in this way can my husband go further and more smoothly in his future career." Sidney Jemima nodded seriously, having thoroughly grasped the profound meaning behind the Crown Prince's summons to Yingshan. Abner smiled and nodded, saying gently, "It's good that you understand the pros and cons. Arlen has now made great contributions to the country, and the Emperor and the Crown Prince have nothing but reliance and appreciation for him. Summoning you to live in Yingshan is also to silence the gossips of those with ulterior motives in the court. In this way, if Arlen has any opportunities for promotion in the future, he will not encounter too many obstacles or setbacks. Speaking of which, I really have to congratulate you this time, Jemima. The title of Lady of the Imperial Decree is an immense honor that every woman in the world dreams of. With this status, one does not need to kneel when meeting the monarch and can enjoy a generous salary from the court. This is practically equivalent to having a noble title." At this point, an undisguised look of envy flashed in Abner's eyes. Although he couldn't obtain the title of nobility, Abner still wanted it. Only, apart from the founding heroes of the past, fewer and fewer people are now receiving titles. Arlen is perhaps the only person in recent years to be granted a title, and it is a hereditary title. All of this is thanks to my husband's military achievements in battles where he fought to the death. I am just fortunate to have benefited from his glory." Sidney Jemima said softly, a happy and proud smile on her face. "Ha, don't underestimate yourself. You bore Arlen a son, continuing his bloodline. For that alone, you should naturally share in his glory," Abner said with a smile. "All right, I won't delay your trip preparations any longer. These next few days, you can focus on arranging the affairs of the manor properly. With the Imperial Guards protecting you along the way, you can take more trustworthy servants with you to Yingshan. Back then, the Emperor and the Crown Prince specially bestowed a mansion upon Arlen in Yingshan. You should settle down there first, and once Arlen returns in triumph, you can go directly back to your home in Yingshan." After giving his instructions, Abner smiled and turned to leave. After Abner left, Elijah quickly walked over. Looking at Sidney Jemima, Elijah said respectfully in a low voice, "Young madam, the Crown Prince has summoned you. This matter is of great importance and you cannot refuse. The main thing your household needs to prepare now is matters related to business dealings with Beiping Prefecture. I have already made proper arrangements for all of these in advance, so there shouldn't be any major problems." Sidney Jemima nodded gently as she listened to Elijah's words. Although she felt somewhat helpless about Elijah always referring to her as young madam, she had long since gotten used to it. The Pericles couple always regarded Elijah as their closest elder, not a servant. Sidney Jemima repeatedly begged Elijah to call her by her name, but Elijah always insisted on not changing his way of addressing her. Over time, this became a fixed habit of addressing her. "Uncle Mossgrove, are you planning to come to Yingshan with me?" Sidney Jemima asked. The young mistress and young master are the lifeblood of our family. I really can't rest easy if I don't go with them, Elijah said with a smile, very seriously. For Elijah, his whole life was dedicated to Arlen and his young master. But the businesses in Daning Prefecture and Baping Prefecture still depend on you to manage them. These are the fruits of your husband's labor, Sidney Jemima said with some worry. Don't worry, young lady. Back in Baping, this old servant had already cultivated some loyal confidants for the young master. Now, all the old craftsmen in the distillery are loyal to the young master and devoted to him. They have also gained his approval. In addition, I have trained some managers who are capable of handling things on their own. They are sufficient to handle all kinds of affairs in the restaurant and winery, so there will be no problems with the business. Furthermore, Elijah paused here, glanced around warily to make sure no one was approaching, and then lowered his voice to say, the mansion is full of elite assassins carefully trained by the young master, and they have also been deployed to the restaurants and wineries. If there is any unusual activity in the industry, they will take immediate action to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Therefore, young mistress need not worry too much. Young master has long been farsighted and has arranged everything very properly. Sidney Jemima nodded again as she listened to Elijah's words, but there was still some unease on her face. I used to only think about being able to stay with my husband forever, but I never expected that I would become his burden. The court summoned us to Yingshan, ultimately just to keep my husband in check. Alas, as a subject, this is an unavoidable and helpless move. But from another perspective, after the young mistress went to Yingshan, the young master will be able to focus more wholeheartedly on making contributions on the battlefield. In the future, young master's path will be smoother and longer. Elijah comforted him with a smile. Arlen Tianfu, Yingshan City, the location of the capital of the Ming Dynasty. This place is a gathering place for powerful and wealthy people, prosperous and thriving, displaying the majesty and grandeur of the imperial court, Sidney family. Although their new residence is quite large, it is not located in the most prosperous and bustling core area of Yingshan, where land is extremely valuable. As a merchant family, the Sidney family was subject to many strict rules and restrictions in the capital. Even if they were incredibly wealthy, possessing vast fortunes, they still found it difficult to purchase a residence near the inner city and close to the imperial palace. All of this is because the current emperor, Evander, personally established laws that explicitly prohibit merchants from wearing fine clothes. Evander has always been extremely disgusted with merchants who prioritize profit. At this time, Sylvan was sitting upright in the inner hall of the Sidney family mansion. He flipped through the ledgers on the table, his brow furrowed, focused, and solemn. His brush occasionally circled and marked various accounts and losses on the ledgers. Having been in Yingshan Prefecture for over a year, the Sidney family's businesses have gradually expanded and developed during this time. However, on paper, many places were still operating at a loss, which worried Sylvan greatly. At this time, a series of hurried and frantic footsteps broke the silence of the inner room. Sylvan's eldest son, Anson, and Keegan, Sidney Tristan, rushed in looking flustered. "Father, something terrible has happened," the two shouted almost in unison. Upon hearing this, Sylvan's face darkened. He put down the account book in his hand, his brows furrowed, and he sternly rebuked, "What's the panic? What kind of behavior is this? What exactly happened?" "My second brother sent an urgent message. Many of our Sidney family's merchant caravans in Baping have been robbed. All the goods were looted, and almost all the caravan members were killed, with no one spared. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident, but rather a case in which more than a dozen caravans encountered the same situation, were completely robbed, suffered heavy casualties, and had no survivors." Anson's face was grim. He clutched a letter from Baping Prefecture tightly in his hand and spoke in a trembling voice. "What?" Upon hearing this, Sylvan's eyes widened in shock, his old face filled with disbelief. After carefully observing his two sons' expressions and confirming that what they said was true, he eagerly pressed, "How much was lost? Tell me quickly." "The confirmed news that has come back is that 18 caravans have been ravaged, more than 300 servants have been killed. The total amount of money lost by the caravans is close to 3,000 gold. Anson's voice was heavy, and his face was full of anxiety and helplessness. 3 daughters, this is no small sum. Hear the words. Sylvan fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, staring intently at Anson, and asked, "Baping Prefecture has always been peaceful, with very few bandits or villains appearing. Why have so many suddenly appeared this time? Moreover, the servants of our Sydney family caravan are all rigorously trained and equipped with weapons. Even if they encounter ordinary mountain bandits, they should be able to hold them off for a while. Why did they end up like this time? Father, Baping Prefecture has indeed always been stable and rarely has any troubles. My second brother has investigated carefully. The entire Baping Prefecture, apart from our Sydney family's caravan being robbed, all other caravans are safe and sound, without any looting or casualties. These bandits who suddenly appeared seem to be targeting our Sydney family specifically, wanting to rob our goods and kill our people. Anson's expression was solemn, and his tone was filled with anger and confusion. After the caravan was attacked, Warren, who remained in Baping, immediately launched an in-depth investigation and was surprised to find that only the Sydney family's caravan had been subjected to such a brutal and inhumane attack. Other merchant families' caravans did not encounter this. Hear this. A fierce glint flashed in Sylvan's eyes. As a prominent merchant who had been operating in the market since the Yuan dynasty, he was not a soft-hearted person. In the fierce competition of the business world, it was not uncommon in the past for people to commit murder and robbery in order to seize profits. Although the laws became increasingly strict after the founding of the Ming dynasty, and such bloody incidents decreased, the covert struggles and contests never truly ceased. Have you found out which force is targeting our Sydney family, especially our adversaries with whom we have direct conflicts of interest? Sylvan asked in a deep voice. Given his extensive experience and shrewd thinking, such actions against the Sydney family must stem from either hatred or a fierce conflict of interest. There is absolutely no other possibility. Father, my second brother has done everything he can to investigate. But this band of mountain bandits was extremely cunning, scattered in every corner of Baping Prefecture, and no servant of a caravan was able to escape from them, so there was no way to know their origins or identities. My second brother's investigation has also reached a stalemate with no leads whatsoever. Moreover, the Ming dynasty is currently on a northern expedition, and the troops stationed in Baping Prefecture have all set out, which makes Baping Prefecture even more uneasy, Anson said helplessly, full of frustration and annoyance. Father, judging from the message my second brother sent, this band of mountain bandits is no ordinary rabble. Almost all of us who died were killed by a single blow, either by a sharp blade piercing our hearts or by a slit in our throats. There were almost no other ways to die. These people are all highly trained elites. Those who can attack so many of my Sydney family's caravans and train so many elites are definitely not ordinary bandits. Sydney Tristan then spoke up, his face equally grim though his voice was filled with intense worry and fear. Aren't they just ordinary bandits? Sylvan's face grew increasingly gloomy. Leaning back in his chair, he fell into deep thought, his mind racing as he considered possible solutions. After all, this robbery and murder happened far too strangely, and we can't find anyone and we can't find any trace of them. Isn't this just too terrifying? After pondering for a long time, Sylvan raised his head and stared at his eldest son, Anson. Estelaire, send a message to your second brother. From now on, when my Sydney family's caravan travels, we must increase security. If my Sydney family doesn't have enough servants, then we'll pay a security escort agency. Money is not the issue. The goods and the trade route are the key. Except, have your second brother report this to the authorities, to the Baping Prefecture, and spend more money to bribe them. These necessary expenses cannot be omitted. To deal with these well-trained people, we must rely on the power of the government, Sylvan said in a deep voice, his tone serious. Today's situation, this was the only method Sylvan could think of. Firstly, the use of escort agencies greatly increases safety. Secondly, it allows the government to suppress the bandits, since the rampant banditry is also the government's responsibility. If this gets involved, it still comes down to the Daniels affairs. Father, I feel that even hiring a security escort agency cannot guarantee anything. After all, this band of mountain bandits is ruthless and is definitely trained to be deadly. As for reporting to the authorities, the Baping army has already gone on a northern expedition, leaving behind only some weak county soldiers. I reckon even if they know, they'll just go through the motions. But the Sydney family's caravan cannot be delayed. All 18 caravans were looted. This is not only a financial loss, but also a loss of reputation for the Sydney family. If this cannot be resolved in a short time, my Sydney family's trade routes in Baping Prefecture will be seized by other families, Anson said worriedly. In this regard, Sylvan also expressed his helplessness and could only shake his head. Now, there are only the two methods I have proposed. If the escort agency is no good, then we can only rely on the government. Of course, if the officials in Baping Prefecture do nothing, then we will find a way to make a big fuss and get the attention of the imperial court and the current emperor. The current emperor hates evil as if it were his enemy. If bandits were to truly break out, he would absolutely not stand idly by, Sylvan said with a cold smile. Hear this. Anson and Sydney Tristan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Father is brilliant. If this matter gets to the imperial court and reaches the emperor's ears, then this band of mountain bandits will surely be doomed, Anson said with admiration. Let the officials of Baping Prefecture handle it for now. If they can't handle it well, then we should try to make a big fuss about it. After all, if this matter is not handled properly, it will offend the Daniel, Sylvan said in a deep voice. He was well aware of this, of course. Baping Prefecture was the fiefdom of Daniel the Daniel. If they were to make a scene and bring this matter to the imperial court, it would be a slap in the face to Daniel, and the Sydney family would inevitably be targeted by Daniel in the future, which would certainly not be a good thing. Besides, we must find out exactly who is targeting our Sydney family. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. If we don't find out, my Sydney family will be in a very passive position in the future, Sylvan said very seriously. Father, this matter seems difficult to investigate. After all, this band of mountain bandits is too good at hiding. They are impossible to find, and they didn't leave any trace after their robbery and killing, Anson said helplessly. Survey what they could think of. Warren in Baping Prefecture naturally thought of as well, but the investigation came to nothing. This band of mountain bandits appeared and disappeared without a trace. In your opinion, which gang was behind this band of bandits? Don't overthink it, just tell me which family you are most likely to be from. Sylvan looked at his two sons and asked seriously. Hear this. The Sydney brothers paused for a moment, deep in thought. Father, could it be the Rosalind family? The Rosalind family has always had various business entanglements with my Sydney family. Back then, my Sydney family competed with the Rosalind family for the porcelain business and was even cheated by the Rosalind family. In the end, our Sydney family also took away the Rosalind family's wine and tea business. They probably hold a grudge. After thinking for a moment, Anson looked at Sylvan and said, The Rosalind family? Sylvan thought for a moment, then shook his head. The Rosalind family doesn't have many trade routes in Baping Prefecture. It's possible, but most likely it's not them. Could it be the Winslow family? Sydney Tristan mentioned it again. Rosalind family, Winslow family. These are the top 3 wealthiest merchants in the Ming dynasty today, just like the Sydney family. There are trade routes for porcelain, tea, wine, and many other products. The Winslow family would not do that either. They are in Yunnan and Sichuan, and we don't have much of a conflict of interest with them, Sylvan said, shaking his head. If it weren't for these 2 companies, then my son really can't think of any other families. Anson shook his head, unable to think of any. Do you think it's possible that it could be Arlen? After a moment of contemplation, Sylvan opened his eyes wide and looked at his 2 sons. Hear this. Anson and Sydney Tristan were both taken aback, then shook their heads. Father, although Arlen is quite capable and has now been awarded a title for his military achievements, he definitely doesn't have the financial resources to train assassins and even arrange them in Baping Prefecture, right? Anson asked with some doubt. Or he didn't want to believe that Arlen was behind it. Father, I think it's possible. This band of bandits is only targeting my Sydney family. If we're talking about grudges, my Sydney family and Pericles Yinkai are the real enemies, Sydney Tristan said solemnly. Arlen, he is now the commander of Angus Ning, holding military power and wielding great authority. Moreover, as you all know, the wine produced by his distillery is almost always in short supply. People in the north love wine and can't live without it. The wine from his distillery alone is enough to support a large number of assassins. Moreover, Arlen is no longer just running a winery, but also a restaurant, which is extremely profitable. Based on this reasoning, this band of bandits might really be his doing. Sylvan pondered, his expression turning grim. If it really is him, then this is going to be a real problem. Now he has power, influence, and money. It will be very difficult for us to deal with him. Anson's expression changed drastically. Father, how to do? If it really is Arlen, then it will be very difficult for my Sydney family to do business in the north in the future. In order to avoid him, we even gave up our business in Daning Prefecture. But we never expected that he would send people to Baping Prefecture to ambush and kill my Sydney family's caravan. He's really gone mad. Should we report this to the authorities? Sydney Tristan asked, somewhat flustered and at a loss. Upon hearing Sydney Tristan's words, Sylvan glared and coldly cursed, foolish. Without any evidence or proof, how to report it? I tell you. Pericles Yinshan is currently riding high, and both the current emperor and the crown prince value him highly. If you were to report him, it would be tantamount to courting death. At that time, my Sydney family might have offended the current emperor. Sylvan glared fiercely. What should I do? Arlen is no longer the same Arlen he used to be. Now that he's targeting my Sydney family like this, are we just supposed to put up with it? Sydney Tristan said, with great resentment. Now the tables have turned. It seems that Arlen is determined to fight to the death with my Sydney family. They robbed and slaughtered my Sydney family's caravan, leaving no survivors. This time he has launched another northern expedition against the northern Yuan. If he achieves great merit again, that would be truly remarkable. He is an earl now, and a marquis in the future, or even more powerful. My Sydney family, sigh. Thinking of Arlen's current status and identity, Sylvan's heart was filled with worry. Now, he increasingly regretted what he had done. Sending Arlen to Daning was a terrible move. It completely offended Arlen, since the Sydney family wanted him dead. The second step was naturally to send assassins to Daning to kill Elijah and Sydney Jemima. This deepened the enmity between his Sydney family and Arlen. Listening to what Sylvan said, thinking about the possibility of Arlen's future growth, the Sydney brothers' faces were extremely grim. I hope he dies on the battlefield, Sydney Tristan said viciously. He is already a commander with thousands of troops protecting him. How could he die so easily? Anson said coldly. Now, we also need to think of a way to ease tensions with Arlen, at least to prevent him from harboring such hatred towards the Sydney family, Sylvan said quietly. Although he seemed somewhat unsure of himself when he said this, it was something he had no choice but to do. Although the Sydney family was wealthy, they were merely merchants. In the current reign of Emperor Hongwu, trying to bribe officials with money would be tantamount to courting death. Ordinary matters are fine, but if it's about letting officials deal with Arlen, no one would be willing to do it. Father, based on what our Sydney family has done to Arlen, is there any room for maneuver? Anson replied solemnly. Let's give it a try. After all, Sydney Jemima grew up in my Sydney family. At worst, we can use Sydney Jemima's background as leverage to tell Arlen. Return some kindness, Sylvan said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. Father, if we release his information, won't Huexi and his family's former enemies blame our Sydney family for taking her in? Anson asked worriedly. As soon as these words fell, Sylvan's eyes suddenly lit up. Estelaire, you've reminded your father. Back then, Sydney Jemima's grandfather offended quite a few people. He offended almost the entire court. If the court, especially Huexi, were to find out that Arlen had married his granddaughter, they might become even more aggressive in their efforts to deal with him. This is a good thing for my Sydney family. Listen to this. Anson and Sydney Tristan's eyes lit up. Dad is right. It's impossible for my Sydney family to deal with Arlen, but Huexi and those people in the court definitely can. Anson nodded immediately. Estelaire, I will write a letter, find a way to contact Arlen and give it to him. Sylvan said in a deep voice. Yes, Anson nodded immediately. At this moment, outside the inner hall, Master, the voice of the Sydney family's butler came in. Come in, Sylvan said in a deep voice. The butler immediately pushed open the door and strode into the inner room. What is it? Sylvan asked in a deep voice, staring at the steward in front of him. This steward was naturally deeply trusted by Sylvan, and he was the one who did many things behind the scenes. Miss just sent me a message, but I don't know if it's true or false. But the news has already spread, Sydney said respectfully. What news? Sylvan asked immediately. Arlen, the commander of Angus Ning, made new contributions in the northern expedition, capturing the city on the first day and killing countless enemies. Now His Majesty has issued an imperial edict bestowing upon Arlen's wife, Sydney Jemima, the title of imperial consort title, Steward Sydney said in a low voice, glancing furtively at Sylvan as he spoke. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of Sylvan and his two sons all changed. A lady of imperial decree. She was actually granted the title of Lady of the Imperial Decree. Sylvan gritted his teeth, somewhat incredulous. with an unspeakable regret deep in his eyes. Perhaps at this moment, Sylvan truly regretted it, that lowly servant Sidney Jemima was actually granted an imperial title. This is equivalent to a noble title for men. Damn it. How could she do that? Anson said through gritted teeth, but aside. Sidney Tristan complained, if we had spoken to Arlen properly back then and directly betrothed Sidney Jemima to him, perhaps we wouldn't have needed to target Arlen like that, and there wouldn't have been so many things that happened afterward. My Sidney family could have also been on Arlen's good side. But as soon as the words fell, Sylvan glared at him and said coldly, shut up. Obviously, for Sidney Tristan to say such things at this moment is to slap his father in the face. After all the initial planning was done by Sylvan, and then he and his brothers carried it out. Time flies, northern Yuan territory, the war continues. The Ming dynasty's attacks continued. Ming dynasty is now winning victory after victory on the battlefield against the northern Yuan, while the northern Yuan is suffering defeat after defeat. More than 2 months have passed. The 10 fortified cities built by the northern Yuan at great expense of manpower and resources have been completely captured by the Ming dynasty. That's why it was able to be so fast. It all comes down to Arlen. His capture of the city on the first day disrupted the balance of the battle, allowing Rufus's army to successfully break through. Now, the capital of the northern Yuan dynasty, new capital, the city has been sealed off, entry and exit are prohibited. An eerie atmosphere permeated the entire city. For the northern Yuan, the city's defenses, once advantageous, were no longer sufficient to hold out in the northern Yuan court. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. The 10 strongholds on the border of our great Yuan have been completely lost. The Ming army is now advancing on our capital from all directions, a general reported, kneeling in the main hall with a somber expression. Emperor Yuan, seated on the dragon throne, also had a grim expression. Even with reinforcements arriving later, they still couldn't stop the Ming army's advance. Prime Minister, where are General Gili Kai's troops deployed now? Emperor Yuan asked, looking at Shilaman. Return to the Emperor. General Gili Kai led his troops to the royal pasture, which is 100 miles away from the new capital. He is prepared to rely on the strengths of our great Yuan cavalry to fight a decisive battle against the Ming army, Shilaman immediately said. With my 100,000 iron cavalry, we will surely inflict a heavy defeat on the Ming army. Emperor Yuan was also very confident in his cavalry. Therefore, Your Majesty need not worry. In this battle, with 100,000 Yuan cavalrymen, the Ming army will certainly be no match for the enemy, which is dominated by cavalry. Perseus also spoke with great confidence. Now, although the northern Yuan had already lost more than a dozen cities in succession, even though the Ming army was only 100 or 2 miles away from his capital, he had no fear of them because of his cavalry. Emperor, to avoid any unforeseen events and to ensure the long-lasting existence of our great Yuan dynasty, I believe His Majesty should first retreat to the northern frontier and return to the land of our great Yuan ancestor. Morgan stepped forward and loudly reported. The words fell. Emperor Yuan frowned and immediately said, Morgan, what do you mean by this? Do you think that our great Yuan cavalry is no match for the Ming army? Your Majesty, it's not that I lack confidence, but for the sake of complete safety. The Emperor is the foundation of our great Yuan. If the Emperor is lost, our great Yuan will surely fall apart. If Your Majesty were to return to the heart of the northern frontier to oversee the war effort, our men would be able to fight without fear. With Your Majesty here, our men have no worries about the future. Therefore, Your Majesty, please reconsider, Morgan said with a serious expression. Above him, he certainly understood the situation. He probably imagined that many courtiers would love for the fall of the Yuan dynasty or even for the Yuan emperor to die in the chaos of war. In that case, the many tribes that were being controlled by the Yuan dynasty would lose their checks and balances and eventually become independent kings, living without restraint. Although confident in the strength of the cavalry, Morgan's proposal was also for the long-term survival of the Yuan dynasty. Only by moving the Yuan emperor to guard the heart of the northern frontier could the Yuan dynasty both deter those tribes and ensure its longevity. But, as soon as he finished speaking, immediately court officials stepped forward. Morgan, you are underestimating the fighting strength of our great Yuan cavalry far too much. His Majesty is of the highest caliber. Guarding the capital is an inspiration to the fighting spirit of our great Yuan soldiers. If His Majesty were to return to the ancestral lands in the north, the soldiers would think that His Majesty had abandoned them and deserted in the face of battle. This will definitely affect morale. Good. With His Majesty guarding the capital, the morale of the army will surely be boosted. Your Majesty must not move your carriage. I second the proposal. This time, all the elite soldiers of our great Yuan have been mobilized. In addition to 100,000 iron cavalry, there are nearly 400,000 troops stationed in the capital. Why fear the Ming army? Morgan, you've gone too far. In the northern Yuan court, as Morgan finished speaking, a large number of court officials stood up to oppose it, most of whom were military officers. Obviously, deep down they were all unwilling to let Emperor Yuan return to his ancestral homeland in the northern frontier. This will inevitably affect their respective interests. After all, among the tribes in the northern frontier, if they do not pay tribute to the Yuan court, they each govern their own territory, with their own pastures, their own tribes, and their own people. Once Emperor Yuan left, northern Xinjiang will inevitably undergo major changes. I don't want to reveal what you're all thinking. The great Yuan is now in a precarious situation. Can you all stop thinking about your own interests and disregard the interests of the court and the emperor? Seeing the vehement opposition from the courtiers, Morgan pointed and shouted angrily. Enough! Seeing this noisy scene, Emperor Yuan, who was sitting on his high seat, immediately raised his hand and reprimanded the crowd. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Many court officials bowed in respect. You can tell. The atmosphere in the court of Carmichael Billy's descendants has become completely cynicized, and even the court etiquette is the same. The Morgan is worrying too much. Now, in addition to the 100,000 iron cavalry under the command of General Gilly Kai, I also have more than 300,000 troops stationed around the new capital. The military strength of my great Yuan has been fully mobilized. The Ming army is indeed powerful, but this time our great Yuan is well rested and has so many troops. Why should I fear the Ming dynasty? Emperor Yuan sneered, showing no fear of the Ming army. If the troops had not been mobilized at the beginning, Emperor Yuan would have been somewhat worried, but now that the troops have been mobilized and the food supplies are plentiful, he is truly not afraid. Moreover, he was very confident in the 100,000 cavalry under the command of Gilly Kai. This is his true elite force, the key to intimidating the northern tribes. More than 300,000 infantrymen were stationed to protect the new capital. Unless the Ming army had an absolute numerical advantage, the Yuan emperor did not believe there was any chance of losing. Of course, Emperor Yuan valued his life highly. If there were a real danger of defeat and the fall of the capital, he would have fled without the barbarians even needing to ask. The reason why they haven't withdrawn now is naturally because Emperor Yuan is reluctant to give up the luxury of the new capital and the wealth and glory of the Cornelius people who have been completely cynicized. If they were to actually reach the northern frontier, although their power would remain, the iron body that Emperor Yuan had nurtured would naturally not be able to withstand the harsh cold. Therefore, Emperor Yuan would not leave the capital until the very last step. Emperor. The barbarian looked bitter and helpless and still wanted to offer some advice. He saw through everything that others couldn't. If the Yuan cavalry truly defeats the Ming army, that would be fine. But if they fail, if the army mobilized to new capital becomes a defeated force and then flees to the northern frontier, countless chaos will inevitably ensue and the dynasty may even perish. This is the long-term vision that barbarians have. Only, despite numerous obstacles in the imperial court, Emperor Yuan remained unconcerned. The great Yuan dynasty has truly reached a point of no return. The emperor is incompetent. The court officials were filled with various thoughts. Is my great Yuan really going to be driven back to the grasslands by the Ming dynasty? Is my great Yuan really doomed? If Grand Marshal Nahachu was still alive? If Liaodong was still there? If our great Yuan had sent troops to rescue Liaodong when the Ming dynasty attacked it, then we would not be in this situation today. The barbarian felt extremely bitter. As a minister who saw through everything, Morgan felt bitter as he watched the Yuan dynasty decline and even perish. Correct. What happened to the Jurchens and Goryeo? I have given orders to the Jurchens for more than 2 months. Have they made any moves? Emperor Yuan asked, looking at Shilamen. Reporting to the emperor. The new chieftain of the Jurchens has already led his army to harass the border of the Ming dynasty in Daning. However, there are still a large number of Ming troops stationed in Daning Prefecture and Liaodong Prefecture, so they have not achieved much success. As for Goryeo, Korea, now that Eldrin has rebelled, the king of Goryeo is no longer able to resist. He has even begged the emperor to send troops to relieve Goryeo's crisis. Perseus immediately reported respectfully, "Hear this." Emperor Yuan nodded and said, "This Jurchen chieftain is quite good. He knows how to serve me. Once we defeat the Ming army, I will definitely reward him handsomely. As for Goryeo, forget it, let it perish. Once Eldrin seizes the throne, we can just make him continue to pay tribute to our great Yuan." Emperor Yuan did not value the small kingdom of Goryeo much. The king of Goryeo's desire for one Jiang to rescue him was, of course, wishful thinking. "Preach my will. Let General Gili Kai command his troops with all his might. As long as he defeats the Ming army and kills every single one of them, I will definitely keep my promise and make him a king. As for the other generals who command troops and are stationed here, I will absolutely not treat them poorly either," Emperor Yuan declared loudly. Within the northern border region, less than 100 miles from Uingsindhu, the vast grasslands seemed to stretch endlessly, and here, there were thousands of Yuan soldiers scattered around, along with war horses strewn about, visible. This was a small-scale skirmish. The unit that fought against them was a Arland battalion under Arland's command. "Arland, it's all settled." A large number of Angus Ning cavalrymen came before the Arland commander and reported, "Clear the battlefield. Make sure no one is left alive, and take all the war horses back with you." The northern Yuan truly lives up to its reputation for occupying the grasslands, a natural pasture. Their war horses are inherently superior to those bred by our great Ming. With the addition of these war horses, our great Ning border army can now add another 1,000 household cavalry battalion. This military commander said excitedly, a complete money grubber. "Ha ha ha, the Arland commander is right. The northern Yuan had many cavalry. Once we defeat the northern Yuan this time, if our entire Angus Ning border army is composed of cavalry, that will be formidable." The surrounding soldiers of Angus Ning laughed loudly. These men, including commanders of 1,000 men and ordinary soldiers, spoke to their superiors without any restraint. In the Ming dynasty, the army had the strictest hierarchical system. Ordinary soldiers had a natural awe for their superiors and dared not get close to them, let alone joke with them. Looking at this army of soldiers from the great Ning border region, even the ordinary soldiers dared to joke around, acting very casually and without any barriers. This is clearly the intangible result of Arland's military training. Generals and soldiers united as one. "All right, the 20-mile area under the responsibility of our Arland battalion has been cleared. Messenger, have the main force follow and set up camp," the Arland commander immediately ordered. "I accept your orders." Suddenly, several messengers quickly broke away from the ranks and headed towards the main force at the rear. At dusk, the site where the border troops of Daning were stationed. "Lord, I just received a message from Daning." The Black Guards secretly reported this. "I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing." Inside the tent, Marvin looked at Arland with a worried expression. "Explain." Upon hearing Angus Ning, Arland's expression changed slightly, and he immediately asked. "The Black Guards have grown stronger and stronger every day. Under Arland's orders, many of them have hidden themselves in their own residences to protect their wives and children. They are also responsible for relaying information. If anything concerns their residence, it will be immediately reported to Arland. The imperial decree has arrived. The Crown Prince has issued an edict bestowing upon the lady the title of 4th-rank imperial consort, granting her the salary and benefits of an imperial consort," Marvin said. "Imperial decree conferring titles and honors. That's a good thing." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Arland's lips. For women, the title of imperial noblewoman was an unquestionable honor. Arland was very pleased that he was able to get Sidney Jemima a title of nobility based on his own military achievements. It is indeed a good thing that the lady has been granted an imperial title. "But the madam and the young master have been summoned to Yingshan by the Crown Prince. We have already set off. Uncle Mossgrove also set off. The fact that madam has been summoned to Yingshan sounds like a good thing, but I still have some concerns," Marvin said with a worried expression. After all, he was the person Arland trusted most. Marvin knew everything about the Black Guard and the treasure. He was very worried that the embroidered uniform guard might have discovered something and then summoned his lord's wife and children to Yingshan to keep. Minchek, perhaps this is because they know a lot and think a lot. After all, Arland was training assassins on such a large scale. If this were discovered, it would be a capital offense punishable by the extermination of his entire clan. "Were you summoned to Yingshan?" Upon hearing this, Arland frowned slightly. his face showing a thoughtful expression. They were clearly considering the pros and cons of this situation. After a moment of reflection, Arlen slowly spoke. It is normal for the court to have checks and balances when a general is in the field. After all, I was alone before, and it was already an exception that I was promoted to the position of commander of Angus Ning. Now I have a wife and children, and I have ties. Moreover, it is at a critical moment in the northern expedition, and I cannot afford to make any mistakes. That is why I was summoned to Yingshan. This is not a bad thing. They entered Yingshan with Jemima and her son. From now on, my military achievements and future promotions will no longer be hindered. Arlen knew quite a bit about his own promotion and the situation in the imperial court. When Arlen was promoted to commander of Angus Ning, Evander agreed, and it was Zachary who strongly promoted it. No one objected in the court that day. However, afterwards, many censors and officials of the Ministry of War submitted memorials stating that Arlen had no family and was all alone, so he should be used with caution. In this regard, Arlen was naturally aware of this. This time, Zachary summoned Sydney Jemima and her son to Yingshan, which can be considered to make up for Arlen's shortcomings in future promotions. A minister who is alone, no matter how outstanding his abilities, will eventually be sidelined unless the emperor has something to hold against him. Although it sounds absurd, this is the way of the emperor. Lord, if that's all there is to it, then of course it's a good thing. But if Blackguard leaked it, then we would be guilty of a serious crime. After all, the embroidered uniform guards are everywhere, Marvin said with great concern. The Blackguard stronghold is hidden and has no connection with me. No matter how powerful and well-informed the embroidered uniform guard is, they could never find out. Furthermore, Arlen chuckled lightly, paused for a moment, and then said coldly, those imperial guards lurking in the mansion seem to be extremely well hidden, but in front of the black guards they are just greenhorns. The information they know is what I let them know. As for what they don't know, they will never know. When saying this, Arlen also revealed murderous intent. At home, Arlen had already given orders to the black guards. If the imperial guards dared to investigate the distillery, they would find out the recipe. We immediately tried to find a solution. Fortunately, they didn't get the chance. After all, those who could enter the winery and have access to the recipes were all Arlen's confidants, and the recipes were in several parts, not a single complete set. My subordinate understands. Marvin nodded respectfully. Then he added, there is another matter which Uncle Mossgrove conveyed through the Black Guard. Our winery has completed contact with the people sent by the Daniel. Now that the trade route has been opened, Uncle Mossgrove has also selected many loyal managers to go to Baping Prefecture to prepare for the opening of the restaurant. It should already be in effect now. Arlen nodded. Since Uncle Mossgrove went to Yingshan with Jemima and the others, he must have arranged everything. My lord, Baping Prefecture has a larger population than Daning Prefecture, and it is also much wealthier. Our wine will definitely sell better in Baping and make more money, Marvin said with great anticipation. It's already started in Baping Prefecture, and Liaodong Prefecture is also within my sphere of influence. I can cooperate with Damon Cornell, give him some benefits, and also open a branch in Liaodong Prefecture at the same time. Arlen pondered, but his thoughts went much further. We will start with the border prefectures in the north of the Ming Dynasty, and gradually open. Restaurants, we don't expect to cover them all, but we will make sure to open them in cities with larger populations. Of course, we can't take too big a step at once, we have to take it one step at a time. My lord has grand ambitions, perhaps our restaurant will be able to open in Yingshan in the future, Marvin said with a smile. Not necessarily. It is inevitable. Now that Uncle Mossgrove has gone to Yingshan, I will have him prepare to open a winery and a restaurant there. As the most prosperous prefecture in the Ming Dynasty, he will definitely earn more. Arlen smiled. Arlen had no worries about selling the wine produced by his own distillery. In fact, was always in high demand. In this era, there were not many entertainment activities or much appetite. Eating meat was not something everyone could afford, but alcohol was the most enjoyable thing in the era. At this moment, report. His Highness the Daniel requests that General Pericles come to the main camp for a meeting. Outside the tent, the voice of Soren, commander of the Daniel's mansion, could be heard. Coming. Arlen gave Marvin a look, signaling him to stop talking, then got up and walked out of the tent, with Marvin immediately following, under Soren's guidance. They soon arrived at the main tent, in the middle of the military camp. With the northern border cities all breached, the forces of the two armies from all three garrisons have gathered and are now all encamped here. In the main camp, when Arlen arrived, many generals were already waiting inside the camp. They are all acquaintances. Huazhaowei, Beipingwei, Pericles Yingyi entered the camp. First, the Huazhu Guard generals led by Damon Cornell stood up and bowed to Pericles Yingyi, saying, "General Pericles." Everyone was filled with awe and reverence for Arlen. In the military, the strong are respected, and Arlen is undoubtedly that strongman. This time, in just over 2 months, less than 3 months, they were able to conquer more than a dozen interdependent cities on the border of the northern Yuan and turn them all into cities of the Ming dynasty. If we're talking about who deserves the most credit, Pericles deserves the title without question. At this point, even the Huaxi generals who disliked Arlen had to admit that if Arlen hadn't captured the city so quickly, thus hindering the Yuan army's advance, they wouldn't have been able to conquer 5 cities in just over a month. Of course, there's another key reason why the generals of Huazhu Guard are so excited at this moment. Apart from Damon Cornell and his 2 subordinate commanders, the 5 assistant commanders were all from Angus Ning under Arlen, and each of them held Arlen in high esteem. It can be said, Arlen now enjoys extremely high prestige in the Northern Army. She became the center of attention as soon as she entered, and in the main position. Seeing Pericles Yingyu's prestige, the generals of the Beiping army under his command in Huazhu Guard all respected him greatly. This also made Daniel's feelings even more complicated and difficult to express. Even he only had prestige in the Beiping army, and that was mostly due to his status as a prince. Arlen, on the other hand, earned his prestige entirely through his military achievements by leading from the front and fighting bravely. This humble general pays his respects to the Daniel. "Greetings, General Amos." Arlen walked slowly, followed by 7 generals from the Angus Ning border army. Upon entering the tent, he immediately bowed deeply. "Ha, our great hero has arrived. General Pericles, no need for formalities, please have a seat," Frederick said with a smile in a very carefree manner. "Take a seat." Daniel smiled and showed no dissatisfaction with Frederick. After all, Frederick was the one in charge of military command. "Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, General Amos." Arlen thanked him. He went straight to his seat. First on the left. Although he was the youngest of the 3 commanders, Arlen held the highest position. Otis and Todd, along with many other generals, also took their seats. "General Pericles, since you're here, I won't waste any more words. This is an imperial edict from the court specifically for you." Frederick smiled and picked up an imperial edict from the table with both hands. Arlen immediately stood up, preparing to pay his respects. "There aren't so many rules in the army, just present it with both hands." Frederick smiled and directly stopped Arlen from saluting. "Hear this." Arlen smiled and without any hesitation stepped forward and presented the imperial edict with both hands. "Receive an imperial edict and a common treasure chest as a reward." The panel displayed a very appropriate notification. "General Pericles, congratulations. The lady was granted the title of Imperial Consort title by imperial decree from the Emperor and the Crown Prince." Frederick said with a smile, "Hear the sound." Inside the tent, many generals clasped their hands in congratulations to Arlen, saying, "Congratulations, General Pericles." Everyone was genuinely happy for Arlen. After all, this is an imperial title. For a woman to receive an imperial decree is the greatest honor. "Generals, you are too kind." Pericles Yingxian glanced at the imperial edict, then smiled and returned the greeting by clasping his hands in a fist salute to the crowd. General Pericles has made outstanding military achievements, so it is no surprise that his wife was granted the title of Imperial Noblewoman, Blake said with a smile. "Good. When we return victorious from the northern expedition, General Pericles must treat us to a good drink," Letta Cornell Quincy said with a smile. "P.S. It's a new month. Thank you for your support, brothers." Arlen naturally returned the congratulations with a smile. After a while of pleasantries, the military council, now that the entire army has gathered, has truly begun. "Generals, now our army has captured more than a dozen cities on the border of the northern Yuan. However, according to reports from spies lurking within the territory of the northern Yuan, in the past 3 months, the troops that Emperor Yuan mobilized from various places have been deployed to various parts of Yuan capital. The troop strength is probably no less than 400,000. Moreover, Emperor Yuan's General Felix personally led 100,000 cavalry to deploy troops at the royal pasture 100 miles outside the capital. You generals should be able to see through his purpose, Daniel said slowly, scanning the generals in the tent. The words fell. Blake spoke first. Your Highness, the purpose of the Northern Yuan is obvious. They are completely incapable of stopping the advance of our great Ming army in terms of city defense, so they want to use their strength to deal with our great Ming. In the past, the Northern Yuan was able to swallow up the Central Plains and seize the world precisely because of the power of its iron cavalry. So, the Northern Yuan must be trying to defeat our army with their cavalry. Hear this? Daniel gave Blake an approving look, feeling very pleased. After all, they were Beiping troops under his command. Farley Yuliang's actions was simply a way of giving him face. Generals, nonsense, I won't say any more. The strength of the Northern Yuan cavalry is unparalleled in the world. Even though our great Ming has driven the Northern Yuan out of the Central Plains for decades, the strength of the Northern Yuan cavalry should not be underestimated. I am not trying to undermine the morale of the Northern Yuan or diminish the prestige of my great Ming, but this is simply the truth. The strength of the Ming dynasty's cavalry is ultimately inferior to that of the Northern Yuan. Moreover, even if we add up all the cavalry of the Ming dynasty, we still can't possibly muster 100,000 men, Daniel said very seriously, his tone extremely solemn. He guarded Beiping Prefecture for many years, although no large-scale war broke out with the Northern Yuan. However, small-scale battles did occur. The Northern Yuan's southward raids also relied primarily on cavalry. The Beiping army was indeed a formidable force, and before Arlen appeared, it was the strongest in terms of combat power on the border. However, the Beiping army was at a disadvantage in battles against the Northern Yuan cavalry. Even in cavalry duels, they were no match for the Northern Yuan cavalry. Therefore, it is understandable that Daniel was wary of him. His Royal Highness King Willowbrook, 100,000 cavalrymen and on the vast grasslands are indeed a force that no infantry can handle. Perhaps the only way to deal with these 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry is to join forces with General Rufus, Damon Cornell said in a deep voice. You want to join forces? Impossible. The Northern Yuan will not allow us to join forces. Now we have penetrated into the heart of the Northern Yuan territory. In addition to facing tens of thousands of Northern Yuan cavalry, we also have hundreds of thousands of Northern Yuan infantry. General Rufus can still hold back those large armies on the left, but once General Rufus joins forces, we will lose our current numerical advantage against the Northern Yuan cavalry, Blake said immediately. Our army currently has 150,000 troops, which may be superior to the Northern Yuan's forces, but ultimately it is no match for cavalry. This time, the Northern Yuan has made it clear that they are using their cavalry to confront our army head-on. The terrain is flat and vast, and they are truly no match for us, Damon Cornell said with a wry smile. King Willowbrook, General Wentworth, in your opinion, what should we do now? Blake also looked to Daniel for help. Blake had fought against the Northern Yuan cavalry before. In a battle across a vast area, the Ming cavalry was no match. Daniel looked worried, also unsure how to wage war, even though he's been on the border for so many years. The strategy for dealing with the Northern Yuan cavalry relied on the advantages of the Great Wall and the strength of the city's defenses, with a focus on defense. But this time, the Ming dynasty is taking the initiative to attack and engage in battle with the Northern Yuan cavalry, which will inevitably be difficult to resist. After thinking for a moment, Daniel turned his attention to Frederick. After all, Daniel was sent by Evander to gain experience and improve his military command skills. He was mainly observing the battle, and the main decision-making power was still in Frederick's hands. He felt Daniel's gaze. Frederick felt a sudden panic. Listening to what the general said, he was already in a very passive position. After all, Daniel and Blake had no way to deal with the situation of the Northern Yuan Mingpai. What could he do? Now, how could Frederick not panic? But, as Daniel's gaze shifted, almost all the generals in the tent were looking at him, and under these circumstances, Frederick seemed to have no choice but to speak. Faced with this situation, after struggling for a moment, Frederick caught a glimpse of Arlen sitting silently in the first seat on the left. Immediately, with a nothing-to-lose mentality, he looked at Arlen and asked, General Pericles, what are your thoughts on the Northern Yuan cavalry? Next moment, all the generals' eyes, including Daniel's, were on Arlen. This Frederick is really useless. He has no ability to command troops, yet everyone regards him as a skilled commander. The halo brought by his father is too great, Arlen thought to himself. But, Now, Arlen didn't think much of it. Actually, when I was training troops in Daning, I had already thought that if we were to launch a northern expedition in the future, we would inevitably have to face the strongest cavalry of the northern Yuan. So, Arlen looked around and said in a deep voice, I had already come up with a countermeasure when we were training troops in Daning. Hear this. All the generals inside the tent stared at Arlen in shock. General Pericles, how do you plan to deal with the 100,000 cavalry of the northern Yuan? Daniel immediately stared at Arlen and asked. Although he was asking a question, Daniel was actually a little uneasy. If Pericles Yinglian can handle these 100,000 cavalrymen, especially on the vast grasslands and deserts where the cavalry is on its home turf, then that would be truly terrifying. General Pericles, do you really have a way to deal with these northern Yuan cavalry? If it's true, then General Pericles has truly accomplished a great feat, Frederick said excitedly, looking at Arlen expectantly. Angus Ning, where are the generals of Huiju? Arlen did not answer directly, but instead spoke in a commanding voice. Exist. The generals of Huiju Guard, who belonged to the Daning border army, all stood up and bowed to Arlen. Do you still remember the formations I taught you when we were training troops in Daning? Arlen asked in a deep voice. We will never forget what the general taught us, the 10 commanders replied in unison. The formation I taught you back then was specifically designed to counter the northern Yuan cavalry, Arlen said with a slight smile, a confident expression on his face. What kind of formation could possibly counter the 100,000 iron cavalry of the northern Yuan? Daniel asked with some skepticism. Frederick immediately asked, Yes, General Pericles. I also have some knowledge of formations. If the northern Yuan cavalry only number in the tens of thousands, our army can still deal with them by relying on its numerical advantage and using a long snake formation to outflank and surround them. Perhaps we can barely win. But with 100,000 cavalry in flat and wide terrain, even if we set up 10 long snake formations, they will break through. Obviously, Frederick was very pessimistic about Pericles Yingyu's formation and did not believe that there was a formation to deal with 100,000 cavalry. Have any of you ever heard of the Dragon Gate formation? Arlen asked with a smile, looking around. The Dragon Gate formation created by Zhu Rengui during the glorious Farnsworth dynasty. It is said that this formation is good at trapping and killing, and it is specifically designed for cavalry, so it can be used to trap and kill cavalry. However, this formation has long been lost. Could it be that General Pericles knows this? Daniel was startled and hurriedly asked. It's quite a coincidence. I happen to know this formation well. Arlen smiled confidently. If it really is the legendary Dragon Gate formation, that might actually be able to deal with the 100,000 Yuan army's iron cavalry. Daniel nodded and said very seriously, General Pericles, now that you have a plan to deal with the enemy, we will follow your arrangements in this military meeting. How to respond, how to deploy troops. I'm leaving everything to you. Frederick immediately spoke up. Pericles Yingyu's tactics for dealing with 100,000 cavalry might resonate with others, but Frederick felt them even more deeply. This battle, he no longer needs to lose face. If he were to actually command the entire army, it would be a real disaster. This battle, use infantry as the main force. Follow me to set up the Dragon Gate formation to trap and kill the Yuan cavalry. As for the cavalry, they should remain hidden behind the Dragon Gate formation. Once the Yuan army is trapped, they should be gradually released to kill them, Arlen said immediately, regarding how to respond and how to deploy resources. In fact, Arlen had thought about this many times when he was in Daning. This northern expedition of our great Ming is the main offensive. Will the Yuan cavalry obediently enter the battle? Frederick asked with some concern. If the formation is set up properly and the Yuan army doesn't take the bait or enter the formation, then it would be a joke. Will not. Daniel shook his head and said with certainty, the Yuan army will definitely enter the battle. Why? Frederick asked, puzzled. Upon hearing Frederick's question, Daniel looked at him with surprise, seemingly wondering why Frederick would ask such a question. After all, this situation is quite clear once you think about it. We are still somewhat wary of the northern Yuan cavalry, and the northern Yuan is most proud of their cavalry. Perhaps in the eyes of the Yuan emperor and the generals of the northern Yuan, their cavalry could crush everything once they set out. Once our army reaches the royal pastures of the northern Yuan, they will surely launch a full-scale attack. At that time, our army will only need to send a cavalry unit to lure the enemy. Once they actually reach the front lines, They will not stop their attack. Daniel slowly began to explain. Indeed. Frederick nodded, seemingly agreeing. Coming to his senses, he said, General Pericles, we are less than a few dozen miles away from the pastures of the northern Yuan. What should we do next? Frederick asked. Using cavalry to clear the way and eliminate the harassment from the Yuan cavalry, the main army can steadily advance and break camp. When they are not far from where the northern Yuan cavalry are encamped, they will naturally launch an attack. Once we enter the range of their cavalry attack, the roles of offense and defense will reverse. With our army on the defensive and the Yuan army on the offensive, Arlen said in a deep voice. Frederick nodded in understanding, completely comprehending the situation. Immediately, Frederick then addressed the generals in the tent, saying, Did all of you generals hear what General Pericles said? Tomorrow, the army continues as before, advancing steadily. One day is enough, Frederick said in a deep voice. This humble general will obey your orders. All the generals inside the tent responded in unison. Generals, please go back and get some rest. We will launch another troop operation tomorrow. Daniel also addressed his generals, followed. The generals all stood up and took their leave. Pericles Chester was no exception, but when Arlen was preparing to return to camp, Soren quickly caught up. General Pericles, His Highness requests your presence. Soren said in a low voice, Kindness. Arlen nodded and then followed Soren, not a moment. The location of Daniel's camp. This humble general pays his respects to your highness, the Daniel. Arlen clasped his hands in a salute and said, General Pericles, there's no need for such formalities. Daniel smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, Please sit down. Arlen straightened up, then sat down to the side, looking at Daniel with a puzzled expression. I wonder what important matter the Daniel has summoned me for. Can't I have a chat with General Pericles if I have nothing to do? Daniel said with a stern face, pretending to be angry. No, that's not it, Arlen replied with a smile. Come on. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I have just received news that the first batch of fine wine from your winery has arrived in Beiping Prefecture, and the response has been very good. This time, General Pericles' wine will surely make him a fortune in Beiping. Daniel said with a smile, Win-win. Your Highness can also make a fortune, Arlen replied with a smile. Your restaurant manager has already entered Beiping Prefecture and has selected locations in Beiping City as well as many other cities to open restaurants. I have already given the order that this should not be hindered, Daniel said to Arlen with a hint of goodwill. Thank you for your trouble, Your Highness, Arlen said calmly. Regarding Daniel, Arlen's attitude has always been the same, neither too close nor too distant, neither too intimate nor too conspicuous. Having lived 2 lives, Arlen naturally knew very well how to handle things smoothly. But, suddenly, Daniel changed the subject, his expression turning serious. In the months following the northern expedition, things haven't been very peaceful in my Beiping Prefecture. I wonder if General Pericles has heard about this. When this question is asked, Daniel stared intently at Arlen. Your Majesty. How do I say this? Beiping Prefecture has always been well organized under the prince's rule. Although the Beiping army launched a northern expedition, the law still applies. How could it not be peaceful? Arlen asked in surprise. When Daniel asked this question, Arlen already had a thought in mind. It's certain that the Sydney family's matter has blown up. After all, so many people died. They looted so much wealth. It would be strange if this matter hadn't reached Daniel's ears. After all, Daniel had a very deep understanding of Beiping Prefecture. Seeing Arlen's surprised expression, Daniel continued to stare at him without immediately answering. Is it really not him? Daniel harbored suspicions in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. He simply sighed and said with a hint of worry, A fierce band of mountain bandits has suddenly appeared in my Beiping Prefecture and is spreading all over the official roads of Beiping Prefecture. The Sydney family's merchant caravan, which has a grudge against you, has suffered considerable losses. More than 300 servants of the caravan died. The financial losses amounted to several thousand gold pieces. Before Daniel could finish speaking, Arlen frowned immediately, somewhat displeased, and said, Your Highness, do you suspect that I did this? Although I have killed countless people on the battlefield, I have no personal guards and I only run a liquor business. Your Highness knows this. This humble general has no ability to arrange for a band of mountain bandits to rob and kill. And then, Arlen paused, then said very seriously, The Sydney family, I do indeed wish I could tear them to pieces, but I have no evidence of what they did back then. Even though I am furious, I dare not act rashly under the laws of the Ming dynasty and the mighty imperial power. But if the Sydney family has really been targeted by bandits, then they truly deserve it. It's just a pity for those outside the Sydney family. Talking, Arlen also looked quite saddened. It seems it really wasn't him. Seeing Arlen's serious expression and complete ignorance, Daniel became somewhat certain. General Pericles is mistaken. This time, apart from the Sydney family, the other merchants were not robbed or killed. Only the Sydney family is targeted by this band of mountain bandits. Kill or rob anyone from the Sydney family, Daniel said in a deep voice. Such targeting. Arlen was astonished, then said, "This seems to be the work of the Sydney family's enemies. If not, we would never target the Sydney family like this. This incident occurred in Baping Prefecture. Your Highness, the Daniel must be cautious. The government must increase its patrols and have the county troops eliminate this rampant band of mountain bandits. Although I also despise the Sydney family, this matter has taken place in Baping Prefecture. If it really escalates to the imperial court, it will not look good for the Daniel." Arlen said with great concern, "Don't worry, General Pericles. I have already given my instructions. Go all out to hunt down the bandits." Although the Baping army has launched a northern expedition, dealing with small mountain bandits is no problem for the Baping government, Daniel said with a smile. "That's how it should be." Arlen nodded in agreement. "All right. The reason I summoned General Pericles here is to discuss matters concerning the restaurant. It's happened here. General Pericles, please go back and rest first. When we finally face the northern Yuan cavalry, I'd like to see General Pericles's impressive tactics." After testing the waters, Daniel also issued an order to leave. "Then I shall take my leave." Arlen smiled, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and withdrew from the tent. Arlen was still quite unhappy about being with Daniel, a man with 800 schemes in his heart. Perhaps he was the Yongle emperor in history, but at this moment, he is also an ambitious man. In the end, I still didn't get to sit in that position, watching Arlen's departing figure until he was a dozen steps away from the camp. "It seems it wasn't him who did it," Daniel said slowly. "Wasn't he the one your Highness suspected the most from the beginning?" Doran's figure came from inside the tent. "Obviously. They remain inseparable. This band of bandits is no ordinary bandit. Each one of them is highly trained. Most of the servants of the Sydney family were killed with a single blow. Such training makes me suspicious of them. And he and the Sydney family are mortal enemies," Daniel said in a deep voice. "Indeed. He made a fortune by selling his alcoholic beverages. If one truly wants to train an elite suicide squad, it is indeed possible. Although Arlen is young, he is quite cunning. It's difficult for your Highness to deduce the answer through probing. Again, if your Highness wants to use this as leverage to subdue Arlen, it will be even more difficult. This person is no ordinary person. We still can't treat him with the same logic as usual," Doran said slowly, his words carrying a hint of warning. "I understand, of course." Daniel nodded, but his eyes were complicated. "However, it would be a waste if I didn't give this opportunity a try. With him in my grasp, I will truly be like a fish in water." Entering Yingshan. It seems Daniel's test of Arlen was clearly aimed at something. If Arlen really shows something amiss, or admits that he was responsible for the robbery and murder of the Sydney family, then Daniel can use this as leverage to gain initial control over Arlen. But Daniel was a smart man, and Arlen was not stupid either. And Arlen was well aware of the extent of Daniel's ambition. Therefore, Daniel's attempt to test the waters ended in failure. "You said, could it be him who robbed and killed the Sydney family's caravan?" Daniel turned his head and asked Doran again. Although Arlen's answers and behavior showed no abnormalities, Daniel still felt that it was not true, but he still had doubts in his heart. "Yes or no? Even if the prince thinks it was him, without evidence, that's just appearances. If your Highness truly intends to use this to control Arlen, then you must obtain evidence," Doran replied in a deep voice. He did not answer whether it was true or not, but his purpose was very clear. "Hear this." Daniel nodded, his expression unusually serious. "I will order Perikai to capture this group of mountain bandits at all costs and gather evidence." You can tell, if it were just a common bandit robbery and murder, Daniel wouldn't have paid so much attention, but the situation is different now. The more Daniel feared Arlen, the more he valued him. If he could use them, all his fears would disappear. So Daniel naturally seized every opportunity. Arlen returned to his camp. "Daniel, they're quite hostile towards me. They've even come here specifically to test me. It seems that from now on I can only be more wary of this guy and not get too close to him," Arlen thought to himself. How could Arlen not have sensed Daniel's probing? Marvin. Arlen shouted towards the outside of the tent. Marvin strode over and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Is the Blackguard's ambush and killing of the Sidney family still ongoing? Arlen asked. My lord, since the first report. The Blackguards continue their raids and killings. They've made a lot of money by robbing the Sidney family's caravans. More than 600 or 700 of the Sidney family's servants have died at their hands. But the Sidney family has indeed become more cunning. They've even hired a security escort agency to escort their goods, but it hasn't been very effective. The Blackguards strictly follow the Lord's orders. They rob any goods belonging to the Sidney family's caravans and kill all their members. Unless the master gives the order, the Blackguards will not stop, Marvin immediately reported. The Daniel now knows about the robbery and murder in Beiping Prefecture. Send someone to tell the Blackguards to be careful. I do not want any evidence to fall into the hands of the authorities. This matter has already blown up significantly, Arlen said in a deep voice. If it were just a robbery and murder involving a few or a dozen people, it might not cause much of a stir. But the deaths of hundreds of people, no matter how much Daniel tried to cover it up, would eventually reach the court. Even so, Arlen had no intention of restraining himself. He wanted to kill until the Sidney family was terrified, to make them know what fear was. Beiping Prefecture was just the beginning. Once the Blackguard grows stronger, it will not only kill people in Beiping Prefecture, but also wherever the Sidney family's merchant caravans are located. This is Arlen's madness. Since they were already mortal enemies, and Arlen even had his own secret assassins, he wouldn't have any scruples. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Arlen was determined to take revenge, and he did so all day long. Arlen wanted to make the Sidney family live in a nightmare forever. Everything started in Beiping Prefecture, gradually destroying the Sidney family. Rest assured, my lord, the poison you entrusted to the Blackguard has been successfully prepared and distributed to every Blackguard. If anyone is unfortunate enough not to be captured, there will certainly be no survivors. Again, I also believe that the entire world is capable of secretly confronting your majesties. Blackguards, Marvin replied confidently, take it seriously. Arlen then gave instructions. Arlen was naturally very confident in the Blackguards. After all, they had undergone the training of personal guards and had also practiced the horizontal training technique, tempering their bodies with bone-refining powder. Their physical qualities were already extraordinary. As long as they didn't get surrounded, it would be difficult to deal with them. At this moment, Lord, outside the camp, a person arrived who claimed to be a member of the Sidney family. He said he was sent by the head of the Sidney family to see the master. Cornelius's voice came from outside the tent. The Sidney family? Arlen frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. My lord, should we just... Marvin then raised his hand and made a wiping gesture on his neck, the meaning of which was very clear. Let's meet first and then talk. I want to see what tricks the Sidney family is up to, Arlen said calmly. His feud with the Sidney family has reached a point of no return. Given Sylvan's shrewdness, he must have realized that there was no way to salvage the situation between himself and his Sidney family. But this time, Arlen specifically targeted the Sidney family with his killings. With Sylvan's intelligence, he naturally went through layers of elimination and finally locked onto Arlen. This was also something Arlen did intentionally. This is just like when he tricked Arlen. They bribed the recruitment officer to send Arlen to Beiping Prefecture, but there was no evidence to prove that it was the Sidney family who did it. Arlen is treating them the same way now, letting them know that he was the one who robbed and killed the Sidney family's caravan, but they have no evidence. Perhaps this is a cycle of cause and effect. Not a moment. Under Cornelius's guidance, middle-aged man entered Arlen's tent. When he saw Pericles Yinghu, the middle-aged man was startled. He could tell that the man was a member of the Sidney family and also knew Arlen. Only, the Arlen of the past was just a hothead, but the Arlen of today is full of authority and has a murderous aura. He is like a completely different person. Lysander Rockwell of the Sidney family pays his respects to General Pericles. Upon entering the tent, the visitor immediately knelt and bowed to Arlen, displaying an extremely humble attitude. Lysander, enough with the nonsense, just tell me what that old bastard Sylvan sent you here for, Arlen said coldly. Arlen naturally recognized the person in front of him. He was the son of the Sidney family's steward, and they had naturally crossed paths before in Beiping. By order of the head of the family. I've come specifically to deliver a letter to the general. Lysander stood up and took out a letter directly from his pocket. Marvin stepped forward, glanced at the letter coldly, took it directly, and respectfully handed it to Arlen. Arlen took the letter, tore it open, and took out the contents to read. Upon seeing the contents, Arlen's expression changed slightly. After that, he closed the letter and looked coldly at Lysander. General Pericles, I've finished reading the letters. Our master also said so. It is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. In the past, it was indeed my Sydney family that was wrong. In order to make amends for the inappropriate treatment of General Pericles, my Sydney family is willing to pay 50,000 taels of gold. As long as General Pericles agrees to let bygones be bygones, 50,000 taels of gold can be sent to Daning Prefecture at any time, Lysander said with a serious expression, while holding up 5 fingers. Listen to this number. Arlen, however, remained completely unmoved. For any individual, 50,000 taels of gold is an enormous sum, enough to make anyone incredibly wealthy. And the Sydney family has indeed suffered a huge loss this time. 50,000 taels of gold is definitely a lot for them. But in order to avoid further trouble, they gritted their teeth and handed it over. What if I don't agree? Arlen sneered. General Pericles, master said so. What my Sydney family did back then was indeed inappropriate. General Pericles is indeed in a high position and holds great power, but my Sydney family is not an ordinary commoner. The Ming dynasty now governs by law. Even if General Pericles hates my Sydney family, the die is cast. Why not accept my Sydney family's apology gift? There is no need for us to damage our relationship. But if General Pericles really continues to target my Sydney family, then the lady's identity will have to be made public. The general just saw the letter. The lady's status is not small. Her ancestors offended many people in the past, and those people now have considerable prestige in the court. I believe General Pericles understands what I mean. Lysander raised his head and spoke with a hint of threat, while looking at Arlen with a touch of mockery. It seems that as long as Arlen isn't stupid, he won't continue targeting the Sydney family. But he had overestimated the Sydney family and underestimated Arlen. Arlen remained calm, but the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. Aside, Marvin and Cornelius's expressions as they looked at Lysander were also filled with murderous intent. If they hadn't been without Arlen's orders, they would have loved to kill the man in front of them on the spot. A severed hand, Arlen said coldly. Hear the sound. Yes, without any hesitation, Marvin and Cornelius walked straight towards Lysander. Arlen, what do you want to do? Aren't you really afraid? Although you've been promoted, you're nothing compared to those nobles and high-ranking officials in the court. Upon seeing Marvin and his companion approaching, Lysander's expression, which had been threatening and sneering, instantly changed drastically. But the next moment, Cornelius immediately pinned Lysander to the ground, his powerful strength like an iron clamp, holding him down with one hand and pressing Lysander's hands to the ground with the other. What on earth do you want to do? At this moment, Lysander panicked completely, trembling all over and struggling with all his might. You'll soon find out what you're doing, Marvin said with a sneer, drawing a steel knife directly from his waist. Then, he slashed down at Lysander's hands with a single stroke. There was a click. What? Lysander let out a shrill scream. Both hands were severed and blood gushed out. In an instant, he was overcome by pain and fainted. Watch this scene. Arlen remained completely unmoved. The battlefield was far more bloody than what was happening before our eyes. Stop the bleeding. Splash him awake, Arlen said in a deep voice. Yes. Marvin took out a bottle of hemostatic powder from his pocket and applied it directly to Lysander's broken wrist. As a miracle drug used in the military today, its effects are obvious, and the bleeding was stopped in no time. Then, Cornelius brought a basin of cold water from outside the tent and splashed it on Lysander's head. There was a crash. Lysander was jolted awake, but at the moment, his face had turned deathly pale. Looking at his severed hands, Lysander glared at Arlen with immense anger and hatred. The Sydney family. And those powerful figures will not let you go. I am waiting. Arlen replied calmly, his eyes fixed on Lysander before him. Go back and tell that old bastard Sylvan that I, Arlen, will exterminate his entire clan in the future. Done. Pericles Yingyi waved his hand. Yes. Without any hesitation, Cornelius picked up Lysander with one hand and left the tent. After he left, 2 more guards came in and cleaned up the bloodstains and severed hand on the ground. Lord, the Sydney family is really courting death. They actually dared to send someone to see the Lord, Marvin said with a hint of sarcasm. Marvin was naturally very clear about how his master had been harmed by the Sidney family. "All right. You go down first. As for the Sidney family, the Black Guard should show no mercy and kill them on sight. Also, let the Black Guard expand steadily and don't limit it to Baping Prefecture," Arlen said in a deep voice. "Yes." Marvin bowed deeply and immediately accepted the order. He then left the tent. After he left, Arlen's gaze then returned to the letter in his hand. "Carlton Carmichael, Jemima is actually Carlton's granddaughter. This joke has gone a bit too far. Carlton, the person who severed the dragon vein, was also a meritorious official who advised Evander in the past and helped him pacify the world. But his cause of death seems to be Amos Shanchangan. Dun Waiyang. It seems that he was involved in many disputes when the Ming dynasty was established and died in the disputes." Looking at the letter in his hand, Arlen was somewhat surprised. Carlton, this name is really familiar. His wife turned out to be Carlton's granddaughter. After Carlton's death, she was secretly sent to the Sidney family. Because of the favor Carlton had done for the Sidney family took her in. The Sidney family. You really are greedy merchants, heartless and ruthless. Carlton entrusted Jemima to you back then, which shows his trust in you. Since he has done you a favor, it must not be a small favor. In all these years, have you ever shown Jemima any kindness? Although she was given the so-called status of a concubine's daughter, she was actually a slave. To say you are heartless and ruthless is an understatement. You think you can control me because of Jemima's identity, but coincidentally, I will no longer need to have any scruples when dealing with you in the future. You are not even Jemima's family. This is really great. Arlen pondered inwardly, his expression growing increasingly cold. For Arlen. For Sidney Jemima, although they had completely broken ties with the Sidney family, Sidney Jemima was still surnamed Sidney. No matter how Arlen dealt with the Sidney family in the future, he would still have to show some mercy and at least leave the Sidney family with an heir. But now, the Sidney family had presented Sidney Jemima's background to Arlen, presumptuously thinking that they could use this to threaten Arlen and make him stop dealing with the Sidney family. After all, in the eyes of the Sidney family, Carlton offended quite a few people in the past. Moreover, he offended the former Huixi. No matter how powerful Arlen is, he is no match for Huixi, can only say. The Sidney family was being far too presumptuous. They needlessly destroyed their last talisman. Arlen Tianfu, Yingshan City, the capital of the Ming dynasty, in front of the enormous city gate. People were coming and going, some in horse-drawn carriages and others on foot. People kept coming into the city, and this moment, outside the city, the 10 carriages were particularly eye-catching, and there were also many carriages pulling boxes. Escorted by more than 100 imperial guards, they proceeded towards the city gate. "Young lady, Yingshan, we have arrived at the capital of our great Ming dynasty." Elijah, sitting outside Sidney Jemima's carriage, shouted excitedly, "Hear sounds." Sidney Jemima also became interested and immediately lifted the curtain, holding her son, and looked ahead. A magnificent city gate came into view. Above the city gate, the 3 characters Yingshan City exude the grandeur of a capital city. Meanwhile, people from all over the country flocked into the city. As the capital of the Ming dynasty and its most prosperous city, there were those who came to Yingshan to seek favors, officials from various places to report, and merchants. It was incredibly lively. "Regisseur, look, this is the capital of our great Ming dynasty." Sidney Jemima was also visiting the capital for the first time, and upon seeing this, she immediately spoke to her son in her arms. Regis was already a few months old. Although she couldn't understand, she followed her mother's gaze with her big eyes wide open. "Farley the Centurion, do we still need to queue to enter the city?" Elijah looked at the Jinwu Guard commander beside him and asked. "Ha. Butler Ivan underestimates the Imperial Guards too much. We act on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince, and we have our own special passage into the city," said the commander of the Golden Guard with a hint of pride. The guards around them also stood tall and proud. When they arrived, everyone around them looked at them with awe. Within the Ming army, who wouldn't want to join the Imperial Guard? Who wouldn't want to join the Golden Guard? This is of course beyond doubt. Praetorian Guards, Jinwu Guard. In terms of military system, status and salary, they were far superior to local armies, under the escort of the Imperial Guards. Really. Upon seeing the Imperial Guards, the city gate guards immediately cleared a path blocked by barricades and made way for them. The Imperial Guards escorted the Pericles family's carriage, which entered the city unimpeded amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of many commoners. This moment, The glory and convenience that come with power seem to have become tangible. Farley, the centurion. "Are we going directly to your residence this time?" Elijah asked tentatively. Now that they have arrived in Yingshan City, whether Elijah should go directly to the mansion bestowed upon him by the current emperor or go to the Eastern Palace to pay respects to Crown Prince Zachary is naturally not a decision he can make. His Highness the Crown Prince had already instructed that after Lady Pericles arrives in Yingshan, she can return to her residence and wait. "The Crown Prince will summon her when the time comes," Brody Farley immediately said. "Thank you for your trouble." Yvonne, fuming, nodded in understanding. After that, the entire journey was speechless. Under the protection of the Imperial Guards, we arrived at the inner city without any hindrance. It was only a few streets away from the Imperial Palace. P.S. Please commit to me, thank you. This residence, just a few streets away from the palace, the area is bustling with traffic and people. Horse-drawn carriages can be seen passing by frequently. They were clearly people of status. This place showcases the most prosperous side of the capital city, while also highlighting its extraordinary status. The mansion bestowed upon Arlen is located here, demonstrating the importance that the current emperor and crown prince place on him. "Welcome back to the manor, madam." As soon as the carriage stopped in front of this grand mansion, about 50 servants knelt down in unison, their voices echoing throughout the street. Elijah moved swiftly, jumping off the carriage first, and then carefully took the young Regis from Sidney Jemima's hands, his movements gentle, as if afraid of disturbing his young master. "Everyone get up." Sidney Jemima slowly stepped down from the carriage and spoke gently to the servant kneeling. "On the ground, thank you, madam," the crowd shouted in unison, but all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Sidney Jemima's face. As slaves, they knew their fate was in the hands of the master and mistress of the mansion. Humility and subservience, that's their way of survival. "Madam Pericles, this is the residence that His Majesty bestowed upon General Pericles. Now that the escort mission is complete, I will return to the Eastern Palace to report to His Highness the Crown Prince." The commander of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and looked at Sidney Jemima respectfully. "Thank you for your kind escort, Commander Farley. My husband and I will always remember it." Sidney Jemima smiled and thanked her, which also revealed a hint of gratitude. "You're too kind, madam. This is simply my duty." Brody replied with a smile. Subsequently, Brody turned around, waved his hand, and his Jinwu guards quickly formed ranks. "Return to the Eastern Palace," Brody shouted. He led 100 Imperial Guards toward the Eastern Palace. "All of you, come down. The guards in the manor shall continue to stand guard in accordance with the rules of Angus Ning and must not slacken their duties." Elijah turned around and loudly instructed the servants who were getting off the carriages behind him. Yes, the servants responded respectfully, their voices ringing out in unison. This time, when traveling from Daning to Yingshan, Elijah was escorted by the Imperial Guards. He left only 20 servants to guard Daning Prefecture and took the rest of more than 100 servants to Yingshan. He knew in his heart that he would most likely be living in Yingshan for a long time from now on, and he would probably rarely have the opportunity to return to his mansion in Daning City. Even after the battlefield is over, my young master should still come. Inside the Imperial Palace, at the Hall of Literary Profundity, it's the place where the current emperor reviews memorials. The entire hall is shrouded in an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. Evander, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, sat upright on the dragon throne in the main seat. Even without speaking, he exuded an aura of authority without anger. Zachary stood upright to the side, his gaze fixed on the interior of the hall. In the center of the main hall, a boy of 17 or 18, dressed in a magnificent prince's robe embroidered with exquisite dragon patterns, was kneeling respectfully on the ground, bowing to Evander and Zachary. "Your subject greets the emperor and elder brother." "Rise." Evander raised his hand slightly, his voice deep and authoritative, echoing in the hall. "Thank you, father." The prince slowly stood up, his hands unconsciously clenching, a hint of tension on his face and an unspeakable awe in his eyes as he cautiously looked at Evander. He was filled with fear in front of his father, the emperor. "17th brother, there's no need to be so formal. Your father summoned you here today to hear your thoughts." Zachary smiled slightly, his face showing the care and kindness of an elder brother, and spoke gently. "17th brother, that's right, he was Ellis, the Ellis of Evander and the future Prince of Ning. I do not know what your orders are, father. I will do my utmost, even at the cost of my life. Ellis spoke respectfully, leaning forward slightly, displaying extreme deference and daring not to show any disrespect. We want to ask you, should we go to Daming to take up our fiefdom now, or wait until after the northern expedition? Evander stared intently at Ellis, his tone calm, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. From his attitude, one can clearly feel that Zachary and his other sons held a completely different weight in his heart. Who is Pericles Chamba's biological son? What is Evander's bloodline of descendants? They're not even the same concept. Hear the words. Ellis raised his head, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. With nervousness and trepidation, he asked, "May I ask, Father, what is the difference between going now and going after the northern expedition?" Evander frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure showing on his face. Upon seeing this, Zachary immediately stepped forward with a smile and explained gently, 17th brother, our great Ming is currently at a critical juncture in its northern expedition against the northern Yuan. Angus Ning Prefecture is located on the border of the Great Ming, and its strategic position is extremely important. In the future, we will frequently clash with the northern barbarians. There may even be a large-scale war. Therefore, Father intends for you to go to the Northern Frontier Army to observe and experience the battlefield firsthand. Perhaps you will gain something and broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, Ellis suddenly understood, his eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly said, I understand now. Your subject is willing to go to the Northern Frontier battlefield first to gain experience and observe. But, Ellis hesitated, his eyes revealing worry, and he spoke haltingly, looking at Evander with trepidation. Just say what you have to say. Stop beating around the bush. Our son can't be so timid and cowardly. Evander frowned, raised his voice a few decibels, and reprimanded him irritably. My father once decreed that princes, after taking up their fiefs, must not meet with each other in private. As far as I know, my fourth brother is serving as a general in the northern expedition, so I am worried that going there rashly would violate father's decision. Ellis answered nervously, his voice growing softer and softer, his body trembling slightly. Even the slightest anger from Evander would terrify him to the extreme. It was a fear that came from the very depths of his heart. We're sending you to the northern frontier, not to have you immediately take up your fiefdom. Before you take up your fief, you can't be considered a true feudal lord. Besides, we're the ones who sent you this time. Neither your older brother nor I have any objections. Does anyone dare to impeach you? Evander scolded Ellis in a bad mood, his eyes filled with disappointment and frustration. Aside from their own targets, why are all the others so timid and hesitant? If others saw this, they would probably be jealous too. I understand now. Ellis bowed respectfully, secretly relieved. He could never relax in front of his father, the emperor, and even harbored a deep-seated fear in his heart. 17th brother, I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Go to the palace to say goodbye to your mother properly, and set off tomorrow. Zachary said with a smile, his eyes full of concern. Compared to Evander's strictness towards his sons, Zachary displayed the gentleness and kindness of an elder brother. Your subject thanks you, elder brother. Ellis respectfully bowed to Zachary, then looked at Evander and asked cautiously, Father, may I go see mother now? Go. Evander waved his hand, signaling Ellis to leave, and didn't bother to say anything more. Thank you, Father Emperor. Ellis's face showed a joyful expression. After bowing, he quickly left Hall of Literary Profundity. Although he was a prince, he left the palace at the age of 12 and had no chance to visit his mother without imperial decree. Do you think the 17th prince can shoulder the heavy responsibility of Daning in northern Xinjiang? Compared to Beiping Prefecture, Daning Prefecture and Liaodong Prefecture are the strategic strongholds of the northern frontier in the future. We plan to let him control the troops of Arlen in the future. Watching Ellis's departing figure, Evander fell into deep thought, a hint of worry on his face. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, his expression thoughtful. Father, the 17th prince is still young and needs to be properly tempered. Moreover, with Arlen in Daming, your idea is to let the 17th prince control the military power in Daming. As for the military power in Liaodong, a commander-in-chief is still needed to manage it. Did you already decide on the layout for the northern frontier? Zachary said with a smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. This means that a military Arlen will be established in Daning Prefecture and Liaodong Prefecture in the northern frontier in the future. And Arlen is very likely to be the candidate for the commander-in-chief. Arlen is indeed outstanding. But he is still too young, and needs more experience. At least we have to see him once, otherwise we won't feel at ease. Evander said in a deep voice, his tone revealing caution and contemplation. Dad is right. However, our great Ming dynasty needs young and capable generals to lead the troops. Although I have never met Arlen, I have no doubt about his abilities. Even if he is promoted to commander-in-chief in the future, I believe he will be able to do the job. Zachary responded with a smile, his tone full of recognition and respect for Arlen. You know, this is the first time in all these years that I've seen you care so much about a subject. Vander shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing on his old face. He knew that once his son made up his mind, it was very difficult to change it. Father, don't you care about Arlen? Zachary asked with a smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. How can you not care? This Arlen has truly surprised us. The Northern Yuan spent countless resources to build 10 border cities. These border cities protected each other, provided mutual support, and were heavily fortified. Logically speaking, even if our great Ming mobilizes 300,000 troops, it would still take half a year to break through. After all, the Yuan army is powerful. But Arlen was brave and fearless. Wherever he went, no city could stop him. He advanced the battle by several months. In less than 3 months, he captured 10 strong cities of the Northern Yuan. Such bravery was unprecedented. Evander was deeply moved, and an expression of appreciation appeared on his old face. Although the war in the northern frontier was thousands of miles away, the war reports kept being presented to him. He quickly learned about the battle situation and results. Almost every so often, military reports would arrive requesting commendations for Arlen. There is one by Frederick. There was also Samson, who served as a general. Our great Ming has always been adept at conquering cities and seizing territories. The Northern Yuan's attempt to use fortified cities to block the advance of our great Ming army is simply wishful thinking. Only. Zachary's expression was solemn, a trace of worry appearing on his face, his brows furrowed slightly. This time, the northern frontier sent a battle report that the Northern Yuan has mobilized 100,000 iron cavalry. This is the Yuan Emperor's trump card. They seem to be preparing to confront our great Ming army head-on with their cavalry. The grasslands are vast, making them the home ground for cavalry. With these 100,000 iron cavalrymen, this battle will not be easy for our army. Hear this. Vander's expression also turned serious. He nodded and fell into deep thought. He had naturally read all these battle reports and was well aware of the difficulty of this battle. Even he, if he were on the battlefield, seemed to have no way to deal with it. After all, the vast land is the home ground for cavalry. This cannot be changed. However, the number of cavalry in the Ming dynasty was far from sufficient. Moreover, they are inferior in combat strength. After all, the cavalry of the Northern Yuan were raised on horseback from childhood. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. Samson, Rufus, and your nephew are all talented generals, not to mention the skilled warrior Arlen. We believe they can come up with a solution, Evander said in a deep voice. Although he was deeply worried about the Northern Yuan cavalry while stationed in Yingshan, he could only closely monitor the changing situation on the battlefield. Do not give arbitrary commands or interfere arbitrarily. Ensuring a sufficient supply of food and provisions was all he could do at this time. Your Highness, news has come from the Eastern Palace that Arlen's wife and children have arrived safely in Yingshan and have moved into the mansion bestowed by the Emperor. Outside the temple, Bernard, the commander of the Golden Guard, respectfully reported, his voice clearly reaching the hall. I understand, Zachary replied in a deep voice. Your subject takes his leave. After reporting this, Bernard bowed and left without saying anything more. Arlen's wife and children have arrived. Your son must find an opportunity to see them. Zachary said with a smile, his eyes also filled with anticipation. What? You won't let us summon you? Evander joked, a smile appearing on his face, his eyes revealing his affection for Zachary. They came to Yingshan on my orders, so I should summon them first. As for whether Father Emperor will summon me later, that's up to you, Zachary replied with a smile. In the whole world, perhaps only Zachary would dare to speak to Evander like that. Fine. Once the northern expedition is over, and Arlen returns to Yingshan, we'll summon him together. Now that Arlen's wife and children have come, you must treat them well and never let them suffer any injustice. When Arlen first distinguished himself in the army, many people in Huexi were dissatisfied. When we were in Daning, they didn't have much of a chance to cause trouble, but when we got to Yingshan, these people became arrogant and domineering. We must not let them harm Arlen's wife and children. If this really happens, we won't let it go easily. Evander's tone was stern, his eyes revealing a warning, even murderous intent. Huexi. If it weren't for Zachary protecting him, he would have died countless times. Evander's ruthlessness was known throughout the court. Please rest assured, Father, I will handle this properly. Arlen has made countless contributions to the country. How could I possibly mistreat his wife and children? Zachary solemnly assured him, his expression resolute. The imperial palace, the harem, Shufeng Palace. The palace is elegantly decorated and exudes a sense of tranquility and peace. This was the residence of Lily Seymour, one of Evander's concubines. The 17th prince has arrived. Outside the palace, the clear voice of a palace maid announced something. Ellis, his face filled with excitement, strode quickly into the hall. The moment he saw his mother, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your son greets his majesty. It's not time for your usual palace visit yet. Why are you here today? When Lily saw her son suddenly enter the palace, she was both surprised and somewhat flustered, and her eyes revealed worry. She quickly asked, You didn't enter the palace without prior notice, did you? Mother, I entered the palace with father's permission, Ellis explained with a smile, his face beaming with joy that he could not hide. Your father summoned you. Lily's expression changed slightly as she fell into deep thought, a hint of worry in her eyes. Has something happened? It's clear that Lily was always cautious and prudent in her actions within the palace. There's no empress in the palace now, but none of Evander's many concubines dare to compete for his favor, as they are filled with fear of him. Moreover, no one dared to covet the position of empress. It was a taboo in the palace. There was once a concubine who thought herself favored and even proposed to be made empress. As a result, Evander directly banished her to the cold palace, learned from past mistakes, let alone the position of empress. Even the competition for the emperor's favor in the harem was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Therefore, Evander's harem was peaceful and harmonious, with no fighting at all. Mother, father has issued a decree that I will be heading north to Daming tomorrow. Ellis could not hide his excitement and said excitedly. For Evander's many sons, although they could enjoy wealth and honor in the capital, they also had to receive a rigorous education and constantly face their stern father. Many princes would commit grave mistakes if they made even the slightest error in front of Evander. Therefore, most princes hoped to come of age as soon as possible, take up their fiefdoms and leave so that they could live a carefree life in their own territories. Really, Lily's face also showed excitement, her eyes widening slightly. Being enfeoffed is a good thing. With you in Yingshan, your mother is constantly worried. If you were to be enfeoffed here, you would be able to relax and be more at ease in the future. It's true. Ellis nodded affirmatively, then continued. However, this time we're not going directly to Daming, but rather to the Northern Expeditionary Army first. My father intends for me to go to the army to observe and learn, then go to Daming to take up my fiefdom after the Northern Expedition is successful. What? Go to the Northern Expedition battlefield? That's too dangerous. Lily's expression changed drastically. Her previous excitement vanished instantly, replaced by worry. Mother, this is the Emperor's decree and I am willing to go. This is a rare opportunity. If I can learn something, I can make contributions and achieve success when I take up my fief in Daming in the future and report back to my father. Ellis spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with determination, revealing his resolve. Seeing her son's resolute expression, Lily nodded and said earnestly, Perseer, you've grown up. As a member of the royal family and a prince, you must be dutiful to the court, your father and your elder brother, and guard the border. Speaking of which, sigh. Lily sighed, a hint of sadness in her eyes. If the levy of the emperor was still alive, he would be a little older than you now. You two were so close when you were young. If he was still here, your mother wouldn't have to worry about your future. But now, you have to rely on yourself for everything. After you go to Angus Ning to assume your fiefdom, you must perform well, make contributions to the country, and satisfy your elder brother. Lily patiently gave her instructions. Although she was just a woman and didn't know much, every word she spoke was full of deep love for her son, and her eyes were filled with reluctance and concern. Please rest assured, Mother, I understand. My elder brother is kind-hearted and has always been good to us. My son will definitely not let him down. Ellis nodded firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Thank you. They're trying to curry favor. East Palace, it was heavily guarded by numerous imperial guards. Escorted by a group of imperial guards, Zachary slowly stepped into the East Palace, and in front of the palace gate. Lady Lu, along with a group of palace maids and servants from the Eastern Palace, was already waiting respectfully at the palace gate. Upon seeing Zachary return, Lady Lu moved lightly, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, "Welcome back to the palace, my husband." Zachary looked at Madame Lu and nodded slightly. Subsequently, his gaze swept over the imperial guards beside him as if he had thought of something. After a while, Zachary's gaze fell on Brody, who had escorted Sydney Jemima back, and he asked, "How are Arlen's wife and children?" Brody hurriedly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, she is now returned to the residence. As Your Highness instructed, I have allowed Madame Pericles to rest in the residence for a few days. Your Highness will summon her at that time." Zachary nodded with satisfaction in his eyes and said, "You have done well this time. I hereby grant you and your imperial guards a 10-day rest." Upon hearing this, Brody's face immediately lit up with joy. He knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Zachary smiled and nodded, then strode towards the East Palace Hall, sat down in his seat, and began to review the memorials daily. As the Crown Prince, Zachary had to review almost the same memorials as Evander. The Ming dynasty had only been established for a little over 20 years, and its administration was extremely complex. This was also a major drawback after Evander abolished the position of prime minister, as a multitude of affairs piled up on the emperor and the crown prince. Fortunately, Evander and Zachary were quite diligent. Otherwise, those who indulged in extravagance would never have been so diligent in governing. Zachary took his seat and began reviewing the memorials. Lady Lu followed closely behind Zachary as they entered the main hall together. Seeing Zachary already reviewing memorials, Lady Lu pondered for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, and tentatively asked, "Husband, Arlen's wife and children have come to Yingshan. Could our Eastern Palace prepare some gifts to bestow upon them as a favor?" Zachary held a memorial in one hand and a pen in the other. After hearing Rosalind Moonvale's words, he did not raise his head and replied calmly, "What should be bestowed has already been bestowed. I have already sent it to the Ministry of Rights. You do not need to worry about this matter. Hear this." A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Lady Lu's eyes. However, in front of Zachary, she quickly composed herself and showed no signs of distress. She walked slowly behind Zachary, gently massaging his shoulders, her voice soft. "Your Highness, I've heard a rumor, but I don't know if it's true or false." Zachary didn't even look up, continuing to peruse the memorials, and casually asked, "What rumors? Isn't Arlen's wife a woman from the Sydney family?" Lady Lu leaned closer to Zachary, her expression inquisitive. "It is said that she is from the same family as the concubine my brother married, a daughter of the Sydney family, merchants from the north." Upon hearing this, Zachary paused slightly, his brows furrowed instantly, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, "After Arlen's wife was granted an imperial title, the Sydney family had no connection with her whatsoever. Furthermore, regarding what the Sydney family has done to Arlen, from beginning to end, Arlen will never have any connection with the Sydney family. Furthermore, do you know what the relationship is between your brother's concubine and Arlen?" As soon as these words fell, Rosalind's heart tightened suddenly. She keenly sensed the disgust Zachary felt for the Sydney family in his words. Immediately, Lady Lu calmed herself, suppressing her anxiety, and cautiously asked, "Husband, is there some connection between them? Your brother's concubine is a woman from the Sydney family who was once engaged to Arlen." Zachary put down the memorial in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and said with a hint of disgust on his face, "However, the Sydney family is a snob who loves the rich and hates the poor, and they are even more fond of currying favor with the powerful. In the past, Arlen went from Beiping Prefecture to Daning Prefecture to join the army, which was also related to the Sydney family. This is how the Sydney family framed Arlen and made his engagement null and void. Now do you understand?" Every word Zachary uttered revealed his loathing for the Sydney family. Perhaps only the Sydney family could inspire such disgust in the Crown Prince. Perhaps the Sydney family never imagined that Arlen, whom they could easily deal with in the past, would reach such a level, facing the Emperor directly. Listen to what Zachary said. Madame Lu's expression changed instantly, her heart filled with shock and lingering fear. "There is such a connection. Your Majesty, I was unaware. If I had known beforehand, I would never have allowed my brother to have any connection with the Sydney family. The Sydney family has gone too far." At this point, Madame Lu's voice trembled slightly. These words were not lies. She truly knew nothing about it. Originally, she thought that she might be able to win over Arlen by leveraging the fact that Sydney Jemima and her brother's concubine were from the same family, thus gaining an advantage for her son's future. But now it seems that this road is completely blocked. If this is truly the connection, then Arlen would probably despise her. The Sydney family are merchants. It's best to avoid dealing with them. Zachary said coldly, then picked up the memorial again and began to focus on reviewing it, ignoring Lady Lou. Lady Lou thought to herself, "It seems the Crown Prince is extremely dissatisfied with the Sydney family. No, I must remind my brother not to get too close to the Sydney family, otherwise it will really be troublesome in the future. That Sydney family girl must not be involved with us. We must divorce her." Now, Lady Lou had already made a decision for her brother. After all, her maternal clan was related to her, and even more so to her son. Now that the Eastern Palace is lacking a mistress and a crown princess, Lady Lou has been working hard towards this goal, so she absolutely cannot afford to make a single mistake. At the same time, the Sydney family mansion was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. "Father." Anson hurried into the inner hall with a flustered expression, clearly indicating that something serious had happened. "I just received news that Sydney Jemima has already entered Yingshan. Moreover, the previous news has been confirmed. She has indeed been granted the title of Imperial Consort title." As he spoke, Anson's voice trembled, clearly shocked by the news. Hear the sound. Sylvan, who was sitting in the armchair, suddenly stiffened and almost dropped the teacup in his hand. The old man's face instantly turned very ugly, his brows furrowed. At this moment, Sylvan fell silent, his heart filled with struggle, resentment, and regret surging up like a tide. Clearly, if he had known from the beginning how capable Arlen was, he would never have targeted Arlen in that way. If he had known that Arlen and Sydney Jemima were in love, he would never have sent assassins to kill Elijah and Sydney Jemima. He could have done a great job, and even Arlen would have been grateful to him. But he destroyed all of this with his own hands. How long will it take for the people sent to find Arlen to return? Sylvan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and asked in a low voice. "It will probably take some more time," Anson replied immediately, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Alas," Sylvan sighed deeply, his old face full of bitterness. "Now it seems that I really made a mistake back then. If I had known Arlen was so outstanding, I shouldn't have dealt with him in the first place. And I certainly shouldn't have sent people to kill Sydney Jemima and the others." He said this. Sylvan's face was filled with deep regret, and he seemed to have aged considerably all of a sudden. "Father," Anson quickly comforted him upon seeing this, "our letter should have been delivered to the northern frontier by now. As long as Arlen isn't stupid, he will definitely stop fighting with the Sydney family." Sylvan nodded, but a heavy weight still weighed on his heart, and he couldn't shake off the feeling. "I hope so." At this moment, Father. Sydney Tristan also rushed into the hall in a panic, his face pale. Even more anxious than Anson had been. "See this." Anson's expression changed, and he looked over abruptly. Sylvan's heart sank suddenly, a bad premonition welling up inside him, so he immediately asked, "What is it now?" Gretchen was divorced by the Lou family. Sydney Tristan was panting heavily, his face filled with anger and resentment. "Now, we've been kicked out of the house by the Lou family." As soon as these words fell, Sylvan's face turned deathly pale instantly, and his already somewhat hunched body seemed to shrink even further. His eyes widened, and he said incredulously, "What did you say? You were divorced?" Father. As Sydney Tristan finished speaking, a heavily made-up woman in a purple dress hurriedly ran into the inner hall. It was Gretchen Rockwell. She staggered, her hair was disheveled, her face was streaked with tears, and she was crying uncontrollably, looking utterly pathetic. Upon seeing Sylvan, Gretchen's tears flowed like a burst dam, and she immediately threw herself in front of him, her voice filled with endless grievance. "My daughter has been divorced. Today, Lou Malcolm said that my Sydney family are merchants and not worthy of him. Moreover, my Sydney family has offended the most promising general of the Ming dynasty. He does not want to get involved. So he divorced his daughter." Gretchen cried her heart out, her shoulders trembling violently. "The Lou family actually divorced you because of Arlen," Sylvan said with anger and disbelief. "He is the son of a high-ranking official and also a member of the imperial family. Why would they be afraid of Arlen?" Sylvan was filled with doubt and shock, unable to understand why the Lou family would make such a decision. Compared to Arlen, a mere military man, the Lou family were the true powerful figures in the imperial court. Why should they be afraid of Arlen? But the facts are now settled. his daughter has already been divorced. Sylvan was completely panicked at this moment. He realized that he had underestimated the importance. The court attached to Arlen, and even more so Arlen's current influence in the court, which even the Liu family feared. Incredible, it's only been a few short years. Arlen has undergone such a dramatic transformation. And, with Sylvan's shrewdness, he quickly realized that the Liu family was not unaware of the grudge between Arlen and his Sydney family. Now, without any warning, Gretchen has been divorced, and this happens precisely when Sydney Jemima has entered the capital. Clearly, this is inextricably linked to Sydney Jemima. Malcolm's sister is the crown prince's concubine and holds power in the inner palace. She must have heard something that made Malcolm decisively issue a letter of divorce to Gretchen. Apart from that, Sylvan couldn't think of any other reason. Could it be that the crown prince is dissatisfied with my Sydney family? Sylvan thought of a possibility, and it was this possibility that made him feel extremely uneasy, and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. If that's really the case, then the Sydney family is truly doomed. Impossible. My Sydney family has always adhered to the law, and even our clandestine affairs will not be exposed. The crown prince has no reason to target my Sydney family. But then, Sylvan also tried his best to comfort himself and get rid of the unease. Father, Anson's face was extremely pale, his eyes filled with anxiety. What should we do now? We finally managed to get on the good side of the Liu family, and now they've divorced Gretchen. At this moment, Anson's voice carried a hint of despair, and his eyes were filled with helplessness as he looked at Sylvan. As the eldest son of the Sydney family, he was supposed to inherit the family business in the future, but now it seems that the Sydney family has really gotten into a huge mess. Divorce me. This is no more complicated than the process of divorcing a wife. Concubine's status was only slightly higher than a maid's, and divorcing her didn't require many complicated steps, but divorcing a wife was different. Although Gretchen was born into this extremely wealthy family and received a substantial dowry, she was ultimately only a concubine. The divorce was over, but it was a heavy blow to the Sydney family. When asked by his son, now, Sylvan was completely at a loss. He felt his head was in a complete mess and he couldn't make sense of it at all. This series of blows is too much. Now he truly felt the enormous impact of Arlen's promotion and ennoblement. Even in the capital, a border commander could make his Sydney family so miserable. This is not something an ordinary commander could do. Without a doubt, Arlen's status in Yingshan City far exceeded that of an ordinary commander. The 3 words, champion bow, the significance of this is immense. Moreover, Arlen once again made the greatest contribution in this northern expedition, which must have had an impact as well. Sigh. Sylvan sighed deeply, his heart filled with helplessness. He knew that he had to ease tensions with Arlen, otherwise his Sydney family might really be doomed, and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Estelaire. Sylvan raised his head and looked at Anson with a serious expression. Prepare gifts immediately and make them quite generous. Go to the Pericles' residence in person and tell Sydney Jemima that our Sydney family was wrong and ask for her forgiveness. Now, Sylvan had lost his original authority, and his voice was filled with weariness and pleading. He gave in. Even before Arlen had actually made a move, he was already afraid. He cannot afford to lose. The Sydney family cannot afford to lose. But will that girl forgive us? Anson hesitated, thinking about what the Sydney family had done to Sydney Jemima before. He really had no confidence. Go and give it a try. Sylvan sighed again, his eyes full of vicissitudes. Arlen has already become a force to be reckoned with. Unless we really want to be his mortal enemy and fight him to the death, we can only try to ease the tension. The tone was also filled with a sense of powerlessness. Yes, Anson nodded helplessly. Although he was uneasy, he could only obey his father's arrangement. Father. Gretchen raised her head, her face streaked with tears, and looked at Sylvan with a wronged expression, asking, "What about our daughter?" Sigh. Sylvan looked at his daughter, but he didn't feel much heartache. All he felt was the helplessness of the Liu family divorcing her, which had deprived his Sydney family of a powerful backer. Stay here for now. I'll send someone to the Liu residence to discuss this further. His daughter has already been divorced. What else can he do? Now they can only cling to a sliver of hope and continue sending people to the Liu residence to negotiate. Of course, based on his understanding of the Liu family, since they had already decided to divorce the concubine, their minds were made up and there was no way to change it. Turn your eyes. The Pericles family mansion, outside the mansion. Anson personally led dozens of servants and more than a dozen carriages. stopping at the gate. It seemed that a lot of gifts had been prepared, which attracted many people to stop and watch the spectacle. "Who are you?" The guards standing watch at the gate, holding long sticks, walked up warily and scrutinized Anson and his party. "Please inform him, brother, that I am Anson Rockwell from the Sidney family, and the elder brother of Madame Pericles of your esteemed household." Anson smiled broadly and spoke very politely. "I heard that Jemima has moved to Yingtian, so I came on father's orders to deliver some gifts and also to see my little sister." As Anson spoke, he took out a silver ingot from his pocket and quietly slipped it into the guard's hand. The guard did not accept the silver. He was just an ordinary guard in the manor and did not know much about the affairs of the manor. However, there are many rules in the household, and if one rashly accepts the gift, it might lead to trouble. The guard hesitated for a moment, then said, "I haven't heard that Madam has any brothers, but wait here, I'll go ask the steward." After saying that, the guard quickly ran into the mansion. In the house, "Young lady," Elijah smiled broadly and looked at Sidney Jemima, saying, "The inventory has been basically completed. The imperial court has been very kind to the young master. There is 1,000 taels of silver stored in the manor's storeroom. Just now, the crown prince's palace sent over a lot of daily necessities. Once you've familiarized yourself with the place in the next few days, this old servant will go to Yingtian City to take a look at the shops. It's time for the young master's business to expand in Yingtian." Upon arriving in Yingtian, Elijah was also full of fighting spirit, determined to establish businesses for his young master and strengthen his family. "Uncle Mossgrove," Sidney Jemima said with a smile, her eyes full of concern for Elijah, "you can decide these things yourself. You are the only elder my husband and I have in this world. You don't need to ask me about everything. The rules cannot be broken." Elijah smiled and shook his head, his face serious. He always adhered to his identity and the principles he followed in his conduct within the household. At this moment, Lady Butler Yvonne, the guards on duty outside the mansion, rushed over. "What is it?" Elijah turned around and asked with a serious expression. Outside the mansion, a man named Anson, who claimed to be the wife's elder brother, arrived with more than a dozen carts of gifts. The guard respectfully reported, "They said they came to congratulate you on your arrival in Yingtian after learning of your arrival." Upon hearing the names of the Sidney family and Anson, Sidney Jemima and Elijah, who had been smiling, instantly turned grim. Both of them had eyes filled with anger and hatred, not to mention the grudge of being ambushed and nearly killed by assassins sent by the Sidney family. They also harbored hatred towards Arlen, wanting him to die far from home. This destined them to have an irreconcilable and unforgivable feud with the Sidney family. "Summon all guards," Elijah said coldly, his voice carrying a hint of chill. "Yes," the guard immediately replied and quickly ran to gather more men. "Young lady," Elijah turned to look at Sidney Jemima, his tone concerned. "This matter can be handled by this old servant. You wait here in the manor." "No," Sidney Jemima shook her head, her hatred growing stronger. "I want to see him in person." With that, Sidney Jemima turned around without hesitation and walked out of the mansion. Upon seeing this, Elijah frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes, but he still immediately followed. Outside the mansion, Anson stood beside the carriage, feeling somewhat uneasy. He didn't know if this trip would be successful, but his Sidney family had been driven to a dead end and had no choice but to come. At this time, tread, tapping, series of hurried footsteps came quickly from inside the mansion. More than 30 guards, armed with sticks, marched in unison to the outside of the mansion and surrounded Anson and his entourage. Every guard had a cold expression, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Among these guards, there are actually some hidden black guards. Follow closely. Sidney Jemima and Elijah walked slowly out of the mansion. Sidney Jemima was dressed in a red and black long dress, exuding a graceful and noble temperament and a majesty of a matriarch. Elijah followed behind her, his expression serious. He was no longer the old man he once was. When Anson saw Sidney Jemima, he was startled and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The once thin, blonde-haired girl has completely changed. Sidney Jemima is now more beautiful and possesses an awe-inspiring aura. This made Anson realize even more deeply that Sidney Jemima was no longer the little girl who could be bullied by everyone. "Sixth sister." Anson forced a smile and called out, her voice tinged with a hint of flattery. "Who is your sixth sister?" Sidney Jemima looked coldly at Anson, her disgust undisguised. "Who is a member of your Sidney family, and what are you doing here?" feeling Sydney Jemima's coldness. Anson's smile instantly froze, making him look extremely embarrassed. But he still tried to remain calm and said loudly, "Jemima, your father has come to congratulate you and bring some gifts after learning that you have come to Yingshan and have now become a lady of imperial decree." As Anson spoke, he pointed to the carriage behind him. "Heh." Sydney Jemima sneered, the hatred in her eyes growing even stronger. "Do I have a father?" The sneer was full of mockery and anger. "Jemima." Anson's smile faltered, but he still continued, "It's true that you hate your father. After all, the Sydney family has wronged you over the years. I feel even more sorry for Arlen. But think about it, if it weren't for the Sydney family, would you have been able to grow up? Is there still a chance for me to marry Arlen? In the end, you still have to consider family ties." These words carried a hint of moral blackmail, an attempt to sway Sydney Jemima. Considering family ties, a flash of anger crossed Sydney Jemima's eyes. "Raised me." Hearing this, she laughed, but it was a cold laugh that sent chills down one's spine. The incident at the post station in Daning Prefecture was a way of severing this so-called kindness of being raised. "As for the debt of giving birth to me, did you really give birth to me? And what about the kindness of raising children? Did you really raise them? Now, disappear immediately. I am not a member of the Sydney family." Sydney Jemima's voice was filled with anger and determination. The grievances and pain she had suffered in the Sydney family over the years, as well as her hatred for the Sydney family's attempt to kill her and Arlen, poured out like a flood. "Jemima," Anson wanted to speak again, trying to salvage the situation. "Listen up, people of the Pericles family." Elijah stepped forward and coldly said, "The Sydney family is not Madam's family. If the Sydney family comes in the future, beat them away with sticks." With Elijah's command, "Attack." The sound echoed in front of the Pericles residence. Yes, dozens of Pericles family guards immediately sprang into action, each one fierce-looking, raising their clubs. He fiercely attacked the servants of the Sydney family and Anson in front of him. "Oops, what?" Instantly, cries of pain from Sydney family servants echoed through the street. The surrounding people watched the spectacle and discussed it endlessly. Sydney Jemima, caught off guard by the sudden attack, Anson panicked and ended up in a sorry state. As he fled in a disheveled state, his face flushed red with humiliation, he cursed, "You ungrateful, despicable woman, you'll regret this." His angry expression made it seem as if he wanted to devour Sydney Jemima alive. Obviously, this experience brought Anson's anger to its peak, almost completely consuming his reason. He had completely forgotten all of Sylvan's instructions before he came. "Kill these guys. Beat." The guards of the Pericles family showed no mercy, wielding sticks and relentlessly beating the Sydney family members. Soon, under such circumstances, the Sydney family members who had gathered in front of the Pericles residence were beaten so badly that they had no chance to fight back. They didn't dare to make a move and could only flee in a sorry state. In a short while, they all disappeared without a trace, like stray dogs. "Young madam," Elijah turned around, a relieved smile on his face, tinged with approval for Sydney Jemima. He then slowly said, "You did the right thing. The Sydney family from top to bottom are all scoundrels who are greedy and unscrupulous. Hear the words, the Sydney family. They want us dead. If I were to show them any mercy, I would be letting my husband down. I have no further connection with the Sydney family." Sydney Jemima's gaze was filled with coldness, and her face showed determination. Back in Angus Ning, when the Sydney family sent people to kill her, all affection was gone. Not to mention, she had never experienced any affection in the Sydney family since she was a child. "Sydney family, father, that vile woman Sydney Jemima beat us back with sticks. Look at all these injuries I've sustained. That wretched girl, I should have beaten her to death back then." As soon as Anson returned, he covered his face and said angrily to Sylvan, "See this." Even though Anson didn't say it explicitly, Sylvan understood that Sydney Jemima was not accepting the Sydney family's goodwill and would no longer accept the Sydney family. "It seems you must not be on good terms with Arlen from now on." Sylvan's eyes narrowed, a hint of coldness in them. "Northern frontier, Northern Yuan. The Northern Yuan Royal Ranch is vast and boundless, stretching as far as the eye can see, seemingly merging with the horizon. Reporting to the general. Ming troops have been spotted 10 miles away and they are heading towards our direction." The scout galloped over, kicking up clouds of dust, and in the next instant he suddenly pulled on the reins in front of Gilly Kai, stopping the horse and immediately reporting loudly. "Report, the Ming army is less than 5 li away from our army. Another scout quickly arrived, also reporting the military situation to Felix. At the location of the Yuan Army's central cavalry headquarters, scouts crisscrossed the pastures, galloping to report the news. This is where the Central Army is located. Looking around, the entire land was filled with northern Yuan cavalry. Every northern Yuan cavalryman was clad in heavy armor, and each held a long sword and spear tightly in his hand, exuding a chilling and murderous aura. This is the most elite army of the northern Yuan Iron Cavalry. Their imposing presence alone reveals that they are an elite force. The Ming army finally came to their deaths. Gili Kai rode his warhorse, a cold smile playing on his lips, a smile that conveyed both contempt for the Ming army and confidence in his cavalry. "General," an excited glint gleamed in the eyes of a Yuan general as he eagerly asked. "The Ming army is approaching. Should we launch a full-scale attack and crush them in one fell swoop?" Not only him, but all the Yuan generals around Felix were eager to try their luck. This battle. The eyes of these Yuan generals were filled with confidence in winning the battle, as if victory would be as easy as taking candy from a baby as long as they fought the Ming army. After the 100,000 cavalrymen were assembled, Felix immediately submitted a memorial to the Yuan emperor, advocating that the cavalry should take the initiative to attack and completely defeat the Ming army. The royal ranch was closest to the Yuan capital. The surrounding area was a flat plain stretching for dozens of miles, making it extremely suitable for cavalry warfare. In Felix's view, no matter how strong the Ming army was, they had no chance of winning against his 100,000 iron cavalry and could only face annihilation. In his eyes, this plain was the burial ground for the Ming army. And Felix was not worried at all that the Ming army would bypass his iron cavalry and directly attack the Yuan capital, because there were more than 300,000 troops stationed in the cities surrounding the Yuan capital. Once the Ming army engages these Arlan troops, his cavalry can rush to their aid at any time, attacking the Ming army from both sides. This battle, he had already laid a trap for the Ming army, just waiting for them to walk right into it. Under his plan, the Ming army would either have to retreat or face off against his Yuan cavalry head-on. Now that the Ming army has arrived, they are naturally prepared to engage in direct combat with our army. Gili Kai's face still held an air of unwavering confidence as he slowly said, "Once they step onto this ranch, they won't be able to escape. What's the rush?" For Kirigakure, this battle was a rare opportunity. After all, Emperor Yuan had already made the promise. If he can win and successfully defeat the Ming army, he can be granted the title of prince. In the northern Yuan, the status of a king is extraordinary. Once a king is granted the title, his tribe will have more power and can even be described as a state within a state and can also expand outwards. As a prince, one only needs to pay tribute to the northern Yuan court. "Your Majesty," Gili Kai had already sketched out a grand blueprint in his mind. The expansion of the tribe and the enhancement of power were just around the corner. Even Gili Kai's ambitions extended far beyond that of a king. If his tribe's strength surpasses that of the imperial court in the future, will he still obediently pay tribute? The thought flashed through his mind for a moment, then he buried it deep inside. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on the upcoming battle. Only by winning could he gain the opportunity to become a king. The general is right. In this battle, the Ming army actually dared to fight against our great Yuan cavalry. They were simply courting death. When the Ming army arrives, I am willing to be the vanguard and kill every single Ming soldier. That's right. In this battle, let the Ming army see what the might of our great Yuan cavalry is. You wipe them out completely. The generals echoed loudly, their voices filled with confidence. In their eyes, as long as the Ming army set foot on this vast plain, the outcome of the battle would be decided by the advantage of their cavalry. For them, this battle was purely about gaining military merit. How could they not look forward to it? At this moment, report. Another scout cavalryman galloped up to Felix and reported loudly, "The Ming army's vanguard cavalry is less than 2 miles away from our army, but for some reason they suddenly stopped." The scout cavalrymen wore a puzzled expression, clearly bewildered by the Ming army's sudden action. But as a scout, reporting is sufficient. Have you ascertained the exact number of Ming troops? Gili Kai frowned, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes, and asked in a deep voice. The Ming army numbered no less than 150,000. The scout cavalryman dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly replied, "But most of them are infantry, and there are not many cavalry." The Ming army's strongest points were its infantry and its artillery. Gili Kai lowered his head and pondered for a moment, quickly analyzing the battle situation in his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Today, this place is the home ground of our great Yuan." Their halt was simply an attempt to test the strength of a great Yuan cavalry, a defensive maneuver designed to lure our army into an attack. While talking, the smile on Felix's face grew even wider, clearly indicating that he believed he had seen through the Ming army's tactics. "General," a Yuan general looked at Felix and cautiously asked, "The Ming army is only 2 miles away from us. Should we attack or continue to wait here? This royal pasture is the burial site I selected for the Ming soldier. Now that they are here, let my great Yuan iron cavalry send them to their graves." Gili Kai sneered, a resolute glint in his eyes, indicating that he had made up his mind. "General," another Yuan general, looking cautious, slowly said, "The Ming army has suddenly stopped advancing. Could this be a trap?" Upon hearing this, the Yuan general also showed some worry, clearly filled with doubt about the Ming army's actions. Hear this, Felix threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter full of confidence. "I have 100,000 iron cavalry, and this place is a vast plain. No matter how powerful the Ming army's artillery is, how can it compete with my cavalry? No matter how many Ming infantrymen there are, I will crush them into mincemeat." Gili Kai spoke coldly, revealing a cruel smile, as if he could already see the Ming army being trampled into dust by his Yuan cavalry. "That's all for now." Gili Kai no longer hesitated, suddenly drew the curved sword from his waist, raised it high, and shouted in a majestic voice, "Andrew, where is Anise?" The sound rang out and spread instantly. "The general is here." 2 burly, menacing generals immediately spurred their horses forward and responded loudly. "My 100,000 iron cavalry will employ a flanking maneuver to encircle and annihilate the Ming army." With a cruel killing intent flashing in his eyes, Gili Kai looked at the 2 generals and shouted, "I order you 2 to each lead 30,000 cavalry to flank the Ming army from the left and right sides and surround and kill them. Once you have surrounded and attacked from the left and right, I will personally lead 40,000 iron cavalry to attack the Ming army's main formation from the front and crush them in one fell swoop. The last general takes command." The 2 generals clasped their hands in a fist salute and replied loudly. And they turned around and quickly rode back to their respective armies, preparing to lead their cavalry into battle. "If we can defeat the Ming army in today's battle, it will be a great achievement. His Majesty will surely reward us handsomely. Men, kill!" Gili Kai brandished his scimitar and roared. His impassioned voice instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the Yuan army. "Young warriors of the great Yuan dynasty, today is the day to make our mark and achieve great things. Charge with me and kill the light army." Andrew and Anise raised their swords high, shouting at the top of their lungs. Their faces were filled with excitement and fervor. They believed they could easily win this battle. Then, each of them led 30,000 iron cavalry, like 2 black torrents, charging towards the Ming army's location in 2 separate columns. Their war horses neighed, their hooves thundering as if to shatter the earth. The 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry, who had been standing still and waiting for orders, instantly sprang into action upon receiving this command. Boom, boom, boom. The iron cavalry galloped forward, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The commotion caused by the raid of 60,000 northern Yuan cavalry was earth-shattering. Dust rose high from the grassland, obscuring the sky and the sun, as if a huge dark cloud had enveloped the earth. 2 miles away, however, was not the entire Ming army, but a Ming cavalry force of less than 10,000 men. Report, a Ming scout cavalryman galloped towards them on horseback. Upon arriving before Dustin, a Ming general, he immediately reported loudly, "Reporting to General Carmichael, the Yuan cavalry has moved their troops and is attacking our army." "It is good." Dustin nodded emphatically, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Yuan cavalry in the distance. A hint of excitement flashing in his eyes, as if he had been waiting for this moment to arrive. The Yuan army has taken the bait. Next, it will be time for General Longman formation to show its power, Dustin thought to himself. After a while, the earth began to tremble violently. In the distance, countless Yuan cavalrymen surged forth like a tide, their battle flags fluttering clearly in the wind. "Brothers, retreat." Without hesitation, Dustin made a decisive move, immediately turning his horse around and shouting an order. "Yes." The Ming cavalry, in perfect unison, turned their horses around without hesitation, and quickly retreated to the rear. Clearly, they were merely a lure to draw the enemy closer and entice them into pursuit, instead of engaging the Yuan army in direct combat. The Ming army actually fled, a cowardly barbarian who clings to life. "My comrades, the Ming army is just ahead. Our great Yuan cavalry is invincible. Catch up with them and slaughter all these Cornelius barbarians. These lowly Cornelius barbarians deserve only to be slaves. Slaughter this Ming army that has invaded our great Yuan. Kill them all, and our great Yuan warriors will march into the Central Plains and reclaim the world. Kill my sons." Seeing the Ming cavalry fleeing backward, many of the Yuan generals became even more excited. Waving their weapons and shouting at the top of their lungs, "The Yuan dynasty's iron cavalry is the best in the world." This concept has long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of every northern Yuan person. The retreat of the Ming cavalry did not surprise them. Even if they suspected the Ming army might be plotting something, they didn't take these so-called tricks seriously at all, given their absolute advantage of cavalry on the plains. They firmly believe that in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery will be utterly futile. Kill, slaughter all the Cornelius barbarians. Kill them all. Incited by many Yuan generals, the morale of the Yuan cavalry soared to its peak, and they frantically pursued the Ming army. Their eyes were filled with nothing but slaughter and conquest, as if they wanted to annihilate the Ming soldiers in front of them. 60,000 cavalrymen charged forward at full speed, their hooves thundering as they rolled in, accompanied by endless killing intent. Several miles away from where the Yuan army was pursuing them, a massive formation consisting of 100,000 troops had already taken shape. This massive military formation was imposing and appeared as a single entity, occupying most of the vast plain. The soldiers in the army formation stood ready, gripping their weapons and shields tightly. Every soldier had a resolute expression, as if they were waiting for life or death battle. This great formation is shaped like the 8 trigrams and 8 gates, but it is not an ordinary 8 trigrams formation. Rather, it is the ever-changing Dragon Gate formation. Once the enemy forces enter the battle, they will be divided and surrounded and plunged into endless slaughter. Every corner of the Dragon Gate formation is full of hidden secrets, like a giant maze that can leave enemies lost in its maze. At the outermost edge of the Dragon Gate formation, the shield army stood ready. Numerous shield bearers stood closely arranged, their shields interlocking to form an impregnable shield wall or an unyielding fortress. At the very center of the Dragon Gate formation, a towering platform rises abruptly from the ground. Arlen, dressed in armor, stood on a high platform, holding array flags of various colors in his hands. Below the high platform, a group of generals stood in neat rows. They were all deputy commanders, holding the power of 10,000 troops, and were waiting for Arlen's orders. "Julian," Arlen glanced around, raised his hand, and forcefully threw a blue array flag towards a general below the platform, shouting loudly, "I hereby order you to take charge of the Xiu Gate and hold the power of life and death over it. Any enemy who enters the Xiu Gate shall be killed without mercy." Pericles Yingsheng's voice was like thunder, full of authority. The last general takes command. Julian steadily accepted the array flag with both hands and responded in a loud voice. He then nimbly mounted his horse and with a group of personal guards galloped swiftly toward Xiumen. Vincent, before Arlen could finish speaking, he threw down another battle flag. "I hereby order you to take charge of the Gate of Life and to hold the power of life and death over it. Anyone who enters the Gate of Life shall be killed without exception." The last general takes command. Vincent raised the battle flag high, mounted his horse, and quickly headed towards the Gate of Life he was in charge of, followed by Arlen. Then presented the remaining 6 generals with battle flags and issued orders. Each array flag fell swiftly and decisively. At this moment, Arlen was weaving an invisible array net, with each general holding a small array while he commanded the large array to prepare to defend against the enemy. The Dragon Gate formation has 8 gates, each with its own mysteries, containing the principles of the 8 trigrams and the heavenly stems and earthly branches, making it unpredictable and ever-changing. The entire formation was controlled by Arlen alone. Today's battle. After thousands of years, the Dragon Gate formation has reappeared in the world. Within this Dragon Gate formation, even though the northern Yuan iron cavalry were adept at charging and fighting on the plains, once the formation was set up, Each side was like an impregnable fortress, and each gate concealed endless killing intent. Once you step into the formation, there is almost no chance of survival. After all the generals had arrived at their respective control points, Arlen stood on the high platform, holding a formation flag in each hand, his gaze fixed on the north, waiting quietly. The formation is set up. We are just waiting for the northern Yuan cavalry to enter. Dragon Gate Formation. A trapping and killing formation. This is also the essence of the military formations of my Chinese Cornelius people. This time, I, Arlen, will once again display the might of the Dragon Gate Formation. Arlen thought to himself, his heart filled with murderous intent. Behind the Longmen Formation, 30,000 cavalrymen stood in neat rows. Including the 10,000 cavalrymen under Dustin's command who were there to lure the enemy, the total number of cavalrymen was 40,000. Of these, 30,000 were cavalry from the Daning army and 10,000 were cavalry from the Beiping army. At this moment, the cavalrymen waited quietly. After the Dragon Gate Formation had wiped out most of the northern Yuan cavalry, it would serve as the last remaining force to carry out the final battle. At this moment, they were following Pericles Yingzhai's orders and waiting for the best opportunity to strike. At the same time, at the rear camp, a tall Chadu platform stands solemnly. Samson, Daniel, and Frederick stood side by side on the high platform. The three men's gazes converged on the massive Dragon Gate Formation, the enormous military formation clearly visible to them. Do you think this Dragon Gate Formation can really stand against the northern Yuan cavalry head-on? Samson frowned, her gaze fixed on Longmenjin, her eyes revealing undisguised unease. After all, this battle was of paramount importance, with the entire force of 150,000 troops from two armies betting their lives on it. If they were to engage the northern Yuan cavalry head-on, their strength of 150,000 troops would be no match for them. Now, all hope rests on the carefully laid-out strategy by Arlen. If we lose, not to mention Arlen, who will be punished, even this great general will not be exempt. Samson is also gambling now. Pericles should win, a direct victory over the northern Yuan cavalry. Samson's expression was complicated. But apart from relying on Arlen, I really can't think of any other way to deal with the northern Yuan iron cavalry. General Frederick was very confident. At this moment, he stared intently at the Dragon Gate Formation, as if he was deeply attracted by it, and his eyes were full of shock. Although I don't understand the mysteries of this Dragon Gate Formation, just looking at the formation and the layout, it's magnificent and awe-inspiring. It's exactly the same as the Dragon Gate Formation described in the ancient texts. Frederick spoke with a tone full of admiration. Daniel, standing to the side, remained silent, but Daniel's expression was exactly the same as Frederick's, his eyes filled with shock. As a military strategist, Daniel had a deep understanding of various battle formations. Compared to the Long Snake Formation and other offensive formations he was familiar with, this Dragon Gate Formation was nothing. They are not on the same level at all. The Dragon Gate Formation consists of 8 gates, all of which are death gates. Once you enter the formation, there is no chance of survival. This grand military formation, lost for thousands of years, has actually been mastered by Arlen. Daniel was secretly amazed, feeling both awe at the story and complex emotions. Judging from this formation, it is indeed unpredictable and boundless. Samson sighed, his voice tinged with worry. I really hope that General Pericles can use this formation to defeat the northern Yuan cavalry, otherwise we would truly be helpless in this northern expedition. I can hear it. Although she trusted Arlen, Samson remained worried. General Pericles will definitely not let us down. Frederick said this with absolute certainty, his words filled with trust in Arlen. Daniel remained silent and made no comment. Deep down, he had a rather contradictory mindset. On the one hand, he longed to defeat the northern Yuan, protect the territory of the Ming dynasty, and eliminate the threat of foreign enemies in the northern border. On the other hand, they did not want Arlen to achieve military merit again. After all, if they can truly defeat the 100,000 iron cavalry of the northern Yuan, it will undoubtedly be a tremendous achievement. Arlen is very likely to be promoted again and rise to a higher position based on this merit. Think of this. How could Daniel not be complicated? At last, after a period of waiting, a thunderous sound of footsteps approached from afar, and countless cavalrymen swept in from a distance. Dustin led the charge, his 10,000 cavalrymen galloping toward the army formation. Upon reaching the Dragon Gate Formation, the cavalrymen quickly dispersed, orderly bypassing the formation and converging towards the rear. They're finally here. The UN army. On the high platform at the center of the formation, Arlen gazed to the north, taking advantage of his superior position to overlook the entire land. From afar, the UN cavalry split into two groups, left and right, carrying boundless killing intent as they charged swiftly toward the great formation. The earth trembled violently under the trampling of the UN cavalry, and even the air was filled with a strong sense of killing intent. "Activate the formation," Arlen shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the sky. He gripped the two battle flags tightly in both hands and suddenly swung them around, issuing the battle flag command. Suddenly, in an instant, the once lifeless and still Dragon Gate formation seemed to have come alive. Alive instantly. Arlen stood on the high platform, gripping the array flags tightly in both hands, and began to wave them vigorously. As the flags moved, the Dragon Gate array was truly activated. Within the formation, 100,000 Ming soldiers moved swiftly and orderly like agile dragons, without any gaps in their ranks. Under the command of their respective generals, every soldier cooperated seamlessly. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire formation, and endless killing intent quietly gathered. Back in the past, when I was in Daning Prefecture, Arlen had already been training his troops in the Angus Ning Border Army and the soldiers of Huazhu Guard using the Dragon Gate formation. The purpose was to one day launch a northern expedition and face the Iron Cavalry of the Northern Yuan. Now that the Dragon Gate formation is complete, the members are working together seamlessly, a testament to Arlen's training. But to the north, tread. Step, the Iron Cavalry moved like thunder, bringing with them endless yellow dust. The 60,000 Imperial Cavalry, like two fierce snakes, swept in from the left and right. "Sons, rush ahead." Many of the generals roared. The thunderous hooves of the Northern Yuan cavalry thundered like muffled war drums striking the earth. Every Yuan rider's weapon gleamed with a cold light, and with their iron cavalry charge, arrogance and conceit were written all over the face of almost every Northern Yuan cavalryman. They don't think they will lose. Morale is high. When the Northern Yuan cavalry at the forefront of the charge saw the Dragon Gate formation waiting in full battle ahead, they were all taken aback. But then, the Northern Yuan General Andrew, who was leading the troops, let out a burst of unrestrained maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. My comrades, these Ming soldiers must be insane, daring to try and stop the might of our great Yuan cavalry with their mere shield soldiers. In this battle, our great Yuan will surely win." Meng Ha roared at the top of his lungs as his iron cavalry charged forward, his voice echoing through the surrounding air. Then he raised his sword and shouted, "My men, charge in from the left flank and crush these Ming soldiers into dust. Kill, kill, kill the light army." Countless Northern Yuan cavalrymen roared in response, their killing intent permeating the entire grassland. 60,000 iron cavalry, like a surging killing intent, rushed straight towards the Dragon Gate formation without regard for anything else. They moved faster and faster, the dust kicked up by their horses' hooves obscuring the sky. Iron cavalry charge, 200 feet, 150 feet, Hayakujo at this time, arrow, at the center of the Dragon Gate formation. Arlen roared, his voice like thunder filled with murderous intent. He raised the flag in his right hand high and swung it sharply, suddenly. Although the archers at the front of the Longmen formation could not see the Northern Yuan cavalry directly from within the formation, upon hearing Arlen's command, tens of thousands of archers distributed throughout the formation quickly drew their bows and nocked their arrows. "Kill, kill, kill." Tens of thousands of Ming archers roared, their voices soaring into the sky. Each soldier drew their bowstring as taut as a full moon. Next moment, the sound of countless bowstrings vibrating resounded throughout. Shhhhhhh, shhhhhh. Countless arrows like black locusts rose into the air, blotting out the sky and rained down on the Northern Yuan cavalry outside the formation. In the void, like a storm of arrows accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, they formed a net of death, raining down on the enemy. The approaching Northern Yuan cavalry had no time to react. The Ming army has fired arrows. What? Moment. The screams of agony rose and fell as groups of Northern Yuan cavalrymen, horse and all, were riddled with arrows and fell heavily into pools of blood. Even though the cavalrymen tried their best to parry with their swords, their resistance seemed so futile in the face of the torrential rain of arrows. "Boys, spread out and charge. Slay the enemy with mounted archery." Seeing that the situation was not good, the two generals, Andrew and Anise, hurriedly shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the 60,000-strong cavalry quickly adjusted their formation, trying to create as much distance as possible to avoid the barrage of arrows. At the same time, the Northern Yuan cavalry also drew their bows and nocked arrows, all of them well-trained. Fired arrows back at the Ming army in front of them. Shh. It was the same sharp sound of an arrow piercing the air. Arrows rained down from both sides, weaving together in the air to create a breathtaking scene. The arrows rained down by the Northern Yuan cavalry were just as fierce and deadly as a storm. However, under the perfect layout of the Dragon Gate formation, the Yuan army's arrow rain could not cause any substantial damage to the Ming army. Once completed, this Dragon Gate formation was like an impregnable fortress, its defense virtually invincible. Shield. Arlen quickly waved the battle flag in his left hand. The movement completed in one smooth motion. In an instant, the shield bearers throughout the formation raised their shields in perfect unison, as did the outermost shield bearers. Their shields were tightly joined together, without a single gap, providing a solid defense without any openings. Blake. Countless shield bearers roared in unison, displaying the overwhelming morale of the Ming soldiers, further enhanced by the combat power and morale of Arlen's army. Shh. The sound of arrows piercing the air continued. Arrows rained down from outside the formation, striking the shields and creating a clanging sound of metal striking metal. The soldiers inside the formation were unharmed under the tight protection of the shield troops. All the arrows were successfully blocked by the outer and inner layers of shield troops. Meanwhile, the archers inside the formation took the opportunity to continue firing arrows, trying to take as many lives as possible from the Yuan soldiers. Under a hail of arrows, countless Yuan soldiers fell forever on this vast grassland, their blood flowing like a river, staining the entire grassland crimson, a truly brutal sight. Attack, charge, crush the Ming army, men kill. Driven by their commanders, the Northern Yuan cavalry charged forward recklessly, disregarding casualties. At this moment, they were only a dozen feet away from the outer shield wall of the Dragon Gate formation, but their charging momentum was still fierce and showed no signs of weakening. And this moment is the crucial moment that will determine the outcome. Arlen stood atop the high platform, his gaze sharp and keen, taking in every move of the Yuan army. As the Yuan cavalry drew ever closer, Arlen did not hesitate for a moment, swiftly waving the battle flags with fluid, graceful movements. The order to raise the battle flags was given again. Suddenly, the formation of the Dragon Gate formation changed again. The outermost shield wall, which was originally as solid as an iron wall, suddenly opened up with dozens of gaps, especially on the shield wall facing the Yuan army. It seemed as if the passage had been specially opened for the Yuan army. The Yuan cavalry, who were originally about to charge directly into the shield wall, were all taken aback. What are they doing? Why did they suddenly scatter? Many of the Yuan soldiers and generals who were charging ahead were stunned, their faces filled with doubt and surprise. The sudden opening of the shield wall caught them off guard, leaving them momentarily at a loss. The Ming army's behavior today is truly bizarre. Their cavalry had already charged to within arm's reach, but the Ming army was still only firing arrows, while the spearmen and Ming cavalry were nowhere to be seen. But the battle situation at that moment left the Yuan army with no time to think. My comrades, our great Yuan cavalry is invincible. Slaughter these damned Cornelius barbarians, leave not a single one alive. Kill. Andrew and Anise in the rear ranks roared loudly, their voices filled with madness and confidence. Obviously. Despite the Ming army's somewhat strange behavior, they had no doubt about the strength of their iron cavalry, believing that their power was unmatched and could not be stopped by anyone. In particular, they had already investigated and found that the Ming army did not have any cavalry capable of confronting them. They will surely win this battle. Kill all the barbarians. Slaughter all Cornelius Chinese barbarians. Encouraged by their commander, the Northern Yuan cavalry charged even more frantically. Faced with the wide open gap in the Ming army's shield formation, they naturally did not charge at the shield formation, but instead rushed into the opening created by the Dragon Gate formation without hesitation. The Dragon Gate formation, deployed by 100,000 Ming soldiers, covered an extremely vast area. From the left and right sides, the formation had dozens of openings. The Yuan cavalry, completely unaware of the impending danger, charged into the passage opened by the Dragon Gate formation like moths to a flame. It didn't take long. Most of these 60,000 Northern Yuan cavalrymen were incorporated into the Dragon Gate formation. It is also this moment. Changes are beginning again. Surround them. Seeing the Yuan army fall into the trap, Arlen revealed a cold smile. Immediately, Arlen suddenly waved the battle flag in his hand and the battle order was activated again. It was as if the world itself changed color at that moment, and the dozens of shield array passages that were originally wide open instantly closed in an orderly manner. The closing speed was extremely fast, quickly blocking the Yuan cavalry on the outside, while the Yuan army that had already entered the formation completely lost its way out. Followed, what was originally just a defensive shield suddenly turned into a deadly trap. One after another, spears thrust out from the gaps in the shields with such speed that they caught everyone off guard. This sudden change transformed the shield wall into a deadly defensive line, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Outside the array, the two commanders were completely stunned. Their eyes widened, and their expressions instantly shifted from initial confidence to shock and fear. Tens of thousands of troops were swallowed up by the shield wall before them, while they were left completely blocked outside. In the blink of an eye, they were completely stunned. "My lads, attack!" Attack! At this moment, Andrew and Anise felt a surge of panic, but they still tried to salvage the situation and immediately ordered an attack. Kill! Kill! Under the command of their general, the numerous Yuan cavalry charged toward the shield wall without regard for their own safety. The warhorses neighed, their front hooves raised high, and many warhorses that could not stop in time were directly pierced by the spears on the shield wall, blood gushing out. The Yuan cavalry charged forward with all their might, their longswords and spears striking fiercely against the shield wall. However, even with the momentum of their cavalry charging forward, the shield wall before them seemed to blend seamlessly into the plain, impenetrable. No matter how the Yuan army attacked, the shield wall remained unmoved. Inside the Longmen formation, under the waving of Arlen's formation flag, the Ming soldiers were steadily changing formations. The tens of thousands of Yuan soldiers, lured into the formation, were like lambs lost in a maze, completely disoriented. As their formation continued to change, their army became increasingly chaotic. Not good. This is a Cornelius Chinese battle formation. We've entered a Cornelius Chinese military formation. Quickly follow me and charge forward. Kill! Break through this shield wall. The Yuan soldiers who had already entered the Dragon Gate formation were completely panicked, their faces filled with fear and despair. This Dragon Gate formation is like a terrifying, devouring monster, slowly consuming them. But at the moment, these Northern Yuan cavalrymen, trapped in the formation, seemed to have no other option but to blindly charge forward and frantically slash at the impenetrable wall of shields surrounding them. Pericles Yings continued to calmly wave the battle flags, directing the changes in the Dragon Gate formation. This time, the number of Yuan cavalry brought into the Dragon Gate formation exceeded 40,000. Arlen's goal was to completely disperse them and then gradually annihilate them. Under Arlen's ingenious tactical changes, the shield wall outside the formation became an insurmountable fortress. Long spears continuously thrust out from the shield wall, blocking the approach of the outer Yuan cavalry. At the very top of the shield wall, Ming archers continuously fired arrows, shooting down the Yuan troops on the perimeter and preventing them from getting closer. Inside the formation continued to shift, and the Yuan cavalry was divided into dozens of pieces. The original tens of thousands of troops were now completely disrupted, and the military system was in disarray. Even though they rushed and attacked with all their might, they could hardly see the figures of the Ming soldiers in this unpredictable Dragon Gate formation. All they could see were the impenetrable shield walls all around them. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire army formation, and even more so every Northern Yuan cavalryman. Fear spread. Exterminate them? At this point, tens of thousands of Northern Yuan cavalrymen were divided and completely trapped within the Dragon Gate formation, their morale plummeting to its lowest point. The moment of truth has finally arrived. Arlen wore a cold smile, as if he were delivering the final verdict to the Northern Yuan cavalry. Followed. Arlen gripped the battle flag and waved it sharply, issuing the order to annihilate. Next moment, the Dragon Gate formation, which was originally just a trapping formation, suddenly changed. and a strong killing intent rushed over. Kill, kill, kill! The entire Ming army in the Dragon Gate formation roared with deafening battle cries, the sound waves like a surging tsunami, soaring into the sky, their morale so high that it enveloped the entire void. The Northern Yuan cavalry inside and outside the Dragon Gate formation were all terrified by this overwhelming killing intent, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. From the top of the shield wall, countless Ming archers quickly appeared. They gripped bows and crossbows tightly in their hands, their faces filled with murderous intent. Kill, kill all the Tartars, kill them all. Seeing the Yuan cavalry trapped below, they did not hesitate to fire their arrows. Shh. Arrows rained down like a dense storm, unleashing endless killing intent. One after another, Yuan soldiers were shot down by a hail of arrows, falling from their horses and crashing heavily to the ground, their blood staining the surrounding earth red. Screams echoed throughout the Dragon Gate formation, sending chills down one's spine. But this is just the beginning. Next moment, splatter, splatter, one after another, spears emerged from the gaps in the shields, each spear gleaming with a sharp, cold light, exuding boundless killing intent. Simultaneously, the seemingly static shield wall began to gradually close, slowly but with an unstoppable momentum. The Yuan cavalry trapped inside were like being tightly surrounded by an impenetrable wall, and this impenetrable wall was constantly closing in. How to do? General, what should we do? We're doomed. We've been ambushed. What do we do? Countless Yuan cavalrymen were terrified, their faces filled with despair, but their eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find a way to escape. But with no way forward and no way back, they were like turtles in a jar with nowhere to escape. When the shield wall formed an impenetrable barrier, completely forcing the Yuan cavalry together, a hail of arrows rained down from above, accompanied by spears thrusting wildly from the gaps in the shields. PFFT, PFFT. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed as countless Yuan soldiers were impaled by spears and killed by a hail of arrows, their blood spurting out. Accompanied by the screams of the Yuan soldiers, the entire Longmen formation was shrouded in an endless atmosphere of death. This is a completely one-sided massacre. For the Northern Yuan cavalry who entered the Dragon Gate formation, it was an utterly passive massacre with no chance of retaliation. Outside the formation, the screams of the Yuan soldiers inside the formation were like sharp arrows, constantly emanating from within, sending chills down one's spine and making one tremble all over. One can imagine how desperate and fearful the Yuan soldiers must have been. The Yuan cavalry outside the formation numbered less than 20,000. Hearing the screams of their comrades inside, they looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. Faced with the impenetrable fortress before them, they had tried to attack many times, but to no avail. The shield formation seemed perfectly formed, without any gaps or flaws. Conversely, the Ming archers on the shield formation kept firing arrows. Anyone who got too close would face certain death. General, what should we do? This is a trap. We've fallen into the Ming army's trap. The Ming army, they are too cunning. The boys inside, I'm afraid they won't be able to escape, and we won't be able to break through this shield formation either. The generals looked helplessly at Andrew and Innes, the two vanguard generals, their eyes filled with despair. Faced with this situation, both generals, Andrew and Innes, were in different positions, but their expressions were extremely grim. They originally thought that on the cavalry's home turf, they could easily crush the Ming army and win a great victory. But now they haven't even seen the Ming army's faces yet, and most of their men are already trapped in the Ming army's formation in front of them, being surrounded and killed by the Ming army. What's most infuriating is that they are completely powerless to do anything about it. Withdraw, withdraw. Almost simultaneously, the two generals, Andrew and Innes, issued the order to withdraw their troops. They led the remaining Yuan troops and retreated northward like stray dogs. Now, they clearly realized that they were simply unable to break through the Ming army's shield formation. The shield formation is impossible to break with human power alone. Even if it is breached in one step, the Dragon Gate formation is unpredictable and interconnected, so it cannot be broken in one step. At present, Arlen also assumed that the Northern Yuan cavalry were too confident and would not bring artillery. While shield formations can withstand human impact, they cannot withstand artillery fire. Inside the Dragon Gate formation, the trapped Northern Yuan cavalrymen were still running around like headless flies, trying to put up a last stand, but all their efforts were in vain. The Ming soldiers continued their slaughter of them. They Sounds of weapons piercing flesh, screams, and splattering blood mingled together, shrouded in death. This is slaughter. On the high platform of the Ming Dynasty's rear army, the people's previous understanding of the power of the Dragon Gate formation was limited to records in ancient books. Now, Arlen deployed his troops to meet the northern Yuan cavalry because he was struggling to find a good strategy to deal with the 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry. Although he trusted Arlen, he was actually quite uneasy. But at this moment, the moment the Dragon Gate formation was truly activated, Samson, Daniel, and Frederick were all stunned by its power. Standing on the high platform, they had an extremely wide field of vision and could clearly see the operation within the Dragon Gate formation. They witnessed tens of thousands of cavalry charge into the formation. Were initially worried that the Dragon Gate formation would be easily breached by such a charge. However, under their witness, tens of thousands of cavalrymen charged into the formation, only to be quickly separated and lost their way within the formation. Now, facing an impenetrable wall of attacks, the Yuan army is utterly powerless to retaliate. Spears were like a forest, and arrows were like a rainstorm. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Faced with this powerful Dragon Gate formation, the Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry's overwhelming combat power was completely unleashed. Instead, they were firmly restrained by the Dragon Gate formation. Now I understand how powerful this Dragon Gate formation is. Once you enter the formation, you are a lamb to the slaughter. If I didn't know that the Northern Yuan Cavalry were so powerful, I would have really thought that these Northern Yuan cavalrymen who were lured into the Dragon Gate formation were fake. Frederick was utterly shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed in amazement. Although he was not an expert in commanding troops, the scene before him made everything clear to him. From this high platform, he could clearly see the Northern Yuan Cavalry, known as the best in the world, being surrounded and slaughtered on one side, without even a chance to fight back. This was a scene he had never witnessed before. General Arlen is a future pillar of the nation. Among the younger generation, no one can compare to him. Samson, a veteran general who had fought countless battles, was also filled with emotion. Even at an age old enough to be Arlen's ancestor, he was filled with admiration and respect for Arlen, clearly deeply impressed by him. Daniel, who was standing nearby, also witnessed the magic and power of this Dragon Gate formation. At this moment, Daniel had only one thought in his mind. I must find a way to get Arlen, no matter what the cost. I must make him work for me. Must. A sense of madness emanated from Daniel's heart, as if he had made up his mind to bring Arlen under his command at all costs. The Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry is no longer number 1. On the battlefield, the intense stench of blood seemed almost tangible, permeating every inch of the air. The sounds of killing continued unabated, like ghosts beckoning to their deaths. Inside the Dragon Gate formation, the battle cries of the Ming soldiers were deafening and incredibly inspiring. Every soldier fought with all their might, gradually narrowing the encirclement and launching a frenzied attack on the Yuan cavalry trapped inside the formation. The Yuan cavalry within the formation were already at their wits' end, their eyes filled with despair and fear, fleeing in all directions but finding no glimmer of hope. North. A Northern Yuan general pointed ahead, his voice filled with doubt and unease. Asked Felix, General, why have the men who went out to fight retreated? Hear the words. Gilly Kai frowned, staring straight ahead, and did not answer immediately. The tens of thousands of cavalry that had charged out were now in disarray, retreating like startled birds. Their strength had been greatly reduced, and many soldiers were wounded and looked extremely disheveled. Andrew and Ease, what's going on? When he saw the two generals who had fled back from the front, Gilly Kai's face darkened, and he shouted loudly, clearly enraged. General, our army has fallen into an ambush by the Ming army and suffered heavy losses. Meng Ha rode up and reported with a look of trepidation and helplessness on his face. Ease, standing to the side, kept his head down, not daring to speak, but his face was equally gloomy, and he gripped the reins tightly in his hand, showing extreme resentment. What nonsense are you spouting? Gilly Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with anger, and he coldly shouted, 60,000 iron cavalry are more than enough to sweep everything away. How could the Ming army set up an ambush? Tell me. General, the Ming army has set up a battle formation. No, this is no ordinary military formation, but an ambush formation. Andrew dared not look directly into Felix's eyes and said with his head down, At first, I thought that this was the Ming army using shield soldiers to block my iron cavalry, so I ordered the whole army to attack. However, upon approaching, the Ming army shield troops suddenly dispersed, and the soldiers charged directly into them, whereupon they were trapped. This military formation is extremely strange, like a huge cage, completely trapping our men inside. When we attack from the outside, we can't break through the Ming army's shield wall at all. Moreover, as soon as we get close, the Ming army will fire arrows wildly. Our army will be unable to break through their formation. Therefore, we will withdraw first. Hear this. Gilly Kai's face grew increasingly grim as he glanced at the northern Yuan cavalry behind the two generals. Now, these cavalrymen were demoralized and in a sorry state, many with arrows stuck in their bodies and bleeding profusely. This is enough to prove that Andrew was not lying. What kind of military formation can possibly stop my great Yuan iron cavalry? Gilly Kai's face was filled with suspicion and disbelief. In his heart, or rather in the hearts of the northern Yuan people, the Yuan cavalry was invincible. And this vast plain was their absolute home ground. Let alone a single layer of shield soldiers, even a dozen layers would not be able to stop the full force charge of the iron cavalry. Even though the northern Yuan was weak, they were still proud of their cavalry fighting strength. General, the Ming army's formation is too strange. We simply cannot break through it. Moreover, those soldiers who charged into the Ming army's formation were trapped inside, and we had no chance to rescue them. And he also looked aggrieved, clenching his fists and speaking with great anger. Yes, General, this military formation is too strange. We didn't bring any artillery. If we had, we might have been able to blast through those shield formations. But now this humble general truly doesn't know what to do, Andrew said with helplessness and resentment. Useless, the Emperor trusted you so much. Gilly Kai cursed fiercely. And he turned his gaze southward, drew his sword without hesitation and shouted, "Quickly reorganize the army. This time I will personally lead the charge. Hear the sound." Andrew and Anise immediately clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "Your subordinates obey your orders." Immediately, the two turned around, returned to their formation, and began to reorganize their troops. They shouted loudly, directing the soldiers to adjust their formation. In an instant, there was shouting and neighing, and dust was flying everywhere. Ming army, I absolutely do not believe that any formation can stop the advance of my great Yuan iron cavalry. Ghostly red eyes flashed with coldness, showing little fear. Originally, he planned to wait until the 60,000 cavalrymen had defeated the Ming army before leading 40,000 troops out to encircle and annihilate them. But the current situation forces him to personally lead the troops to attack. As the Yuan cavalry regrouped, Felix raised his battle sword high and roared, "My men follow me and kill, crush the Ming army." This loud shout, like a thunderclap, echoed through the void. At a shout, the Yuan army quickly regrouped. With the 40,000 fresh troops under Felix who had not yet moved their troops as the main force, they charged towards the Ming army to the south like a black torrent. The thunderous sound of hooves shook the earth, raising dust that blotted out the sky. The northern Yuan has once again unleashed its murderous intent, and this moment. Time slipped away quietly amidst the fierce battle. Inside the Dragon Gate formation, the killing spree continues. Arlen stood on the high platform, surveying the battlefield. This time, Arlen realized that the Yuan army inside the Dragon Gate formation had lost all will to fight, so he immediately shouted loudly, "Pass on my order. Yuan soldiers who surrender will be spared. Those who do not surrender will be killed without mercy." At the same time, Arlen issued a battle flag command, followed. The surrounding guards and soldiers shouted in unison, "The general has ordered that those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed. The general has ordered." The roars of countless Ming soldiers converged, forming a powerful sound wave that reverberated throughout the entire grassland, deafeningly loud. Inside the Dragon Gate formation, the Yuan soldiers who had already given up hope heard this shout, and a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. They exchanged glances, and after a moment, many of them made their choice, discarding their weapons and dismounting. "Spare me, I surrender. Spare me, I don't want to die. I surrender." Shouts of surrender rose and fell. After all, the Yuan soldiers trapped inside the formation had no chance of escape and were shrouded in despair. Arlen gave them a chance to surrender, which gave them hope of survival. Otherwise, they would surely die. After giving the order, Arlen glanced at the situation within the formation and quickly stepped down from the high platform. When he was only a few feet from the ground, he leaped without hesitation and landed steadily on Todd Raphael's back below the platform. As Todd Raphael sensed its master's arrival, It let out an excited neigh and raised its front hooves high. "Royal guards, follow me." Arlen, holding the horse's reins in one hand and a tiger-headed broadsword in the other, let out a powerful shout. "Followed. I will obey the general's orders." The guards surrounding the platform mounted their horses in perfect unison. As Arlen moved, the shield wall in front of him seemed to be split apart by a pair of invisible hands, opening up a passage for a lone rider. Arlen spurred his horse's flanks, and Todd Raphael galloped past like a black lightning bolt, with 700 personal guards following closely behind. As the one who set up the formation, Arlen was very familiar with it and had made prior arrangements. He easily left the Dragon Gate formation, which was like a purgatory for the Yuan army. Soon, behind the Dragon Gate formation, 40,000 Ming cavalrymen were already in full battle array, ready for action. Under their watchful eyes, a gap appeared in the Dragon Gate formation. Arlen rode his warhorse swiftly toward them, with 700 personal guards surrounding him like stars around the moon. "Where are the Ming cavalry?" Arlen stared at the Ming cavalry in front of him and shouted in a commanding voice. "Kill, kill, kill." 40,000 Ming cavalrymen raised their weapons and shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the sky, as if the surrounding void itself was trembling. "Brothers, today's battle is the foundation of our northern expedition. Of the 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry, 40,000 to 50,000 have been trapped and killed within the Dragon Gate formation, and half of the Yuan cavalry have been eliminated. Now, the northern Yuan cavalry numbers less than half their original strength. What is there for our great Ming to fear?" Arlen brandished his battle sword, its blade flashing, and shouted, "Are you all willing to follow me, and with the might of the great Ming Iron Cavalry, shatter the invincible reputation of the northern Yuan Iron Cavalry? Are you all willing to accompany me to defeat the northern Yuan cavalry and make our great Ming cavalry the strongest in the world?" At this moment, Arlen circulated his inner energy, his voice containing boundless domineering power and immense might. "I am willing to follow the general and crush the iron cavalry of the northern Yuan. I am willing to follow the general and forge the invincible name of the Ming dynasty's iron cavalry." 40,000 Ming soldiers raised their weapons and shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Every soldier was fearless and undaunted. "Brothers, whether you are soldiers of the great Ning border army or soldiers of the Beiping army, you must know that I, Arlen, will lead the troops into battle, with the general in front and the soldiers behind. Brothers, follow me and kill." Arlen roared again, his voice like thunder. He turned his horse around, raised his tiger-headed broadsword high, and charged northward. "I will follow the general till death, kill." 40,000 iron cavalry, swords raised high, followed Arlen's figure like an iron torrent, charging northward. The thunderous sound of hooves seemed to make the earth tremble beneath their feet. Under Arlen's leadership, the army bypassed the Longmen formation and headed straight for the north. Previously, the northern Yuan cavalry numbered 100,000, all of whom were cavalrymen. Even though the Ming dynasty had 40,000 cavalry, the infantry would find it difficult to fight them on this vast plain. Even if they were to win, the Ming soldiers would suffer heavy casualties. Even with Arlen's power and official seal, it was difficult to avoid. His eyes turned. North of the Dragon Gate formation, when Arlen led 40,000 Ming cavalrymen, a thunderous thud came from 100 feet away. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta, the endless sound of hooves converged, and thousands of horses galloped in. Countless northern Yuan battle flags fluttered in the wind as the previously retreating northern Yuan cavalry charged forward once more. And Arlen raised his sword and pulled on the reins at the same time. As if it understood human nature, Todd Raphael stopped immediately, its front hooves digging 2 deep marks in the ground. The 40,000 cavalrymen behind Arlen stood orderly behind him, organized into battalions and Arlen battalions, like a great wall of steel. Bow and arrow. Arlen thrust his battle sword into the ground, and the precious carved bow instantly appeared in his hand. Then he casually pulled out 10 arrows from the quiver on his back. All the Ming cavalrymen drew their bows and nocked arrows, and every soldier stared intently at the northern Yuan cavalrymen in front of them, their eyes filled with killing intent. The Ming cavalry has entered the battle. Felix, from the rear of the northern Yuan cavalry, saw the Ming cavalry arrayed ahead, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. "Young men of the great Yuan, the time has come to make great contributions for the great Yuan. For the eternal prosperity of the Yuan dynasty, crush these damned Cornelius people. Let them know who the strongest cavalry in the world is. Let them know that our great Yuan dynasty is the master of the grasslands. Gilikai brandished his battle sword, roaring madly with a ferocious expression on his face. Yuan warriors crushed the Ming army. Kill them all. Many northern Yuan generals also roared in response. They charged ahead, leading the charge, with the northern Yuan cavalry following closely behind, their momentum overwhelming. These northern Yuan cavalrymen were all born on horseback and possessed highly skilled horsemanship. They were no less capable than humans. For them, only by charging into battle could they demonstrate the might of the Yuan cavalry. Arlen waited quietly, his precious carved bow being drawn to its full extent by his powerful strength. With the continuous infusion of internal energy and the armor-piercing properties of the precious carved bow, the power of this bow and arrow is greatly increased. According to Arlen's Chadu, the Yuan army was rapidly approaching. 100 feet, 80 feet, 70 feet. It was at the very moment that the Yuan army reached the range of the Ming dynasty's arrows. Kill! Arlen shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. With a tremor of his precious carved bow, 10 sharp arrows, enhanced by his inner energy, shot out instantly, carrying overwhelming power like 10 bolts of lightning. Almost instantly. The dozens of Yuan soldiers facing them had no chance to react. Even though they were wearing armor, they were instantly pierced through by Pericles Yinqiang's powerful arrows. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and their bodies fell from their horses like kites with broken strings, dying instantly. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 1 point of strength, pick up 10 days of life. Killed a northern Yuan soldier, collected 1 point of internal energy. As arrows slayed enemies, notifications kept popping up in Arlen's mind, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of attribute points were added to his body. It was precisely Arlen's orders that kill. The 40,000 Ming cavalrymen roared with deafening battle cries. At the same time, they fired their arrows, and instantly, a dense rain of arrows, like a storm, was hurled wildly at the Yuan army in front of them. The entire void was torn apart by the arrows, making a continuous whooshing sound as they cut through the air. Under the hail of arrows, some of the Yuan cavalrymen at the forefront were shot dead in an instant, while others were riddled with arrows and turned into hedgehogs, their deaths gruesome. Blood stained the grass, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Behind Arlen, Ming soldiers rained down arrows, killing as many enemies as possible. Fire arrows! At this moment, the generals in command roared and ordered their troops to fire arrows. Kill all the Cornelius people and barbarians. The Yuan army mounted archers. The hail of arrows rained down on the Ming soldiers. The two sides exchanged fire, and lives were being lost every moment, fully demonstrating the cruelty of the battlefield. The blood shimmered blindingly in the sunlight, and the groans of wounded soldiers and the neighing of war horses mingled together, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Arlen estimated the distance of the Yuan cavalry, and when they were less than 20 zhang away from him. Soldiers of the Ming dynasty, today's battle is the battle to bury the northern Yuan. In this victory, the cavalry of our great Ming dynasty shall be the best in the world. With the blood of the northern Yuan cavalry, we will establish the glory of our great Ming cavalry. Follow me, kill! Arlen let out a loud shout, filled with boundless domineering power. He raised his tiger-headed sword with his right hand and slapped his warhorse hard. With a neigh, Todd Raphael charged towards the Yuan army ahead like an arrow released from a bow, the dust kicked up by its 4 hooves forming a cloud of smoke behind it. I will follow the general till death, kill! Marvin and his 700 personal guards roared simultaneously, their voices echoing through the sky. They followed Arlen closely, charging forward and vowing to fight to the death for him. A general should not be greedy for life, and a soldier should not be afraid of death. In our great Ning, there are absolutely no generals who would steal a life, and absolutely no men who would fear death. Follow the general and kill. Glory belongs to the Ming dynasty. Otis, Percy, Dustin, and the others roared, displaying the fearless spirit of the Angus Ning border army from top to bottom, and charged towards the Yuan army in front. Every soldier seemed to disregard their own life and death. Kill all these Tartars. Our Ming dynasty cavalry is the best in the world. Kill! Countless Ming soldiers roared, filled with fearlessness and boundless killing intent, charging towards the Yuan army with unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the entire grassland, the entire royal ranch of the northern Yuan trembled. The earth seemed unable to bear the weight, emitting a booming sound like thunder exploding in one's ears. Wild sword dance, die to me. Facing him, Arlen wielded his battle sword like rain, the black blade flashing past like a black lightning bolt, its edge slicing through the air. One after another, the Yuan soldiers were cut down by the blade and died instantly. Blood splattered on Arlen's face, but he was completely unaware, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Killed a northern Yuan soldier, collected 1 point of strength. The prompts about acquiring attributes from killing enemies kept ringing in Arlen's mind. Arlen was as brave and invincible as ever. His figure on the battlefield was like the Grim Reaper, leaving death in his wake and making the enemy tremble with fear. Behind them, countless Ming soldiers were filled with high morale and fearless courage. Working closely together with Arlen, they launched a fierce attack on the Yuan army. At last, the moment the two armies clashed was like a collision. Between the Cornelius people and the barbarians, a clash between civilization and savagery. Boom, in an instant, the sounds of clashing swords and galloping horses were deafening. Weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the sound of blades piercing armor was incessant. Blood splattered, spraying onto the grass like a fountain, turning it red. The two cavalry forces clashed instantly, engaging in a pure hand-to-hand combat, a battle fought to the death. The shouts of battle, screams of agony, and the neighing of war horses mingled together, creating a tragic war symphony. Outflank them, surround them. Great Yuan warriors, crush them for me. Our great Yuan iron cavalry is invincible. Kill them, Gili Kai roared from the rear, his voice hoarse and strained as he commanded his army to charge. And this moment, Arlen charged forward frantically, his figure moving freely through the enemy ranks like a ghost. Behind them, the Ming soldiers charged forward frantically, each one seemingly capable of taking on 10 men, utterly fearless. It seems that this was the blessing brought by Pericles Yinquin's power and official seal. The battle had fully entered its most brutal phase. Just like in the siege battles of the past, Arlen charged ahead alone. His 700 personal guards could barely keep up with his pace. Arlen charged forward like a sharp blade, and wherever he went, the enemy was routed. The 700 guards were like a blade, tearing through the enemy's defenses with ferocity. They fought and killed the enemy with frenzied abandon, seemingly tireless. The two cavalry forces clashed for only a moment, and the northern Yuan iron cavalry, which claimed to be invincible, was instantly broken through by the Ming cavalry. Defeated, torn apart. The Yuan army originally approached with an offensive posture. But at this moment, the Ming cavalry were even more ferocious. When did our Ming cavalry become able to suppress the northern Yuan cavalry to such an extent? Daniel stood on the high platform, witnessing the victory of the Ming cavalry. At this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the fierce battle ahead, completely stunned as if frozen in place. He had been stationed in Beiping Prefecture for a long time and was no stranger to cavalry warfare, having witnessed the cavalry of Beiping Prefecture clashing with the Yuan army on many occasions. However, each time, the cavalry of Beiping Prefecture was at a clear disadvantage against the Mongol cavalry and could hardly overcome them. But today's scene completely overturned his understanding. Arlen took the lead, charging into the enemy ranks. Under his command, the Ming cavalry, like awakened lions, unleashed unprecedented ferocity. They launched a massive attack on the supposedly invincible northern Yuan cavalry, overwhelming them and forcing them into a series of defeats. The northern Yuan iron cavalry could only defend themselves. Just as Daniel was marveling at the scene, Arlen's eyes were clear and sharp, like two cold glints, piercing through the layers of fighting crowd and locking onto the Yuan army commander's battle flag at the very back. Slay the generals and cut down the flags. The myth of the greatest cavalry in the world was shattered. He has accomplished this unparalleled feat. Arlen had already accepted this idea. Time passed quietly amidst the fierce fighting, and the cavalry of both sides became completely intertwined, engaging in a brutal battle with flying blood and flesh. The killings continued. Arlen, wielding a battle sword and riding a black steed, led 700 personal guards, much like Xiang Blake leading 800 fierce warriors from Jiangdong in the past, breaking through the Yuan army's defenses with unstoppable momentum and heading straight for the Yuan army's commander-in-chief. Kill! Kill! Arlen roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He swung his battle sword wildly, creating streaks of sharp light. With each swing, Yuan soldiers fell with screams of agony. As they drew ever closer, the UN Army's commander-in-chief's battle flag was no more than a dozen feet away from Arlen. General, Arlen let out a low growl, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, like a demon emerging from the underworld, exuding a chilling aura as he stared intently at Fletcher Amos Kai. Todd Raphael seemed to sense its master's killing intent, raised its head, and let out a high-pitched neigh, its four hooves flying as it charged wildly forward. "Oh no! The Ming army is attacking." Gilly Kai, who was calmly commanding the army, suddenly felt a strong chill coming from the front. He glanced up instinctively and met Arlen's murderous gaze, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. But at this moment, it was all too late. "Charge, Imperial Guards, charge! Our great UN Iron Cavalry is invincible under heaven." In his panic, Gilly Kai roared loudly. The thousands of personal guards who remained by his side under his command roared, brandished their weapons, and spurred their horses toward Arlen, attempting to stop Arlen's unstoppable offensive. "Kill!" Arlen roared, wild dance sword technique. The sword in his hand moved like a nimble dragon, whistling through the air as it danced wildly. He had no time to pay attention to these soldiers. His eyes were fixed on Gilly Kai, and he only wanted to kill him. Under Arlen's fierce offensive and the relentless attack of 700 of his personal guards, these thousands of guards were as fragile as paper, unable to stop his advance. Arlen, a Ming general, must escape. As Gilly Kai watched Arlen approach, his face turned deathly pale. Fear gripped him, and he no longer cared about the prestige of the so-called great general of the Northern Yuan. He turned his horse around and fled north in a sari. Stayed. But how could Arlen let him off so easily? "Drive!" Arlen shouted and swung his whip sharply. Todd Raphael cried out in pain and, like an arrow released from a bow, quickly chased after Fletcher Amos Kai. This Black Eagle is a Fergana horse, and after being fed and trained by Arlen, it has extraordinary speed and strength, surpassing that of ordinary warhorses. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with Gilly Kai. "Die!" Arlen roared, raised his battle sword high, and slashed fiercely at the fleeing Fletcher Lichai in front of him. "No!" Gilly Kai turned his head in alarm, only to see a dazzling blade of light strike like lightning. Before he could react, there was a crack sound. The sharp blade severed his neck in an instant. Gilly Kai's head flew high into the air, his eyes still filled with terror and resentment. "P.S. Please subscribe, thank you." Summarizing the findings. As Gilly Kai's head fell to the ground, his headless body fell directly off the horse and lay in eternal slumber. At the same time, the notification sounded in Arlen's ear at just the right time. Slay the Northern Yuan General Felix, collect 300 points of all attributes, collect 300 days of lifespan, and receive a Tier 2 treasure chest as a reward. The addition of 300 points to all attributes allowed Arlen to instantly feel an increase in all of his physical attributes. The slight fatigue was also swept away by the blessing of all attributes. As expected of the Northern Yuan General, he has gained 100 more in all attributes than when he killed Nahachu. There's also a Tier 2 treasure chest. Arlen thought excitedly. Subsequently, without the slightest hesitation, Arlen swiftly reached out and firmly grasped Fletcher Lichai's head in his hand. Next moment, Arlen surveyed the panicked Northern Yuan cavalry around him, then coldly shouted, "Your generals have been personally slain by my own hand." Inner breath blessing. Arlen's voice echoed across the chaotic battlefield like a thunderclap, but the words hadn't completely faded from his lips. "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who refuse to surrender will be killed." The words were a compensation, but the sound of the general being killed by me was sharper than any sword or blade on the battlefield, piercing directly into the hearts of the Yuan soldiers. After Vincent drank it, Arlen didn't think much of it and casually hung Gilly Kai's head on his warhorse. He then gripped the tiger-headed battle sword tightly once more, exerted force with his legs, and with a neigh, charged once more towards the surrounding Yuan soldiers. Arlen naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to kill enemies and collect attributes. Unlike battles fought within a city, once a city falls, many enemy soldiers have nowhere to escape. But now, on this vast plain, facing Yuan cavalry, they would never surrender easily. Instead, they would choose to flee. Arlen knew this well, so he seized every opportunity to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Arlen was still charging left and right on the battlefield, his sword flashing incessantly, his movements incredibly sharp. With each flash of his blade, Yuan soldiers fell with screams of agony, the slaughter continuing. And this time, General's divine might, The Yuan army's general has been killed by the general. Bros, kill all the Tatars, kill. The general has ordered that anyone who refuses to surrender will be killed without mercy. Kill. Marvin and his many personal guards, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism, roared with boundless excitement. Their voices merged together, forming a powerful wave that spread across the battlefield. While roaring to intimidate the Yuan army, the swords in their hands ruthlessly reaped the lives of the enemy. The news that Gili Kai had been killed by Arlen spread rapidly across the battlefield along with their roars, just as Arlen had predicted. When the surrounding Yuan soldiers saw Felix being beheaded by Arlen, they also heard the news of Felix's death. The faces of the Yuan soldiers instantly drained of color, filled with terror and despair. Morale fighting spirit. At that moment, it collapsed like a flood bursting its banks. They couldn't care about anything else. All they wanted was to escape this terrible battlefield as quickly as possible and save their lives. The general is dead. Retreat, retreat quickly, retreat. We lost. The shouts of the Yuan army retreating echoed throughout the battlefield, each shout filled with fear and despair. Many Yuan soldiers abandoned their battle with the Ming army and turned their horses around to flee north in a panic and helplessness. A fleeing soldier can take away 10 people. 10 can take away 100. This was precisely the case for the Yuan army, which had lost its commander. On the vast battlefield, many Yuan soldiers saw their comrades fleeing, and their fear was amplified to an extreme. They fled northwards desperately, disregarding everything else. Don't lose formation. Charge, defend. If we retreat, we will face certain death. Let's fight the Ming army. What do we, the sons of the great Yuan, have to fear from Cornelius barbarians? Go on. Seeing the soldiers fleeing in disarray, many Yuan generals and officers tried their best to hold on, but the army was routed and defeated. There was no way to stop it, no matter how Yuan tried to stop him. All officers and men obey orders. Those who do not surrender will be deserters. Kill them all. Seeing that the Yuan army had collapsed, the desired effect had been achieved. While fighting the enemy, Arlen watched the fleeing Yuan army and issued another order. His voice was cold and indifferent, revealing boundless killing intent without a trace of pity. I will obey the general's orders. Kill all the Tatars. Kill. Countless Ming soldiers roared loudly, their voices resounding, their fighting spirit boundless. Each soldier wielded his weapon even more fiercely. In their eyes, these fleeing Yuan soldiers were no longer a formidable enemy, but a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Killing one person earns 1 military merit. Killing 10 people earns you 10 military merits. The Ming cavalry swept towards the fleeing Yuan soldiers like a surging wave, launching a relentless pursuit. At this point, the outcome of the battle is no longer in doubt. With the northern Yuan general Felix being overwhelmed and killed by Arlen, the Yuan army's morale plummeted. Moreover, the Ming cavalry's charge, coupled with Arlen's authority and official seal, further fueled the attack. For a while, the once mighty northern Yuan cavalry, hailed as the strongest in the world, has been utterly defeated and is now being slaughtered in a one-sided manner. The next formation after the Dragon Gate formation. Even though they were far apart, Samson and his companions could clearly see the situation of the cavalry battle. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air. Shouts of battle mingled with the sound of horses' hooves. The cavalry of the Ming and Yuan armies clashed on the grasslands, their swords flashing and blood splattering everywhere. Arlen led the Ming cavalry to defeat the Yuan army. The northern Yuan cavalry has been defeated. Our army has won, Brett Yingwen said in a somewhat serious tone. Although he maintained the dignity of a great general on his face, his eyes revealed an uncontrollable excitement. The myth of the invincible northern Yuan cavalry has been shattered. I had originally imagined that even if we won this battle, it would be incredibly brutal. Even though our army has 150,000 troops, in my humble opinion, we will suffer at least tens of thousands more casualties. This battle is possible. It far exceeded my expectations. Once the results of the battle are tallied, our casualties may be less than 20,000. Such a victory is unimaginable, Frederick also said with a shocked expression. It's hard to believe what you're seeing unless you witness it with your own eyes. The once invincible northern Yuan cavalry were defeated so easily. The old days. The Yuan dynasty with its iron cavalry broke through the gates of China, enslaved the Chinese people for a century, and brought endless humiliation to the Cornelius people of the Central Plains. Now, the Ming cavalry, representing China, has decisively defeated the northern Yuan cavalry with slightly inferior numbers. This battle will redefine cavalry warfare and redefine the strongest cavalry in the world. It will become a significant turning point in the history of the Cornelius Chinese people and will be forever remembered by future generations. Arland, today leading my great Ming cavalry with a force nearly 10,000 weaker. I decisively defeated the northern Yuan cavalry, whose force was far greater. It will surely leave a mark in history. I am not as good as him. Daniel gazed at the distant battlefield, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The two cavalry forces clashed, and the sheer scale of the battle was overwhelming. Under Arlan's leadership, the Ming cavalry decisively defeated, divided, and annihilated the Yuan army. These scenes were clearly presented to Daniel. Now, besides being deeply shocked, Daniel also felt a sense of envy. Daniel's greatest ambition had always been to expand the territory and strike back at Morgan invaders. But as a prince, as a king of the Ming dynasty, he had no chance to personally lead troops into battle, let alone accomplish the grand feat he had kept hidden in his heart. At this moment, watching Arlan lead the Ming cavalry, representing China, to decisively defeat the northern Yuan cavalry that had dominated the world for hundreds of years, is truly awe-inspiring. Having accomplished an unprecedented feat, it would be a lie to say that Daniel was not envious. Don't say that the prince is inferior to him. Look at the whole Ming dynasty, look at the whole world. There is simply no one who can command troops with the same strength in fighting prowess as General Pericles. This battle, even I did not expect to win in this way. But from the start of the war, every step was planned by General Pericles. Samson spoke in a deep voice, her face carrying a profound sense of understanding. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling every detail of the battle, and his admiration for Arlan grew stronger. Even though he was a great general, he still held him in high esteem. "General, what do you mean by that?" Frederick turned to look at Samson, a look of surprise flashing across his face. "First, the reason why this battle was able to defeat the Yuan army was fundamentally due to the Dragon Gate formation. Of course, it is also due to General Pericles' ability to command troops and make strategic decisions. General Pericles had anticipated that the Yuan cavalry would underestimate him before engaging in battle. He believed that once the formation was established, the Yuan army would charge in without any precautions. It was precisely because the Yuan army underestimated the enemy that they rashly charged into the Longmen formation without bringing cannons or other weapons. Only in this way can tens of thousands of Yuan cavalry be easily trapped in the Dragon Gate formation. The power of the formation be used to trap and kill the Yuan cavalry, thus weakening the Yuan army's combat strength. Samson spoke slowly, with a knowing look in her eyes. The Dragon Gate formation alone trapped and killed nearly 50,000 Yuan cavalry, greatly damaging the elite of the Yuan army. That's why General Pericles had 40,000 cavalrymen prepared in advance to fight against the Yuan cavalry and win the battle in one fell swoop. Every step, every link, was completely under General Pericles' control. "This battle, I have the utmost respect for it," Samson said earnestly, and his tone completely impressed even a general of Arlan's age who was old enough to be Arlan's grandfather. His face was full of admiration, and he nodded slightly, full of praise for Arlan's military talent. "General, this battle report must be written carefully. Let the Emperor know the cause and effect of this battle and the great victory we achieved. Our army could not have defeated these 100,000 iron cavalry, but General Pericles not only won the battle, but also suffered very few casualties. This is a great victory, and General Pericles must be commended." Frederick spoke with utmost seriousness and earnestness. He was a man of strong emotions, and under the influence of his father. He admired military generals. This battle, it should have been under his command, as he was the general appointed by the Emperor to lead the troops. But Frederick knew his own limitations. He had no way to deal with 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry. This battle was a great victory, and all the results were achieved by Arlan through his own abilities. His nominal position as deputy general was also due to Arlan's influence. Having benefited from the situation and made contributions, Frederick was not the kind of person who would embezzle military achievements. He wanted to report Arlan's military achievements in their entirety. This is what he should do. This is a military report. I will personally write the memorial to the throne. Samson said solemnly, her expression equally dignified. Similarly, as a general, reporting battle results was his duty, and he also recognized Arlan, a junior in the army. It's also at this time A dozen fast riders sped from the battlefield. Upon arriving at the foot of the high platform where Samson and the other two were, the leading flag-bearer, his face filled with excitement, loudly reporting to the great general. General Arlen led his army to defeat the northern Yuan cavalry. The northern Yuan General Felix was personally killed by General Arlen. The northern Yuan cavalry has been routed and is fleeing in all directions. Our army has won a great victory. The little flag's voice trembled with excitement, each word seemingly uttered with all its might. Such a great victory is a source of pride for all the soldiers in the army. Upon hearing this, Samson was overwhelmed with excitement. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a smile finally appeared on her previously serious face. Good, good, good. General Pericles, you truly deserve to be the champion earl of our great Ming dynasty and the invincible general of our great Ming dynasty. I had heard of the name of the northern Yuan general Gili Kai long ago, but I never expected that he would be killed by General Pericles. Samson said excitedly, praising the performance repeatedly. General, our army has won this battle. In future campaigns, the northern Yuan will be unable to stop the advance of our great Ming army. This northern expedition has yielded results, Frederick said excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Daniel, standing to the side, remained somewhat silent, but this was only on the surface. His heart was also churning with emotion. If possible, he also wants to participate, fight on the battlefield, and make meritorious contributions. Despite having the privileges of being both a prince and a vassal king, he was denied this opportunity. There was nothing but envy. Even if Daniel wanted to prove his abilities to his father, the emperor, there was no way he could do so this time. Everyone in the army knew that he was just there to observe, holding the title of commander-in-chief, but in reality, it was just a nominal position. When will I be able to possess such glory? Daniel lowered his head slightly, a look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Send the general's order. Extract all the surrendered Yuan soldiers from the Longmen formation and escort them to the rear city. Those with minor injuries will be escorted along with them. Those with serious injuries, kill them outright. Except have the soldiers disperse in an orderly manner and gather the surviving war horses and weapons. Samson immediately gave the order. Now that the outcome of the war is decided, the next step is for him, as the general, to make overall arrangements. I accept your orders. The messengers around immediately responded loudly. Then they quickly turned around, rode their horses, and galloped towards the direction of Longmen formation to convey Samson's orders. On the battlefield, despite seeing the fleeing Yuan cavalry, Arlen continued to lead his troops in pursuit. He charged forward on his horse, his killing prowess like that of a war god. Ming soldiers, you are truly worthy warriors of our China. This battle, our army has won a great victory. The reputation of the northern Yuan iron cavalry as invincible has been crushed by our army. From today onwards, our Ming dynasty's iron cavalry is the best in the world. Arlen raised his battle sword, his voice filled with indescribable excitement, and shouted loudly. The sound echoed across the battlefield, carrying with it unparalleled glory. The Ming dynasty's iron cavalry was the best in the world. The Ming dynasty's iron cavalry was the best in the world. General's divine might, general's divine might. From all corners of the battlefield, countless Ming soldiers chased after the fleeing troops while shouting excitedly. Their voices merged together, forming a powerful sound wave that seemed to shatter the sky. Every soldier was filled with boundless fighting spirit and soaring morale. They also have the deepest respect for Arlen. This applies to both the border troops of Daning and the cavalry of the Beiping army who participated in the battle. They were all impressed by Arlen's bravery and his ability to command troops. In their eyes, Arlen was their war god, an invincible war god. The Yuan army has been defeated. Those who flee will not surrender to the Yuan army. In the name of our great Ming dynasty, kill. Arlen brandished his sword and ordered another pursuit. Follow the general to the death. Kill. Tens of thousands of soldiers behind Arlen shouted in unison, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Without hesitation, they followed Arlen and charged towards the fleeing Yuan army. Kill the enemy and achieve merit. Time passes gradually, from the great battle at dawn to midday when the sun was high in the sky, until nightfall. This fierce and bloody battle has finally come to an end. Arlen did not confine himself to the royal pasture, but led his army to pursue and kill countless fleeing Yuan soldiers for dozens of miles. Finally, he found a suitable place to set up camp, inside the newly established camp. Ha ha ha, General Pericles, that was a satisfying kill. This humble general never imagined that he could fight so swiftly against the northern Yuan cavalry. Blake was visibly excited, her face flushed with excitement. She looked at Arlen with utter admiration, completely captivated. Although both were commanders, Blake referred to himself as a minor general, which shows Arlen's status in his heart. Yes, the northern Yuan cavalry was known as the best in the world. For hundreds of years, no cavalry has been able to rival us, but now, under the general's leadership, we have cut down the northern Yuan cavalry. From this day forward, the cavalry of our great Ming shall be the best in the world. Otis said excitedly, "It is my honor to be able to follow the general in creating such great achievements. If we win this battle, I will have no regrets even if I die." Dustin said excitedly, his gaze fixed on Arlen with fervor. "It's not just him. I would have no regrets even if I died." Many generals and officers stared at Arlen with fervor. At this moment, Arlen may have become a kind of military spirit to them. In this battle, they participated as generals and wreaked havoc on all sides. Without a doubt, this battle, in which the northern Yuan cavalry was defeated, will be recorded in great detail in future historical records. How could they not be excited about such a historic achievement, looking at the general's excitement and fervor? Arlen smiled slightly, glanced at it, and then said with a laugh, "All right. Be happy and enjoy your happiness while you're lying in bed tonight. Eat properly now, don't choke." Talking. Arlen picked up a dry biscuit with one hand, took a big bite, and held the water bag in the other hand, tilting his head back to gulp down a large mouthful. "The last general takes orders." The generals replied with a loud laugh. Laughter carried the joy of surviving a great battle and the happiness of a resounding victory. As soon as Arlen spoke, all the generals, including the soldiers stationed there, began to wolf down their food. All of a sudden, this atmosphere temporarily diluted the bloodshed of the battlefield. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the camp gradually quieted down. Arlen stood up, his smile instantly turning serious. After a quick glance, Arlen slowly spoke, "All right. They've already rested for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Everyone will obey the order." Upon seeing this, the generals immediately stood up, looked at Arlen respectfully, and awaited his orders. Arlen said in a deep voice, "All commanders shall immediately go to their respective armies to count the casualties of their soldiers, and no one shall be missed. The wounded must be sent to the wounded soldiers' camp for treatment immediately. We must treat them as quickly as possible. The deceased, collect their bodies and carefully record their names in the register. These are all crucial matters now, and all generals must personally handle them without any oversight." Arlen always took such post where matters vary. Seriously. The last general takes orders. All the generals bowed to Arlen and immediately accepted the order. Subsequently, the generals filed out and quickly returned to their respective camps. Arlen watched as everyone left before turning around to look at the injured Marvin beside him. Marvin was wrapped in simple bandages with a few streaks of blood seeping through the gauze, and his face was slightly pale. Arlen stepped forward, his eyes full of concern, and asked, "Are you all right?" "My lord." Marvin immediately straightened up, enduring the pain, and said, "I only have some superficial injuries. I'll be fine after some rest." Arlen nodded, but his brows remained furrowed. He then asked, "How many casualties did the Imperial Guard suffer?" Marvin's eyes dimmed instantly, and his voice carried a hint of sadness. "Originally there were 650 brothers. 57 died in battle, and the rest of the brothers were almost all wounded." When this number is stated, Marvin's expression was complicated, and tears welled up in his eyes. These guards were all trained by him and were like his brothers. How could he not be heartbroken by their casualties? Upon hearing this, Arlen's expression darkened slightly, and he sighed softly. "Go and write down the names and collect the bodies. The injured were treated with medicine powder they carried with them. After the northern expedition ends, in addition to the Imperial Court's compensation, I will also give extra to my brothers." Talking, Arlen reached out and patted Marvin on the shoulder. "Subordinates take orders." Marvin immediately bowed, then turned around to record the names on the roster and treat the wounded. Ugh. Arlen watched Marvin's departing figure, sighed, and remained silent for a long time. The battlefield is inherently cruel. Even though the guards possessed superhuman strength, casualties were inevitable on this battlefield where swords and spears had no eyes. Moreover, they were the ones who charged ahead of him, enduring the fiercest attack from the Yuan army. 57 of them died in battle, which was already a very rare achievement. Compared to the personal guards, the cavalry must have suffered heavy losses in this battle as well. After all, the defeat of the northern Yuan cavalry did not mean that their combat strength was low. Arlen took a deep breath, composed himself, and said in a low voice, "List all the treasure chests." Next moment, the host possesses 12 ordinary treasure chests, 5 Tier 1 treasure chests, and 1 Tier 2 treasure chest. The host possesses 12 ordinary treasure chests, 5 Tier 1 treasure chests, and 1 Tier 2 treasure chest. The notification sound from the panel rang in Arlen's ears. A very successful haul. Arlen looked at the numerous treasure chests with excitement, his eyes lighting up instantly. A total of 18 treasure chests. These were all the spoils Arlen obtained from killing enemies and generals in this battle, in addition to killing many Yuan generals. There was also the achievement of killing over 11,000 enemies. 18 treasure chests. I wonder what good stuff we'll get. Just as Arlen was overjoyed and preparing to open the treasure chest to see how lucky he would be this time. Report, a voice came from outside the tent, reporting to the general, the great general, His Highness the Daniel and his entourage have arrived. Cornelius reported respectfully, "All right, we'll open it next time." Arlen came to his senses after hearing this. The excitement and anticipation of opening treasure chests subsided, replaced by calm. He immediately stood up and strode out of the camp. We just left the camp. Before their eyes came Samson, Daniel, and Frederick, surrounded by a group of personal guards. When they saw Arlen, all three of them were stunned. Illuminated by the torchlight, Arlen was soaked in blood. Dark red bloodstains covered almost his entire body. Even his face was covered in blood, making his appearance almost unrecognizable. He looked exactly like a killing god who had fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "General Pericles, are you all right?" Frederick was the first to come to his senses, his face full of concern. He quickly walked over, his eyes fixed on Arlen, as if to confirm whether Arlen was injured. You can tell. Now Frederick is completely a fan of Arlen. In his heart, Arlen's invincible bravery on the battlefield and his ability to command troops have long become a benchmark that he can hardly reach. "I am all of Tartar blood, I am fine," Arlen replied with a smile. But the smile looked somewhat ferocious against the backdrop of bloodstains. That would definitely scare a child to tears. Upon hearing this, Frederick glanced at Arlen again. Seeing the bloodstains all over Arlen's body, but not finding a single wound of his own, Frederick's admiration for Arlen grew even stronger. "General Pericles is truly brave and invincible," Frederick said with a look of admiration, his tone full of surprise and praise. "He led the troops to the front and fought bravely, yet he emerged unscathed. I truly admire him." "Indeed impressive." Samson stepped forward, also with admiration. "When I followed the Emperor to conquer the world, I witnessed countless heroes. But compared to General Pericles, there is no one in my memory who can compare to him. Although I am much older than General Pericles, I have truly been impressed by General Pericles in today's battle." Hearing Samson's praise, "General, you flatter me." Arlen immediately smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, his expression humble and modest. Although he appeared unassuming, Arlen's blood-stained body was precisely proof of his military achievements, which could not be hidden. This is not an overstatement, but the truth. Samson waved her hand, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. "Alas, it's a pity that General Pericles is already married, otherwise I really wanted to betroth my granddaughter to General Pericles." "Then it seems I've married too early," Arlen replied with a chuckle, his smile perfectly timed to diffuse the slightly awkward topic. "However, General Pericles may not know this. Even if General Pericles is not married, it may not be my granddaughter's turn. His Highness the Crown Prince is very fond of General Pericles. If General Pericles were not yet married, he might really become His Highness's son-in-law," Samson said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, Arlen was also stunned. The Crown Prince's son-in-law. "General, where did this news come from? This word?" This clearly startled Arlen. Daniel, standing to the side, was also slightly surprised, and his expression changed. "Haha, this wasn't spread by me, it's already been circulating in the Yingtian court. His Highness the Crown Prince originally intended to take General Pericles as his son-in-law. But when I heard that General Pericles was getting married in Daning, I gave up on that idea," Samson said with a big laugh. "I see." Arlen nodded in realization, thinking to himself, "Brother Zachary thinks too highly of me. He even intends to take me as his son-in-law. Fortunately, he didn't. Otherwise, it would be really inappropriate to be with a princess." Fortunately, Pericles Yingcheng got married. Otherwise, he would have been completely bound to the crown prince. Daniel felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, Arlen then changed the subject, asking seriously, "General, how many Yuan soldiers trapped in the Dragon Gate formation have been captured?" Upon asking this question, Arlen became exceptionally serious, his gaze fixed intently on Samson. Hear the words. Samson did not hesitate and immediately said, "The Yuan soldiers inside the Dragon Gate formation have been basically counted. More than 12,000 enemy soldiers were killed and more than 31,000 were captured. Moreover, the Dragon Gate formation also captured nearly 40,000 warhorses. The casualties among my soldiers in the Dragon Gate formation were only 1,000, most of them wounded, with only a few killed in action. I have never encountered such a great victory in all my years of military service. Such a great victory achieved at the cost of thousands of casualties is unprecedented." Speaking of which, Samson's tone was full of emotion. He shook his head slightly, seemingly still immersed in the shock brought by this great victory. When he first heard the number, he was stunned for a long time, and he still hasn't fully recovered. "General." Arlen raised his head, looked at Samson, and a smile appeared on his face. With a hint of expectation, "Now that we have achieved results, I have a request." Samson smiled and immediately said generously, "General Pericles is a great contributor to this victory. Please make any requests you may have, as long as I can fulfill them. This humble general hopes that the warhorses captured this time can be prioritized for distribution to my Angus Ning border army, so that all of my Angus Ning border army will be cavalry," Arlen said solemnly, clasping his fists and leaning slightly forward. Hear this. Frederick and Daniel, standing to the side, both looked surprised. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. They never expected Arlen to make this request. All cavalry, even though the strength of the Angus Ning border army is now less than 50,000, it still has more than 40,000 men, all of whom are cavalry, which far exceeds the size stipulated by the military system. But Samson did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand and said directly, "All right, General Amos, I'll leave this matter to you. Have the logistics army quickly select enough warhorses and equip them to the Daning border army." Frederick immediately bowed and said decisively, "This subordinate obeys the order." Clearly, Frederick had no objections. Don't even mention warhorses. Even if Arlen wanted absolute command of the army right now, he would give it to him. This demonstrates absolute trust in Arlen, General Pericles. Samson turned to look at Arlen, a hint of worry in his eyes. "I've given you the warhorse, but General Pericles, are you sure you can handle it?" Reporting to the general, Arlen replied with a confident smile, "Every soldier in the Angus Ning border army is skilled in riding." As early as when he was stationed in Daming, Arlen had listed horsemanship as a skill that the soldiers of the Daming border army must master. During the initial training, Arlen directly ordered that even infantrymen must learn horsemanship. As a border region in the north, situated on a vast plain, the role of infantry was to conquer cities and seize territory, as well as to defend. Cavalry is the only way to advance. Only cavalry can deliver a truly fatal blow to the enemy on this vast grassland. It seems that General Pericles has already trained the infantry of the Angus Ning border army. Seeing Arlen's confidence, Samson smiled and instantly understood. He nodded slightly, his eyes showing even more appreciation for Arlen. First came the Dragon Gate formation, then cavalry training. Arlen really made a lot of preparations for the northern expedition. "General Pericles, where is Gilly Kai's head?" Frederick asked with anticipation. Hear the words. Without hesitation, Arlen immediately pulled out a blood-soaked cloth bundle from behind his back. Blood was still dripping from the bundle, making it extremely gruesome. "Here's the head." Arlen held up the head and handed it to Frederick. Frederick didn't have the fear that comes with being a pampered young master. He reached out and took it without hesitation. "General Pericles." Frederick gripped the package tightly, his expression solemn. "I will take this head down and preserve it with medicinal powder later. I will present it to Yingshan together with General Pericles' battle report on his achievements in this battle. This head is proof of General Pericles' great achievement." In discourse, this also conveyed a message to Arlen. He would not keep any of the military achievements to himself, but would report them all truthfully to Yingshan. "Good." Samson immediately added, his expression serious. "I will personally submit a report to the Emperor on the battle results here, praising General Pericles' achievements." Without Arlen, the outcome of this battle would have been truly unpredictable. Samson and Frederick were both grateful to Arlen, knowing full well that without him, they would have been in real trouble. "Thank you for your trouble, General." "Thank you for your trouble, General Amos." Arlen immediately thanked him. Military merits were naturally what Arlen wanted, the more the better. After all, Arlen is still on the warship of the Ming dynasty, and getting as many benefits as possible is the best course of action. "Your Highness, do you have nothing to say?" Frederick turned his head and asked Daniel, who had remained silent. A hint of doubt lingered in his eyes, as if he was puzzled by Daniel's silence. From the very beginning, Daniel did not seem to be particularly happy. "General Pericles is so outstanding, while I can only watch from the sidelines and cannot participate in the battle. I am truly envious," Daniel said with a wry smile, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Now his complex emotions were revealed through this bitter smile. In his heart, the battlefield has always been the place he longed for. He yearned to be like Arlen, galloping across the battlefield, making military achievements, and showing himself in front of his father, just as he did his elder brother. However, his status as a prince became a constraint for him. "His Highness Daniel is a prince, and his status is noble." Samson responded helplessly to Daniel's complaints. He paused for a moment. Samson sighed softly, his eyes filled with awe. "I dare not let His Highness Daniel go to the battlefield personally, otherwise, if there are any losses, I will have no way to explain to the Emperor." This was no small-scale war, but the Ming dynasty's northern expedition. The northern Yuan was a powerful nation, and if Daniel were to be injured or killed, it would be a serious crime. Samson dared not do anything reckless. "General, of course I know." Daniel sighed, lowered his head slightly, and his eyes showed even more desolation. As a prince, he enjoyed wealth and honor, but he also lost much of his freedom, especially the opportunity to make a name for himself on the battlefield. Of course, this was also what Daniel thought. Other princes might not have thought the same way. "General, Your Highness the Daniel." Frederick smiled and looked at the two men, saying, "General Pericles and the soldiers of the Angus Ning border army are exhausted after a day. Fighting, let them rest first. Let's not disturb them any longer. Let's go discuss our next strategy. Now that the great battle is over, there are many follow-up matters to be dealt with, so Frederick is naturally not worried. In this battle, Arlen has already achieved a great victory for the Ming dynasty. Next, all we need to do is proceed steadily." "General Pericles." Samson turned to Arlen and said, "You should rest well first. Now that the 100,000 iron cavalry of the northern Yuan have been defeated, you can rest for a few days. I will arrange the rest of the advance." "This subordinate obeys the order," Arlen replied immediately, without refusing. "General Pericles, please get some rest." Daniel smiled and expressed his concern. Subsequently, surrounded by guards, the three turned and left the military camp. Daniel, it's clear that he really longed for the battlefield. Arlen watched the three figures leave and muttered to himself, no wonder he kept launching northern expeditions after the rebellion succeeded. One reason was to quell the trouble caused by the non-legitimate succession, and the other was to fulfill his own dream of becoming a military general. "I wonder if my appearance will change the future," Arlen thought to himself, deep in thought. After being disturbed by Samson and the other two, Arlen was indeed a little tired, so he simply went back to his tent to rest. The Northern Expeditionary Army at Rufus's camp. "General, that's the situation." A scout general said with a solemn expression, "The Northern Yuan has deployed a large number of troops in several Arlen cities of the Yuan capital, several times the size of our army. It's almost impossible to break through the city head-on. Perhaps we can only make a plan when we join forces with the general." The words fell. "Yes," Tristan and the other Huaxi generals said with troubled expressions. They all shook their heads, their faces full of worry and solemnity. "The Yuan army has too many troops and they are defending the city. It will be too difficult to break through the city." Tristan sighed heavily. Now Rufus's army of over 100,000 is locked in a stalemate with the Yuan army, unable to advance or retreat. If we attack, the Yuan army will be too large, and there will also be city defenses. The Yuan army that had retreated from the border city had all gathered in the Arlen city of the Yuan capital. Apart from that, if we retreat, the Yuan army will inevitably advance. If the news were to reach Yingshan, it would be an absolute dereliction of duty. So now Rufus is stuck in this stalemate with no other options. "All right." Rufus waved her hand helplessly, her voice filled with weariness and powerlessness. the discussions inside the tent subsided and everyone fell silent, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. This time, the Ministry of War of the Imperial Court ultimately misjudged the true strength of the Northern Yuan. Rufus said with a serious expression, "Our great Ming sent 300,000 troops, originally thinking that we could defeat the Northern Yuan in one fell swoop and achieve victory. However, although the Northern Yuan is weak, its national strength still exists, and the Northern Yuan court can still command the various tribes of the Northern Yuan. To succeed in this northern expedition, firstly, we must deal with the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan. Secondly, we must use the full strength of our 300,000 strong army and continue to mobilize more troops to fight a war of attrition against the Northern Yuan, depleting their food and supplies before we can defeat them." Rufus spoke in a deep voice, thinking about how to deal with the situation, this stalemate. This is similar to how, during the Three Kingdoms period, when Juge Forbes launched his northern expeditions, Hawkins Leland avoided battle and instead defended the city to the death. Given Rufus's strategic vision, this time is no exception. After all, the Northern Yuan still has cities to defend, sufficient troops for defense, cavalry support. To win the war, we must use absolute strength and rely on the national power of the Ming dynasty to exhaust the Northern Yuan. The Northern Yuan's military strength does sound like a lot, 300,000 or 400,000, but in reality, only a small number are truly capable of fighting. Tristan frowned and analyzed. If it weren't for the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan, there might still be a chance. But those 100,000 iron cavalry blocked the way in front of the Yuan capital, and our troops were still tied down by these Northern Yuan infantry. With the Daning and Baping under Frederick's command, as well as the Huizhou Guard, which reorganized the surrendered soldiers, they are simply no match for these 100,000 iron cavalry. Tristan said with absolute certainty, his face equally grim. The battle had reached a stalemate, seemingly trapped in a dead end, leaving them with no hope of defeating the Yuan army. 100,000 Northern Yuan iron cavalry. This is the Northern Yuan's capital to intimidate its subordinate tribes. Emperor Yuan is really anxious this time, and has actually given up on intimidating those tribes and mobilized this elite force. Rufus glanced at Tristan and then spoke. "The Northern Yuan cavalry is unparalleled in the world. Our Ming cavalry is no match for them. Moreover, our Ming army does not have that many cavalry in this expedition. We are doomed to defeat against the Northern Yuan cavalry." Rufus knew in his heart that the reputation of the Northern Yuan iron cavalry was by no means undeserved, and defeating them would be no easy task. "Perhaps we can only ask the general to make the decision," Tristan suggested, looking up slightly at Rufus. "The battle is completely deadlocked." "Yes," Rufus nodded. Perhaps this was all that could be done now. She sighed softly, her heart filled with helplessness and exhaustion. Just as they were discussing this military matter, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the camp, breaking the oppressive atmosphere inside the tent. "General." A messenger strode into the tent, bowed, and presented a military order with both hands. "The general has sent an urgent military order. Bring it here." Rufus immediately waved her hand, her expression changing slightly. Judging from this, something must have happened to warrant such an urgent military alert. An ominous premonition welled up in Rufus's heart. The messenger strode forward and respectfully presented the document. Rufus quickly took it and opened the military order. The moment he saw it, he froze, staring blankly at the military order in his hand. Seemingly unable to recover, his eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had witnessed something incredible. After continuing for a while, "What are your orders, General?" Tristan asked immediately, his eyes filled with worry. "Have we encountered the Northern Yuan cavalry?" "The Northern Yuan cavalry has been routed." Rufus gripped the military order tightly, his expression complex. "This column," the voice carried a sense of shock and complexity. "General, you're not mistaken, are you?" Tristan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "That's 100,000 Northern Yuan iron cavalry, the most elite army of the Northern Yuan. Frederick has less than 150,000 troops under his command, and the majority of them are infantry. They are no match for the Northern Yuan cavalry in a head-on confrontation. The Northern Yuan has deployed its iron cavalry to its royal pastures, where there are no strategic locations or mountains to rely on. Infantrymen are bound to be defeated when facing cavalry. How could this possibly defeat the Northern Yuan cavalry?" When saying this, Tristan's face was full of shock and confusion. Obviously, while this is good news, it sounds incredibly hard to believe. Not only Tristan, but all the generals in the tent looked at each other in disbelief. See this. Arlen set up the Dragon Gate formation, which was once used to defeat cavalry attacks. Carefully deployed 100,000 troops to lure nearly 50,000 Northern Yuan cavalry into the formation, greatly weakening the Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry. Rufus composed herself and began to speak, her expression complex. Hear this. The generals frowned, their faces filled with confusion, but they remained silent and continued to listen. Afterwards, Arlen personally led 30,000 Daning cavalry and 10,000 Baping cavalry to fight the remaining Northern Yuan cavalry. Rufus continued, her tone unconsciously carrying a hint of admiration. With such a small force, they dare to launch a preemptive attack, still going to fight the Northern Yuan cavalry. Tristan frowned, feeling displeased upon hearing Arlen's name. Although Arlen's forces were more than 10,000 fewer than those of the Northern Yuan, he led his army to charge the Northern Yuan cavalry head-on, personally beheaded the Northern Yuan General Felix, severely damaged the Northern Yuan cavalry, and ultimately won the battle. As Rufus spoke, her voice betrayed a hint of unease. For a while, deathly silence fell over the tent. This is the result. That's appalling. How come? How on earth did he do that? Tristan's expression became even more complicated. Now, the title of the best cavalry in the world has changed hands. The cavalry is the best in the world and has become the Iron Cavalry of the Ming Dynasty. The biggest crisis in this battle has been resolved by Arlen. The 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry have been routed. Rufus's expression was complicated as he slowly swept his gaze over the generals in the tent and spoke loudly. After finishing speaking, Rufus harbored a deep-seated, unspeakable bitterness. A bitterness she couldn't quite articulate. He was naturally very hostile towards Arlen, even regarding him as an enemy and an opponent. But as a fellow military officer, Rufus was also deeply moved after witnessing such a stunning victory. 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry, the most elite force of the Northern Yuan. The elite forces of the Northern Yuan, which Rufus believed were invincible, were actually defeated by Arlen in an almost impossible way. This fact left Rufus speechless and plunged him into self-doubt. Victory news arrives in Yingshan. A great victory, could it be? Rufus murmured to herself, her voice low and her expression forlorn. Am I really not as good as Arlen? Between words, a complex light flashed in Rufus's eyes, a sense of indescribable frustration. It's like suffering a defeat on the battlefield where you have no chance to fight back. Is Huexi truly destined to decline in the future of the Ming Dynasty? This thought was like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Rufus's heart, leaving him with an indescribable sense of lingering fear. As the Huexi region that still exists today, and as the Huexi general who still holds military power, Rufus knew all too well the value of military merit. It was a talisman. He thought of Dun Weiyang, who was also from Huexi. Although he was a civil official, his entire clan was slaughtered in front of the current emperor. Rufus thought to herself, if Hui Fin really had fallen to such a state, would the emperor let them go? Ugh. I never imagined that I, Rufus, who have dominated the battlefield for so many years, would be suppressed by a mere brat. If my brother-in-law was still alive, he would probably laugh at me if he knew, Rufus thought with a bitter smile. A general who was not yet 20 years old was able to accumulate military achievements. From Liaodong to the Northern Expedition, Arlen's name gradually emerged in the army and throughout the Ming Dynasty, becoming increasingly prominent. At the beginning of the Liaodong War, Arlen appeared and made contributions. Rufus thought that luck might have played a part in it, but as time went on, Arlen repeatedly achieved great success and made astonishing victories, which was clearly beyond the explanation of luck. 100,000 Iron Cavalry of the Northern Yuan. Rufus had already made some calculations in his mind. If he were given an equal number of cavalry, even if the difference was only 10 or 20,000, he was confident that he could win the battle with the morale of his soldiers. But the actual war situation, however, was completely unequal. The Ming cavalry was not a strong point. In Rufus's view, the Ming army was bound to be defeated in this encounter, with 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry. They should reformulate their marching and battle tactics. Just as Rufus was thinking this, Samson's military order suddenly arrived. If it weren't for the detailed military orders and battle reports personally written by Samson, Rufus would have found it hard to believe. 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry have been routed. Under Arlen's leadership, the 100,000 cavalrymen was severely damaged. Arlen killed countless enemies on the battlefield and captured countless prisoners. This result naturally left Rufus speechless with shock. He knew that he could never have achieved such a feat. Ugh, Rufus sighed deeply, filled with helplessness and emotion. Arlen is no ordinary person. At this moment, Rufus couldn't help but sigh inwardly, despite still disliking Arlen and harboring hostility towards him. However, as a fellow military general, Rufus still deeply admired Arlen's remarkable ability to command troops. After a moment, Rufus slowly came to his senses, his gaze sweeping over the generals in the tent. His expression returned to normal, and he said in a deep voice, "Generals, the northern Yuan cavalry has been defeated. Now that our army is attacking the city, we will no longer be threatened by the harassment of the northern Yuan cavalry. The general has issued a military order to launch a full-scale attack on the city. At that time, the two armies will also cooperate fully to break through the Arlen city surrounding Yuandu. As the sound falls, the last general takes command. The generals responded in unison, obeying the general's command. As for the shock brought by this battle report, many generals silently suppressed it in their hearts. All right, go and get ready." Rufus waved her hand, not wanting to say anything more. Subsequently, the generals all withdrew from the camp. Rufus's gaze remained fixed on the military order in his hand. Seemingly still absorbed in the unimaginable battle report, the northern Yuan cavalry has been routed. The next step may not present many obstacles. The northern Yuan seems to have reached a dead end. Just as Rufus was pondering the battle situation with utmost seriousness, "Uncle." Tristan's voice suddenly rang out beside Rufus, tinged with urgency and confusion. "Do you think this Arlen is a human or a ghost? How did he do that?" The sudden sound startled Rufus, instantly snapping her out of her reverie. He raised his head somewhat blankly, his face full of surprise, and looked at Tristan, who was still in the tent, and asked with a frown, "Why haven't you left yet?" Rufus looked around the tent. Most of the generals had left, and now only Tristan was standing in front of him. "Uncle," Tristan took a step forward, his face full of worry. "We originally planned to win a great victory in the northern expedition and let Huexi once again intimidate the court. But now, the northern expedition has been going on for several months. Although our army has achieved many victories, compared with Frederick's Second Army and Arlen's achievements, it seems that our victories have been completely overshadowed. After this battle, will my uncle truly be granted the title of Duke?" Tristan was well aware of his uncle's thoughts. Unlike him, who had inherited the title of Duke, most of the generals in Huexi today looked up to Rufus. However, Rufus had been stuck at the Marquis level for a long time and longed to go further and become a Duke. However, even now, despite Rufus's continuous advances as commander of the army, he has ultimately failed to achieve sufficient military merit. The so-called victory in breaching the city was due to the fact that the Second Army took the lead in breaching the city, which triggered a chain reaction in the northern Yuan, leading to their retreat. It can be said, Rufus's army also benefited greatly from the support of the Second Army. Hearing Tristan's words, anger flashed across Rufus's face instantly, as if she were embarrassed and angry after being hit where it hurt, can be followed immediately. This anger transformed into a helpless, bitter smile. "Even so, what can I do? Could we possibly kill Arlen? Given Arlen's current status and his reputation for having the strength of a tyrant, let alone getting close to him, even if you surround him with 1,000 troops, I'm afraid you still wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, if Arlen really did lose something, do you think the Emperor wouldn't be able to find out?" Rufus cursed at Tristan in annoyance, her frustration growing stronger. Kill Arlen, many people had thought about this when they were in Lyodon, but who can do that? And then, if they actually dare to take action, it would be extremely foolish and a death wish. Do you really think the current Emperor's embroidered uniform guard doesn't exist? What should we do? This northern expedition is crucial for my uncle's promotion to Duke. We can't let that brat ruin it," Tristan said anxiously, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with resentment. He was genuinely worried about Rufus. "Ugh," Rufus sighed again, as if all her strength had been drained, and leaned back in her chair with a defeated look on her face. "His Highness the Crown Prince said that as long as we achieve merit in this northern expedition, he will protect my Duke of Caleb. Originally, my idea was to achieve great success, so that the Duke's title would be legitimate and not disappoint His Highness the Crown Prince. But now it seems that we are destined to be outmaneuvered by Arlen. That's it. Let's take it one step at a time. Given his command abilities, perhaps I'm just not as good as him. From now on, try to avoid him as much as possible. He has become too powerful for us to handle. Moreover, the Emperor also attaches greater importance to him in order to suppress Huixi. Even though we know the Emperor's will, there is nothing we can do about it. Upon hearing this, Tristan's face turned very ugly, as if he was unwilling. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could only close his mouth helplessly, feeling just as helpless. Yuan capital, the great hall of the northern Yuan dynasty. Report! A piercing shout shattered the previously peaceful and stable atmosphere in the imperial court. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A messenger rushed into the hall in a panic, staggering and knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling violently. The general has fallen in battle. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly causing an uproar throughout the northern Yuan court. This shattered the tranquility of the imperial court. During this period, the northern Yuan deployed defenses in layers, dispatched 100,000 cavalry to attack the Ming army, and had more than 300,000 infantrymen to defend key points of various Arlen cities, making the Yuan capital appear extremely safe. Even the ever-worried Emperor Yuan temporarily relaxed his tense nerves. They felt confident of defeating the Ming army, but at this moment, this sudden urgent report shattered all the calm. Emperor Yuan, sitting on the dragon throne, suddenly changed his expression, even more terrified and helpless than when he heard that his son, Dibayanu, had died in battle. He abruptly stood up, gripping the armrests of the dragon throne tightly with both hands, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He stared intently at the kneeling messenger, his voice hoarse with panic and shock. "You. What did you say? Say it again." "Your Majesty," the messenger cried out, trembling with fear and nearly collapsing to the ground. "The general has been killed in battle. Our Yuan dynasty's 100,000 iron cavalry suffered heavy casualties and have been defeated by the Ming army. According to the third prince's report, of the 100,000 iron cavalry of our great Yuan, less than 20,000 escaped back to the city, and most of them were wounded." The messenger's voice, filled with unspeakable terror, echoed throughout the imperial council hall. These words, each one like a heavy hammer, struck the hearts of the northern Yuan officials. "Hear this." All the civil and military officials of the northern Yuan court changed their expressions. Drastically, an uproar erupted in the imperial court, with ministers whispering amongst themselves, their faces filled with shock and worry. At this moment, the situation was completely beyond their expectations. How could this be? How could this be? Emperor Yuan was completely stunned at this moment, his expression stiff, his steps unsteady, as if he was about to faint at any moment. "My 100,000 iron cavalry. These are the most elite iron cavalry of my great Yuan dynasty. How could the Ming army possibly be a match for them?" The emperor's voice carried a sense of despair. Obviously, he refused to believe the fact and could not accept such a crushing defeat. "Your Majesty," Perseus stepped forward immediately upon seeing this, his expression calm and his tone firm. "There must be a reason for this. Don't worry too much. Our great Yuan cavalry is unparalleled in the world. The Ming army can never be a match for them. Moreover, the general chose the royal pasture as the battleground against the Ming army, which is perfect for our great Yuan cavalry to charge forward. They are unstoppable, and no matter how powerful the Ming army is, they can never be a match for us." Shilaman attempted to appease Emperor Yuan with these words, while also offering some solace to himself and the court officials. Hear this, Emperor Yuan gradually came to his senses, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "That's right, Prime Minister, you're right. How could my 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry end up in such a rout? Even if the Ming army has 1,000 cannons, they cannot win against my iron cavalry." As Emperor Yuan spoke, he seemed to be making excuses for himself, trying to convince himself that none of this was true. "Come back to your senses." Emperor Yuan immediately looked at the messenger, his eyes filled with expectation, and asked almost pleadingly, as if he wanted to hear a different result, "Tell me this news is false." "Emperor," the messenger, trembling, struggled and hesitated as he said, "This urgent report is true. It was personally submitted by the third prince, and it has been confirmed by many cavalrymen who fled back to the city. Arlen, it was the Ming general Arlen who personally killed the Grand General. Moreover, the reason why my 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry were defeated was not entirely due to being defeated head-on by the Ming army. but because the Ming army had laid an ambush beforehand and set up a military formation, specifically designed to counter my great Yuan cavalry, trapping nearly half of my great Yuan cavalry in this formation. Finally, Ming General Arlan led Ming cavalry to confront the Grand General and defeated our Yuan cavalry head-on. The Grand General was also unfortunately killed by Arlan. The messenger kept his head down, his voice growing softer and softer. He didn't even dare to raise his head, fearing that the enraged Emperor Yuan would kill him on the spot. Ambush in formation, a frontal rout. Emperor Yuan's face turned deathly pale as if all his strength had been drained away. With a thud, he slumped onto the dragon throne, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." He roared almost frantically, his voice hoarse, filled with despair and resentment. "Emperor, calm down." The court officials shouted loudly and knelt down in unison, their voices clear and resounding, attempting to quell Emperor Yuan's anger. This moment, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere swept through the entire court, making it almost impossible for anyone to breathe. Prime Minister Morgan, Emperor Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Shilamen and the barbarians, his voice trembling. "Tell me, how could we have been defeated? This is impossible." "Emperor." Shilamen immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "The Ming army is cunning. They must have used tricks and schemes to defeat our great Yuan cavalry. But your Majesty need not panic. Even if the Iron Cavalry is defeated, our great Yuan still has several fortified cities for defense, as well as hundreds of thousands of troops for defense. The sons of the great Yuan will surely protect the Emperor and safeguard the great Yuan with their lives." Shilamen's voice was firm and powerful, attempting to rekindle Emperor Yuan's confidence. The 10 most fortified border cities of the Yuan dynasty were captured by the Ming army. Our great Yuan's strongest elite force, the 100,000 iron cavalry that could sweep across the world, was also defeated by the Ming army. Can the remaining troops really stop the Ming army? Emperor Yuan was already somewhat panicked. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear, and he was filled with worry about the future. "Your Majesty, rest assured, the sons and daughters of the great Yuan will definitely protect the great Yuan and safeguard your Majesty." Shireman spoke loudly again, demonstrating his loyalty. "Emperor." The barbarian stepped forward, his face solemn, and loudly proclaimed, "I still maintain that the territory of our great Yuan must not be lost, but the safety of your Majesty is of even greater importance. Now that our great Yuan cavalry has been defeated, it is evident that the Ming army is incredibly powerful. The Ming army's purpose in this invasion is very clear: to destroy our great Yuan dynasty and the Emperor. For the prosperity and longevity of the Yuan dynasty, we urge your Majesty to move to the ancestral land as soon as possible. Only in this way can we advance and retreat with moderation. Even if the capital is lost in the future, His Majesty's safety can be guaranteed." The barbarian's words were filled with worry. He knew the situation was critical and hoped that Emperor Yuan would consider the bigger picture. It was also to preserve the foundation of his Yuan court. If Emperor Yuan were to fall, the northern Yuan would truly be finished. This time, however, compared to his initial rejection of the suggestion, Emperor Yuan was now somewhat tempted. But there was still a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Although he didn't want to leave this luxurious city, the thought of his own life and safety made leaving seem less unacceptable. Recalling Gili Kai's former high spirits when he commanded the troops, but now being beheaded by a Ming general, and having his 100,000 iron cavalry severely damaged and annihilated, Emperor Yuan felt not only heartache, but also deep fear. Just as Emperor Yuan was about to agree to allow the barbarians to prepare to withdraw to their ancestral lands. "Your Majesty, you must not do this." Immediately, a minister stood up and objected in a very serious tone. This person was none other than Felix's eldest son, and also the eldest prince of Felix's tribe, Hoyt. Now that Gili Kai has died in battle, he will most likely be the one to take control of the tribe in the future. "My father died on the battlefield for the Yuan dynasty at the hands of a Ming general. This is all for the sake of the great Yuan, to protect the Emperor. If the Emperor were to flee back to his ancestral homeland, it would dishearten the countless soldiers stationed in the city, and would also destroy the foundation of our great Yuan dynasty. His Majesty is the Emperor of our great Yuan dynasty and the pillar of our great Yuan people. Unless the fortress is truly lost and the capital is in danger, your Majesty must not retreat. Otherwise, the morale of the soldiers will be low, and the Yuan dynasty will surely be annexed by the Ming dynasty." Hoyt said with a serious expression, her voice loud and firm. Sound. His words were filled with loyalty to the Yuan court. But most people still hoped that Emperor Yuan would stay in the capital. I second the proposal. Your Majesty, please think twice. Your Majesty, you must not retreat to the ancestral lands. For the sake of the eternal stability of the Yuan dynasty, we urge Your Majesty to remain in the capital. We will fight the Ming army to the death. As soon as Hoyt finished speaking, one after another, the ministers of the northern Yuan stood up to object. Their voices rose and fell, echoing in the court, expressing their attitude and determination. I just don't know how much of it is genuine and how much is sincere. The scene is exactly the same as when Gili Kai made the suggestion. Emperor Yuan, who had already considered resigning, suddenly hesitated. His eyes were filled with conflict, partly due to his own safety and partly due to his concerns about what the ministers had said. If his retreat truly demoralized the army, it would undoubtedly push the Yuan dynasty into an even more dangerous situation. Moreover, Emperor Yuan really did not want to live in such a remote place as his ancestral homeland for an extended period of time. If the emperor were to fall, it would put our great Yuan dynasty in jeopardy. What you are thinking about is nothing more than the interests of your own tribes. At this moment, do you really want the Ming dynasty to annex our great Yuan? Seeing that most of the court officials had stood up to oppose him, Morgan roared angrily. His face flushed red, his eyes blazing with anger, and he was furious at the minister's behavior. But this doesn't scare them at all. General, Hoyt turned her head and coldly said to Morgan, my father died on the battlefield for the great Yuan. Isn't that being loyal to the great Yuan? Hoyt was also filled with anger and directly brought up her father who had died in battle. She stared at Morgan without fear, turning the tables on him. Many of Gili Kai's former subordinates glared angrily at the barbarians, instantly creating a strange and tense atmosphere in the court, as if it were about to erupt at any moment. Faced with this rebuttal, Morgan's expression changed, and he was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute it. After all, Kirigakyo really did die in battle. And that is an unchangeable fact. Although Morgan knew that Gili Kai was unlikely to lose his life, death was still death. Morgan, that's enough. Emperor Yuan sighed, looking weary, and said in a deep voice, as the emperor of the great Yuan, I should live alongside the people of the great Yuan. Let's not bring up the idea of returning to our ancestral land for now. Emperor Yuan's voice carried a hint of helplessness and compromise. He ultimately chose to heed the advice of the majority of his ministers. After all, if they really withdraw, the entire court was thrown into disarray. These troops, gathered from various tribes, became a joke and would no longer hold their ground. Emperor Yuan was naturally aware of these things. Your Majesty, Hoyt immediately knelt down and bowed, a hint of smugness showing on her face. Your Majesty. Many ministers also knelt down and shouted in unison, their voices resounding throughout the court. It seems that Emperor Yuan was truly incredibly wise. But when Morgan saw this scene, his eyes were filled with deep helplessness. He lowered his head slightly, sighing inwardly. He had already seen through the situation. If Emperor Yuan continued to stay, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, the ministers in the court each had their own agendas, and even though he saw the crisis, he was powerless to change it. Father, don't worry. In the eyes of the kneeling Hoyt, ambition gleamed. He secretly vowed in his heart, your son will fulfill your wish. The capital of the Ming dynasty, Yingshan City, the city gate area was still bustling with activity. Sunlight spilled onto the ground, bathing the bustling capital in a golden glow. People came and went, carrying loads on their shoulders or pushing carts, queuing in an orderly fashion to enter the city. On their faces, some looked tired, some looked expectant, and some looked satisfied with life. After all, the capital of the Ming dynasty offered endless opportunities. It was also at this time. Tab, 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 tab. The rapid clatter of horses' hooves came from the official road outside the city, growing louder as it approached. The sound was like a rapid drumbeat, carrying a sense of urgency. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked curiously at the official road outside the city. 3 fast riders galloped toward Yingshan City. The soldiers on horseback looked focused. Behind them, each had a command flag planted, fluttering fiercely in the wind. Behind the 3 fast riders, each was leading an unmanned warhorse. Apparently, they rode their horses, changing at each post station along the way just to deliver the message as quickly as possible. Urgent report to Lindu. Clear the way immediately. The commander guarding the city gate immediately shouted loudly. His voice immediately echoed in front of the city gate. Suddenly, the previously somewhat congested entrances to the city were quickly opened up. The soldiers guarding the city gate sprang into action, armed with spears, maintaining order and preventing anyone from entering the emergency passage. As the three swift cavalrymen rapidly approached the city gate, the three messengers shouted in unison, "A great victory in the northern expedition! A great victory in the northern expedition!" Their voices were high-pitched and passionate, filled with joy and pride. They rushed back, but the news of their great victory quickly spread with their shouts. This news brought smiles to the faces of most of the people queuing outside the city and those inside. A great victory in the northern expedition. To call it a great victory means they must have gained a lot. "Do you think the Northern Expeditionary Army captured Emperor Yuan?" A young man asked excitedly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Impossible, right? Even if the Northern Yuan is weak, they are still a powerful nation with tens of millions of people. They shouldn't be so easily defeated, should they?" Another older man shook his head and offered his opinion. "I think so too. The Northern Yuan is not so easily defeated. I reckon they've annihilated many Northern Yuan soldiers on the battlefield and captured quite a few cities." Someone else chimed in. "Anyway, as citizens of the Ming Dynasty, killing all those Tartars is the only way. You have no idea how ruthless those Tartars were in the past." An old man clenched his fist, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. "That's right, the Ming Dynasty will surely win and destroy the Northern Yuan." Many people began to discuss it, their voices mingling together, filled with anticipation for the destruction of the Northern Yuan. And now, 3 urgent reports from fast riders have already reached the palace of Emperor Odin. One of the messengers is holding a bamboo tube with urgent messages. One hand held a wooden box, and the other held a sword. They hurried toward the hall OF Chinese letter / heaven serving hall. P.S. Thanks for your support, brothers Mua.